Our story begins with a man who simply remarked that married women are the best, and in an instant, he was reborn from a lifelong bachelor into a complete scoundrel. She, a victim of domestic violence, had married a famous pop star and even given him a charming little daughter. But since the wedding, she had been unexpectedly fired by her company, all because of him, that star of pure bad luck. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, his predecessor really had been a total jerk. At that moment, we see the mother and daughter, having just woken from a nightmare, trembling on the sofa as Senjuchu held the little girl tight. Seeing him staring at her, she instinctively hugged Bangwon even tighter, her eyes brimming with tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of leaving with Bangwon, but she was an orphan herself, and every cent they had was controlled by this demon. Seeing the sheer terror on both their faces, he let out a deep, heavy sigh. Since he was stuck here anyway, he decided to make the best of it. He stood up slowly and flipped the switch, letting a warm orange glow fill the room. Looking at the absolute mess spread out before him, he simply scratched his head in speechless disbelief. After that, he first opened the window to let in some fresh air, and then began silently picking up the empty liquor bottles scattered around the house. Senjuchu remained on the sofa, still clutching Bangwon without moving, though her eyes now flickered with a hint of surprise. He didn't dare disturb the mother and daughter just yet, which was probably for the best. Instead, he grabbed a towel from the kitchen and scrubbed the table until the entire house was finally spotless. By then, he was already soaked in sweat, so he grabbed some clean clothes from the bedroom and headed into the bathroom. Senjuchu watched the bathroom door close, and her body, which had been wound tight with tension, finally began to relax. She looked around at the room he had just cleaned, her eyes revealing a sense of intense, quiet incredulity. How could this demon have suddenly changed his entire attitude? To be honest, it made no sense at all. "Mom, I'm hungry." "Bangwon, be a good girl. Mommy will make you something to eat in just a moment." Senjuchu gently stroked Bangwon's hair and spoke to her in a soft, soothing voice. She could only wait for him to fall asleep before she dared to prepare any food for herself and her daughter. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open and he stepped out into the room. We see the mother and daughter still huddled together on that old, dilapidated sofa. They both flinched at the same time, but he simply shook his head and paid them no mind. He opened the front door and walked out, leaving Senjuchu stunned, her eyes filling with a fresh wave of despair. Had he gone out to buy more liquor? Had he really not drunk enough for one night? It seemed she and Bangwon would have to endure yet another night of hunger. Senjuchu bit her lip hard, but she couldn't stop the tears from falling incessantly. "Mommy, don't cry." Little Bangwon assumed her mother was crying simply because she was hungry. She quickly reached out with her tiny, pale hands and clumsily tried to wipe the tears from Senjuchu's face. Senjuchu bit her lip again, but the tears only began to fall even harder. After drying her eyes as best she could, she spoke softly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Bangwon, be a good girl. Mommy will rock you to sleep now. Once you're asleep, you won't feel the hunger anymore. Mommy will get up early tomorrow to make you something delicious, okay?" Trying to stay strong, Senjuchu began to hum a soft lullaby, gently rocking Bangwon towards sleep. We watch as Bangwon's eyes slowly fluttered shut, finally giving in to exhaustion. Senjuchu thought back on the 2 years since her wedding, feeling a profound, crushing ache in her heart. Finally, she made up her mind. Tomorrow she would leave this hell, preferring to die outside than be tortured by this demon. But suddenly, the unmistakable sound of the door lock turning echoed through the quiet room. Senjuchu, still lost in her own dark thoughts, couldn't help but tremble once again. She instinctively covered Bangwon's ears, listening in absolute silence to the movement outside. The door opened, and he looked toward the sofa with an expression of genuine surprise. He wondered if they had already retreated to the bedroom, though it seemed they hadn't eaten yet. He stood there for a moment, staring at the food in his hands in a daze. After thinking it over, he quietly placed the food down on the table. As he walked toward the bedroom, Senjuchu kept her entire body tense, waiting. She heard his footsteps approaching the door, praying in her heart that he wouldn't come in. In the very next moment, Senjuchu's eyes snapped wide open in fear. But then, she heard his footsteps gradually fading away into the distance. The small room fell back into a heavy, expectant silence. Only the sound of Senjuchu's nervous, ragged breathing echoed through the air. Inside the bedroom, little Bangwon had opened her eyes, though it was hard to say when. She had clearly heard his voice and was now staring curiously at the closed door. That problematic father of hers hadn't returned to the room to sleep today, a rare occurrence. And it seemed he had mentioned something about buying food just for her. Just the thought of a meal made her feel that gnawing hunger all over again. She swallowed hard, looking up at her mother with eyes full of hope, and Senjuchu looked back. Summoning her courage, she stood on her tiptoes and crept silently to the door, slowly opening it. She was left speechless as the warm, rich aroma of food from the table drifted toward her. At the sight of the meal, Senjuchu's eyes immediately began to well up with tears. As it turned out, he really had gone out to buy food for her and their daughter. Yet, faced with this sudden kindness, Senjuchu felt no joy, only a deep, lingering sense of dread. She wondered why he was doing this and what else he could possibly want to take from her. Little Bangwon, on bare feet, hurried over on her small legs to peek through the crack in the door. In that moment, her eyes lit up with a sudden, brilliant spark of excitement, and, quite naturally, she found herself salivating even more at the wonderful scent. But she didn't dare move without permission. Instead, she simply looked up expectantly. She tilted her head back, watching her mother with those large, blinking eyes of hers. Senjuchu took a long, deep breath and managed a small, faint smile at the corner of her lips. She whispered to Bangwan to be a good girl so they could eat quietly together. Bangwan nodded her little head as fast as she could, her heart full of anticipation. Meanwhile, inside the other room, he could clearly hear the soft sounds coming from outside. He let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on his situation after having tested the waters with that meal. It was only then that he realized the family had barely 1,800 left in total savings. He told himself he had to make money, and he had to start making it immediately. After a lifetime of deceiving clients, he suddenly sat up straight with a new realization. He wondered how he hadn't thought of it before, considering he was now in a parallel world. Feeling a surge of excitement, he reached for his phone and began scrolling through it incessantly. After a short while, a confident smile began to spread across his face. This world, as it turned out, was exactly as he had remembered it. The cultural heritage and the entertainment industry were completely different from those of his original world. Even the popular songs that would have made him cringe were somehow sitting at the top of the charts. He gripped his phone tightly, realizing that in this house, he had been given a truly massive opportunity. In his mind, he began to quickly sift through one song after another. Slowly but surely, classic melodies from his past life began to surface in his memory. After thinking and planning for so long, he eventually felt his strength begin to fail him. He could only drag his exhausted body to bed, slowly drifting off into the world of dreams. The following morning, at 6 o'clock sharp, we see him gently opening the bedroom door. As he stepped out, he noticed the dining table and the kitchen were both impeccably clean. It must have been Senjuchu who stayed up to clean everything after dinner last night. He stood there reflecting for a moment, and then quietly slipped into the bathroom to wash up. He knew that Senjuchu usually woke up at 8 to cook, mostly because he used to sleep until 10. Only after he had woken up and finished his morning drink could the mother and daughter eat whatever he left behind. Subconsciously, he let out another sigh before finishing his morning routine as quickly as possible. Senjuchu, back in the room, was actually already awake, but she didn't dare step outside just yet. The sound of running water finally stopped, followed by the familiar click of the front door closing. Senjuchu bit her lip, her eyes fixed nervously on the bedroom door. She wondered what he was up to now that he'd gone out. She waited a long time, but the house remained silent. Senjuchu looked down at little Bangwan, who was still fast asleep by her side. After thinking it over, she finally summoned her courage, quietly slipped out of bed, and opened the bedroom door. The heavy scent of alcohol that usually filled the room had already begun to fade. The fresh air drifting in through the window smelled wonderful, a rare treat in this house. To be honest, this entire situation felt completely surreal to Senjuchu. It had been a very, very long time since she had experienced such a clean, fresh aroma. Senjuchu approached the window, gazing out at the world beyond their walls. She stood there, lost in a daze, until a sudden realization hit her. She suddenly remembered that she was only 24 years old, hardly more than a girl. We don't know exactly how much time passed, but soon, the sound of the front door echoed again. Senjuchu snapped out of her thoughts, her entire body tensing as she turned around mechanically. He stood there just as stunned. He certainly hadn't expected Senjuchu to be awake and out of bed. After washing up earlier, he had discovered there wasn't a single scrap of food left in the house. In the morning light, she looked even more beautiful than the night before, despite the empty pantry. The only problem, of course, was that she was far too thin. Her face was extremely pale, likely the result of long-term malnutrition. Seeing her like this, he felt a painful mixture of hatred for his past self and deep shame. The thought escaped him. What a terrible waste it was to mistreat such a beautiful wife. Good morning. I'm going to get breakfast started first, he said gently. He was the first to break that uncomfortable silence between them. He quickly gathered the vegetables he had brought and hurried into the kitchen. Senjuchu could hardly believe her own ears or eyes. He was actually greeting her. And since when had he learned to cook? She couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Was it guilt? We can't be sure. But meanwhile, little Bangwan had finally woken up. Finding her mother gone from the bed, the little girl ran out barefoot to find her. The moment she stepped out, her tiny nose caught the wonderful aroma of fresh food. She turned her head, staring toward the kitchen with her eyes wide with wonder. And here we see that he, naturally, noticed the little one standing there as well. He gave her a warm smile, but unexpectedly, Bangwan's first instinct was to flee. Terrified, she hid behind Senjuchu, leaving him to rub his nose in a moment of helpless regret. A short time later, the meal was finally ready to be served. He looked at the two of them standing timidly in the distance and gently told them to wash up and eat. Bangwan was clearly salivating at the sight of the food, yet she didn't dare move an inch. Senjuchu was also watching the entire scene with a profound sense of astonishment. He had been feeling somewhat hopeful, but seeing their cautious, fearful attitude, that hope sank to the bottom of the sea. He remained silent for a moment, let out another sigh, and told them to go ahead and eat first. After saying that, he retreated into the bathroom, while Senjuchu remained frozen in place. She watched the bathroom door close and then saw the desperate hunger in her daughter's eyes. With a heavy sigh in her heart, she finally whispered, "Bongwan, let's go eat." On the dining table sat the millet porridge he had prepared, looking incredibly aromatic and appetizing. There were also 2 side dishes and even a small, delicate bowl of steamed eggs. At the sight of the steamed egg, little Bongwan's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. "Mommy, did Daddy make this for Bongwan?" she asked, leaving Senjuchu momentarily speechless. She looked into her daughter's expectant eyes and, finally, gave a slow nod of her head. Upon hearing this, Bongwan's eyes sparkled even more brightly than before. She couldn't wait another second to take a spoonful of the egg and pop it into her mouth. It was the very first time her father had cooked for her, and to her, it was delicious. Senjuchu, however, only ate in silence, her heart heavy with a mixture of conflict and confusion. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the bathroom, staring at that closed door. Meanwhile, he sat at his computer desk, starving, but well aware of the current situation. Right now, the mother and daughter simply couldn't bring themselves to sit at the same table as him. He tried to shake those heavy thoughts from his head to focus on the task at hand. Then, he took out his phone, opened the local social platform, and deleted his old account. It had a few thousand followers, but he registered a new one and, out of habit, checked the trending list, instantly frowning. He wondered what kind of garbage these songs were, and how such cheap commercial tracks could possibly dominate the charts. An idea began to form, and he searched the desk for several sheets of sheet music that had been gathering dust. They all belonged to Senjuchu, but he spread them out, and his pen began flying across the paper, writing new tabs. In his original world, he had been a composer. Now, this was simply a matter of applying his old talents. This little task, as it turned out, presented no difficulty for him whatsoever. In just a brief moment, a complete musical score appeared right there in front of him. Unable to wait, he pulled a guitar from a nearby closet and sat back down at his desk to play. He prepares himself emotionally and, in an instant, closes his eyes as his fingers begin to move softly across the strings. The guitar's melody resonates from the room, and Senjuchu, who had been eating in silence, suddenly stops in her tracks. She wonders if he even knows how to play. It seems impossible, as that guitar belongs to her, and she knows it well. He didn't know how to play, at least, he didn't before, so she can't help but wonder what on earth is happening now. Accompanied by the gentle strumming, his voice begins to drift out slowly, leaving Senjuchu even more stunned than before. Her eyes are filled with absolute, pure incredulity. Even little Bongwan, who had been eating happily, finds herself completely drawn in by the song. She sets down her spoon and leans toward the closed door, her large eyes blinking in curiosity. Bongwan tilts her head, realizing this is the very first time her father's voice has sounded so incredibly soft. Although Senjuchu has never heard this particular song before, she can immediately feel its emotional power. It is difficult for her to imagine such a beautiful melody coming from his mouth, of all people. By the time the next line of the song reaches her ears, Senjuchu begins to break down just a little. She is confused once again, feeling a deep-seated fear of the future and of how much this man seems to have changed. She fears it might all be an illusion. The song stops then, and Bongwan notices that her mother is crying. The little girl crawls toward Senjuchu's legs in a slight panic, wanting to help. She reaches out with her tiny hands, trying her best to wipe away her mother's tears. "Mommy, don't cry. Bongwan will give you a kiss," she says, trying to comfort her. Thinking her mother must be in pain again, Bongwan wipes the tears away and lifts her small face. She pulls back the collar of Senjuchu's shirt to blow on her skin, revealing a back covered in scars. Naturally, he has no idea what his song has stirred up between the mother and daughter outside that door. And so, we see him open his account and begin the process of recording the video. He makes sure not to show his face in the frame, revealing only the part below his nose. Holding the guitar firmly, he clears his throat to prepare his voice. This time he appears much more formal, playing and singing the entire song from start to finish. Once the song is over, he saves the recording and carefully trims the noise from the strings at both ends. Finally, he extracts the audio, combines the tracks, and submits the copyright registration online. With the technical work done, he adds a title and a brief personal message. He writes that it's an original song for everyone, hoping they enjoy it and support it with likes. The video uploads successfully, and he lets out a soft sigh of relief, thinking it is finally finished. Now, he only has to wait for the public's reaction, certain this song will be a hit in this era. He puts the guitar back in the closet and rubs his empty stomach, wondering if the mother and daughter have finished eating. It really is a shame to be this hungry. Eventually, he simply cannot wait any longer. He gently pushes the door open just a crack, peering out cautiously like a thief in his own home. At that moment, he sees Senjuchu lifting Bongwan away from the table. Her eyes are noticeably red, looking very much as though she has just been crying. She clearly sees him too, freezing in place for a second before hurrying to the bedroom with the girl in her arms. He sighs with relief, fully opens the door, and finally approaches the dining table. At last, he can eat. Seeing the food they left for him makes him happy as he picks up the congee. He swallows it in large gulps, quickly clearing every single plate on the table. and with that, he begins to gather the dirty dishes and the chopsticks. With nothing left to do, we see him take a walk around the room, observing the layout of the house. It is a modest apartment, consisting of only 2 bedrooms and a small living area. The space measures just 50 square meters, a home they bought together with their combined savings when they married. The household belongings aren't worth much. In fact, everything looks rather old and worn out. He shakes his head at the sight and returns to the sofa, letting himself fall back into the cushions. It is difficult for him to imagine how Shinjuchu manages to live in this environment with her daughter. Having barely left the house in 2 years, he feels as though he has been living in a prison. Deep down, he knows perfectly well that he cannot change their entire reality overnight. And so, he curls up on the small sofa and scrolls through his phone, searching for ways to support a family and make a child happy. He looks for guides on how to be a good father, though the answers on the internet are varied and often contradictory. He scratches his head in frustration, and it is at that moment that the bedroom door suddenly creaks open again. He follows the sound and sees a tiny head peeking out from behind the doorframe. Bangwon tilts her head, watching him. It is the first time he notices the girl has eyes as bright as her mother's. Those shining eyes are filled with such innocence and clarity that they begin to melt his heart. The only problem, he notes, is that little Bangwon's face is far too thin. Just like her mother, if she were a bit more well-fed, she would surely look even more beautiful. Previously, these two could only eat leftovers, and the little one wasn't even allowed to touch dishes mixed with alcohol. To be honest, his former self never gave them any money to live on, which explains their current state. They were always half-starved. Seeing Bangwon now, he tries to offer a smile, but before his lips can even move, he sees that Bangwon is so terrified that she quickly slams the door shut and runs back inside. From inside the room, we can also hear Shinjuchu's voice as she tries to comfort the little girl. His smile freezes on his face, and he touches his nose with a look of pure innocence. Time passes silently until the clock finally strikes noon. He puts his phone down and stands up. After all, it is time to start making lunch. Just at that moment, the bedroom door creaks open once again. Shinjuchu, her face carefully expressionless, emerges from the room, carrying a pile of clothes in her arms. As if she hadn't even seen him standing by the sofa, she walks directly toward the bathroom. And yet, we can clearly see that her body tensed up the moment she stepped out. Is she going to do the laundry? Suddenly, he remembers the clothes he took off yesterday. They are still in the washing machine, unwashed, so he walks quickly toward the bathroom to check. Shinjuchu is incredibly nervous, as she certainly didn't expect him to still be home. Normally, at this hour, he would have already left to go drinking with his rowdy friends. She hears his footsteps approaching her and immediately becomes even more anxious. Her body trembles slightly as he mentions that his clothes are still in the machine. He asks if she could let him take them out first so he can hang them up. Shinjuchu, who is leaning over to open the washing machine door, is visibly startled by his voice. Her body even wobbles a bit, prompting him to tell her to be careful. He can't help but add that extra remark, and Shinjuchu finally realizes he is actually asking for her opinion. She avoids his gaze, not yet daring to look him in the eye. It's okay, she whispers, telling him to go ahead and take them out first. He thanks her, but we see him clenching his fists tightly. His hands are trembling slightly as well, and it is becoming difficult to hide the anger in his eyes. The sight of the red and purple marks on Shinjuchu's neck had filled him with a deep, lingering anguish. He begins gathering his clothes from the washing machine, making sure not to stare at her any longer. He simply mentions that he will be starting on lunch in just a little while. He reminds her to call Bangwon so she can join them for the meal. Since Bangwon is still asleep, he tells her to wait for him before going in to wake the girl up. Shinjuchu flinches again, appearing unusually nervous in his presence. He is well aware, of course, that his mere presence is enough to make her feel pressured. With a look of helplessness, he touches his nose and finishes gathering his laundry. He quickly heads to the balcony to hang the clothes before disappearing into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Shinjuchu remains standing in the bathroom, clutching her pile of clothes in a daze. She stays that way until the sounds and smells of cooking begin to rise from the kitchen. Finally snapping back to reality, she begins placing her clothes into the machine with trembling hands. And yet, her gaze drifts unconsciously toward the kitchen where he is working. She wonders what could possibly be wrong with him, and without thinking, she touches her own nose. Then, quite suddenly, she freezes in place. She wonders when he even acquired such a habit as she stands there, motionless, before the machine. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the spinning drum, her heart feels unusually heavy and complicated. Once the cycle finally finishes, she takes the wet clothes to the balcony and begins to hang them up. And while she is busy on the balcony, we see that he is already hard at work, moving quickly around the kitchen. Bangwon didn't even wait for Shinjuchu to come and wake her. She managed to get up all on her own. Her tiny hands were still busy rubbing her sleepy, wide eyes as she wandered out. The moment she spots him occupied in the kitchen, those beautiful eyes of hers clearly begin to sparkle with excitement. Then, with a touch of curiosity, she leans against the kitchen doorframe, simply watching his back as he works. Shin Yuchu finishes hanging the laundry, and as she turns around, she takes in this domestic scene. Little Bongwang is standing there, absolutely filled with quiet expectation. And there he is, in the heart of the kitchen, focused entirely on his tasks. In that moment, Shin Yuchu feels her composure suddenly begin to crumble. She turns away quickly, leaning her weight against the cold surface of the wall. She covers her face with both hands and slowly sinks down, crouching toward the floor. Her tears fall in total silence, for this is a scene that used to appear only in her dreams, a long, long time ago. This time, however, he still doesn't sit down at the table to join them for the meal. After bringing the food to the table, he makes a hurried exit from the house. Upon hearing the sound of the door clicking shut, Shin Yuchu clumsily wipes the tears from her face. She stands up, gives Bongwang a gentle hug, and leads her over to the dining table. We can assume that, right now, her state of mind is terribly complicated. To be honest, she likely doesn't even know what she is thinking herself. The food, as it turns out, is just as delicious as the breakfast he prepared earlier. The little girl is already eating happily, enjoying her egg custard without a care in the world. But the quiet lunch shared by these two is soon interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, they look up as he walks through the door carrying a large bag of things. Bongwang leans closer to Shin Yuchu, the small spoon she was using for her egg custard still in her mouth. Her wide eyes follow his every movement with a mixture of curiosity and caution. He keeps his eyes lowered, not quite daring to look directly at this frightened mother and daughter. He simply walks toward the sofa, sets the bag down, and mentions that he bought some ointment for her. He reminds her to use it, adding that he also picked up a toy for the little girl. He admits he isn't sure if she'll like it, but he noticed other little girls have them. He felt she should have one too, though Shin Yuchu offers him no response. After saying his piece, he falls silent for a moment before finding the strength to continue. He knows she won't believe him, but there are things he feels must be said regardless. He promises he won't drink anymore, and he will never lay a hand on them again. He tells them that she and Bongwang don't have to be so afraid inside their own home. The girl is still so small, and he realizes this kind of environment is no good for her. He finishes saying it all at once, feeling the heavy weight in his heart lighten just a little. Without waiting for Shin Yuchu to answer, he quietly retreats back to the next room. Shin Yuchu watches his figure disappear, and in the heavy silence that follows, she finds she has no words. In just a single day, this man has changed so suddenly that she finds it impossible to let her guard down. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, he was feeling even worse than before. His eyes were red, making it quite clear that he had been crying while he was out. Deep down, he felt that if it were possible, he would rather not have traveled back in time at all, to remain ignorant of what was happening here. It was especially difficult when he looked at the scars on Shin Yuchu's body. His heart felt as though it were on the verge of collapsing, unable to truly understand the situation. He wondered how anyone could harbor such malice toward their own loved ones. He wondered, too, if they had left any food for him after they finished their meal. But when he finally left the room, we see that the things he had bought were still sitting untouched on the coffee table. The bag hadn't even been opened. He pursed his lips, sighed, and could only sit down to eat with his head hanging low. However, just at that moment, the door to the master bedroom opened once again. Little Bongwang poked her small head out, watching him with a sense of genuine curiosity. He quickly managed a smile for her, and this time, to his surprise, she didn't go running away in a panic. He felt a wave of relief, and his heavy heart seemed to lighten thanks to this vulnerable little creature. And so, he set down his chopsticks and used every bit of gentleness he possessed to softly call out Bongwang's name. The sound of his voice caused her small body to pause for a brief moment. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she glanced back toward the bedroom as if looking for guidance. Immediately after, as if she had received a sudden burst of encouragement, she looked at him again, and a soft, childish voice finally drifted from her lips. Papa. Upon hearing that single word, he felt a visible shudder go through him, and in an instant, his eyes began to well up with tears. To him, this was quite simply the most beautiful sound he had heard since his journey through time began. Bongwang merely tilted her little head, watching him with confusion as he sat there crying and laughing all at once. He nodded vigorously, and then he stood up to pull the small stuffed sheep out of the shopping bag. He gently waved the plush toy toward her, and we see Bongwang's wide eyes begin to sparkle with interest. She looked at the toy and then glanced back toward the bedroom, still unsure of herself. And after a long pause, she finally began to approach him with a great deal of hesitation. His heart was pounding, as he was terrified of scaring away this little creature who was trying so hard. She drew closer to his side, tilted her little face up, and took a deep, inquisitive sniff. And in the very next second, a happy, genuine smile spread across her face. Papa didn't smell bad anymore, and the toy was beautiful, which, to her, was all that mattered. Her tiny hand twitched, wanting to reach out for it, but not quite daring to, just staring at him intently. Looking into those large black eyes, he immediately understood, so he slowly knelt down to her level. And with the utmost care, he gently placed the toy into her small, waiting hand. Bongwang finally took the toy, her little fingers tracing the fabric of the stuffed sheep's dress, and her eyes immediately curved into the shape of crescent moons, bright with joy. Seeing her so happy left him with a complicated mix of emotions, both sweet and bitter, especially when he saw her thin face up close and her faded clothes, which were obviously much too small. His heart ached as if it were being pierced by needles, a sharp reminder of his past failures. She was only 3 years old. He grit his teeth and quickly wiped away his tears. He forced a smile, simply watching her play in silence, a rare moment of peace for them both. In this moment, there was absolutely nothing else in his world but the sight of his daughter. Meanwhile, inside the master bedroom, Shin Yuchu heard her daughter's bell-like laughter and began to weep uncontrollably. A little later, little Bongwang began to feel quite sleepy. She hugged her plush toy tightly, glanced at the fool who was still smiling at her, and turned to run back to the bedroom. And what he didn't know was that, in just one night, his song You Are the Doctor had already started to go completely viral. By 10 o'clock that night, our protagonist's video had already climbed to the 5th spot on the trending list. At that same moment, there was a knock on the office door of Lucilla, the chief operating officer at dojo headquarters. A technician stood there, clutching a tablet tightly in his hand. Wiping away his sweat, he told her there was a special situation that required Director Lee's immediate attention. It had taken only 2 hours for a single video to reach the 5th spot on the trending charts. She asked what was happening, wondering which big internet celebrity had failed or caused a stir this time. He explained it wasn't a famous star, but rather a brand new account that had only been registered that very day. And even more surprisingly, the video hadn't received a single bit of paid promotion. The content was simply a song. Upon hearing this, Lucilla's expression changed instantly. She immediately pulled up the trending list, and the surprise in her eyes grew even more visible. It had already reached 4th place, and she decided she had to hear what kind of song could do such a thing. After listening to the track, Lucilla fell into a complete, thoughtful silence. To be perfectly honest, it was the first time she had ever heard a song quite so beautiful. We see her immediately open the profile page, where she finally saw his name, Buff Fan. Without wasting a second, she turned and gave a direct order to her assistant. She told them to promote the video right now, ensuring it reached the #1 trending spot by tomorrow. The assistant nodded vigorously, knowing deep down that they had just placed a very winning bet. And after her assistant left, Lucilla found herself listening to the song once more. She tapped her fingers lightly on the desk and, after a moment of thought, picked up her phone to send him a private message. But our protagonist knew nothing of this. He woke up at 5, washed up, and headed out for some morning exercise. This body was in worse shape than he imagined, leaving him breathless after only a short run, forcing him to stop and start constantly. An hour later, he finally finished 5 kilometers and arrived home at 7:30, just as Senjutsu was finishing her morning routine. With strands of damp hair clinging to her forehead, she looked quite startled to see him standing there. He was surprised for a moment himself and asked, somewhat awkwardly, if little Bongwang was still asleep. She told him to go check on the girl while she showered and cooked, asking if there was anything special he wanted to eat. He replied that anything would be fine, as he was just going to see the child. After saying that, she practically fled into the bedroom, leaving him to simply shrug his shoulders in helpless confusion. After his shower, he was starving, and the original body's addiction to alcohol began to rear its ugly head again. He could only drink hot water desperately while cooking to ease the craving, and it was at that moment that Bongwang woke up. Clutching the sheep doll he had given her, she leaned against the kitchen doorframe. When he turned and saw her, a smile immediately lit up her face. He asked her what she wanted for breakfast, promising that her father would make it for her. Bongwang tilted her little head and thought for a long while before deciding on steamed eggs. Since Bongwang loved steamed eggs so much, he agreed that steamed eggs it would be. He responded with great affection, reaching out to pat her head, but he hesitated, fearing he might startle her. He quietly withdrew his hand, telling himself there was no rush and that they would take things one step at a time. The fact that Bongwang was accepting him gave him a newfound sense of hope and put him in a wonderful mood. Even the withdrawal symptoms and the gnawing hunger seemed to vanish entirely in that happy moment. He placed the breakfast on the table and, following his usual routine, retreated back into his small room. He intended to let the mother and daughter eat first, but this time, he could hear more of the little girl's chatter coming from outside. Lying down on the bed, he picked up the phone he had previously silenced, curious to see how his video was performing. But the moment he unlocked the screen, he was struck by a wave of pure, unadulterated shock. Just how many notifications were there? He swallowed hard and nervously opened the home page. A second later, the sight of over 1 million followers on his profile nearly blinded him with disbelief. With his heart racing, he checked the video itself, over 2 million likes and nearly 1 million comments. A smile spread across his face that he couldn't have suppressed if he tried. He had become famous with just a single song. And what's more, the comment section was absolutely overflowing with praise. Everyone was urging him to release a new track, and then came the moment to witness the actual earnings. When he opened the control panel, the number appearing in his digital wallet made his jaw drop, no less than 320,000. Without any advertising, he had earned 320,000 in a single day just from traffic, and that was after taxes. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had money now, and their lives wouldn't have to be so desperate anymore. We should remember that before this, his entire net worth was barely 1,000 duanes, forcing him to count every penny even for vegetables. He quickly transferred the earnings to his bank card and waited for the two people outside to finish eating before finally stepping out. He cleared the table and washed the dishes. Then, grabbing his phone, he hurried out the front door. This old residential neighborhood had been bought only because it was cheap, though he had once dreamed of moving to a better home. But the original owner had not only blown the savings on loans, he had even sold Senjuchu's phone for alcohol. With that thought, he left the complex. He headed straight for the shopping mall he remembered, and as soon as he entered, he spotted a mobile phone store. They sold a major national brand, and when a young shop assistant saw him approaching, her eyes lit up at the sight of such a handsome customer. "Are you looking to buy a mobile phone?" she asked, and with a simple nod, he scanned the counter before pointing to one and asking to see it. "You have a good eye," she remarked, noting it was their latest model and even featured satellite calling capabilities. He then asked if they sold SIM cards there, to which she replied, "Of course we do." When she asked if the phone was for him, he simply shook his head. "No, it wasn't. I'm buying it for my wife," he explained, leaving the shop assistant momentarily stunned with a look of inexplicable disappointment. In her mind, she was likely thinking that all the good men always seemed to belong to someone else. Still, she didn't hesitate to reply, telling him that his wife was certainly very lucky. She did mention, however, that to get a SIM card, the person would need to bring their own identification. He realized then that he hadn't expected a SIM card to require a real ID, but he took it in stride. "In that case," he said, "please just help me pack up the phone for now." After paying, he left in a hurry. After all, he still had a long list of things to buy. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, and meanwhile, we returned to the house just after he had departed. Senjuchu had cleaned the entire home from top to bottom and was now sitting on the sofa, gazing out the window. The house no longer smelled of alcohol, and as she watched Bongwang playing happily, a small smile touched her lips. She felt that life was finally good, until, a second later, the door lock suddenly began to turn. The sound snapped her out of her thoughts instantly, and little Bongwang scrambled up to hide in Senjuchu's arms. They weren't sure who it was, but then they heard noises from outside and the sound of his familiar voice. "Slowly, slowly, don't drop it," he was saying, telling someone to count the items and bring them inside. Senjuchu quickly held Bongwang, intending to retreat to the bedroom, but she couldn't help but look toward the door with curiosity. When he finally entered and saw Senjuchu, his eyes lit up with clear and unmistakable joy. "Could you pour some glasses of warm water?" he asked her, his voice filled with a new kind of energy. He wanted to make sure the workers could take a little break and rest for a moment. Senjuchu, who hadn't had any contact with strangers in a very long time, felt a bit confused by it all. She agreed to do it right away, noticing that his smile was more intense than ever. Even if he was covered in sweat, he looked clean and capable. Immediately after, we see him and the workers carrying a brand new sofa into the house. Then they hauled out the old sofa, followed by the television, the refrigerator, and even the plants. With every new piece of furniture that entered, the house was instantly transformed, looking completely renovated. In the end, he managed to sell all those old, discarded pieces for a total of 800 yuan. Deep down, Senjuchu felt a little pang of pain in her heart at the sight. Even though those pieces of furniture were old, she couldn't believe he had actually sold them. To her, they were still useful, and 800 yuan felt like a huge loss. But what intrigued her most was where he had gotten so much money. According to her calculations, the family should have been struggling just to get by. After seeing the workers off, he returned to the living room with a large bag, satisfied with the fruits of his labor. This was what a real home was supposed to feel like. He wiped away his sweat and placed the bag on the new coffee table. He let himself sink heavily into the cushions of the soft, new sofa. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter were still standing in the kitchen, completely stunned by the transformation. Little Bongwang hugged her mother's leg, acting like a curious baby as she peered left and right at her new surroundings. Seeing the little girl like that made his eyes crinkle with a genuine, heartfelt smile. He suddenly felt a massive sense of accomplishment, and so, reaching into the bag, he pulled out a large pink toy and placed it on the coffee table, though his eyes remained fixed on Bongwang. And sure enough, little Bongwang's gaze is drawn to it immediately. He reaches out his hand and calls to her, looking at her with genuine affection. He tells her to come quickly and see what her father has bought for her. But Bongwang doesn't run to him right away. Instead, she looks up at her mother, whose lips move without saying a word. He takes it one step at a time, drawing closer as he begins to open the toy's packaging. It's a princess house, though at the moment, the little house is a bit of a mess. He asks Bongwang if she wants to help her father decorate the little princess's home. Bongwang's eyes light up instantly, and she edges closer until she is standing right by his leg. He smiles softly, picking up the little princess from the house and asking in a gentle, delicate voice. He points out that the little princess isn't even dressed yet. He pretends to be completely lost, acting as though he has no idea how to dress a princess properly. He asks for her help, and as he speaks, he gently hands the little doll over to her. Bongwang blinks her large eyes, tentatively reaching out her tiny hand toward him. He takes her soft hand in his, a smile spreading across his face as he picks up a long pink dress for the doll. He asks her if she could please teach him how to do it, a clever move, to be honest. Bangwang can feel the warmth of his palm against her own. She looks at the doll, then back at him, looking so helpless, and suddenly, she breaks into a smile. Calling him clumsy, she agrees to teach him, smiling until her tiny white teeth show. Leaning against his leg, she begins the delicate task of clumsily putting the dress on the little princess. He laughs along with her, humbly accepting the little girl's lessons on how to dress a princess. In this moment, the small room suddenly feels incredibly warm, and we see Senyuchu leaning against the doorframe. As she watches this beautiful scene unfold before her in silence, her eyes gradually begin to well up with tears. But the play session between father and daughter doesn't last very long. He looks up and notices Senyuchu standing there dazed, wearing a faded light blue shirt. At this particular moment, that simple garment seems exceptionally striking. He squints his eyes suddenly as a realization flashes through his mind. These are actually matching outfits for a father and daughter. Senyuchu had bought them in secret behind his back for Bangwang's second birthday. Back then, he had beaten her over these clothes and even sold her mobile phone, a truly shameful memory. Recalling that scene, he falls into an immediate, heavy silence. A second later, he staggers to his feet, barely able to keep his balance. He covers his mouth and rushes to the bathroom, overcome by a sudden, frantic need to vomit. He is learning now what it feels like when a conscious person revisits such past behavior from a first-person perspective. A sickening wave of self-loathing washes over him, and this sudden change deeply frightens the mother and daughter outside. Senyuchu trembles with fear and quickly runs toward the sofa. She pulls Bangwang into her arms, while the little girl huddles close, terrified that her father will emerge and scold them as he used to. After recovering slightly, he steps out of the bathroom looking utterly ashamed. With bloodshot eyes, he looks at the frightened Senyuchu and Bangwang, feeling a profound sense of sadness. His stomach is still churning, but he endures the discomfort and speaks to them in a weak, trembling voice. He tells them he is sorry for scaring them, claiming he is simply feeling a bit unwell. The moment he realizes he is inhabiting the body of such a monster, he feels as if millions of ants are crawling over his skin. Looking at their still cautious expressions, he can't help but let out a deep, heavy sigh. He quietly enters the kitchen, noting that Bangwang likely hasn't finished her playtime just yet. He tells Senyuchu to take the girl and play a while longer while he prepares their lunch. Senyuchu watches his profile carefully, a face so familiar, yet suddenly feeling like that of a complete stranger. Finally, she nods, gathers Bangwang in her arms, and returns to her seat on the sofa. Bangwang peeks her little head out, and seeing that he is still being a gentle father, a smile finally lights up her face again. When lunch is ready, the aroma of food fills the living room, but Senyuchu notices that after serving the meal, he has disappeared. Instead of joining them at the table, he has quietly retreated back to the bathroom. Her lips tremble as if she wants to say something, but in the end, she can't find a single word. As they begin to eat, little Bangwang holds her small spoon, looking quite thoughtful. Suddenly, she frowns and asks her mother why her father isn't eating with them. Senyuchu is busy stirring a piece of sautéed meat, lost in her own world. This was always her favorite dish, mainly because he never cared for spicy food. It had been a long time since she tasted it, and hearing her daughter's question, she instinctively glances toward the side room. She turns her head back and suddenly smiles, a look as radiant as spring flowers in bloom. She explains that it's simply because mommy and daddy haven't made up with each other just yet. The little girl doesn't quite understand, and her frown only deepens in confusion. Meanwhile, back in the room, he remains completely lost in his own troubled thoughts. He tries to comfort himself by saying this wasn't his fault, but it doesn't change the fact that she is his responsibility now. Reluctantly, he could only take out his phone to watch some videos and try to distract himself. His video was still right there, sitting at the very top of the trending list. In the comments, everyone was practically begging him to release a new song as soon as possible. At that moment, life felt completely upside down, and he suddenly heard the sound of dishes being washed outside. He set his phone down and stepped out, noticing they had left some food for him on the table. We see Senyuchu busy in the kitchen, quietly finishing up the washing. Meanwhile, little Bangwang was occupied with her new toys over on the sofa. When she saw him come out, Bangwang didn't seem nearly as frightened as she had been before. He smiled, walked over to gently pat her little head, and then turned his gaze toward the kitchen. Senyuchu was just stepping out of the kitchen when she caught him looking at her. She tensed up instantly, her hands awkwardly clutching at the hem of her clothes. Seeing her act so submissive made him frown, though he couldn't really help it. Deep down, he let out a long, silent sigh of frustration. It was precisely because of her gentle, introverted nature that her own family had taken advantage of her so ruthlessly. Thinking of this, his slight frown relaxed almost immediately. He then picked up the phone he had just bought from the coffee table and placed it on the dining table. Looking at Senyuchu, he told her in a soft tone that he had bought a phone for her. He asked her to see if she liked it, adding that there was something important he wanted to discuss. He asked if she could come over, while Senyuchu kept her head bowed low. After hearing his words, she suddenly lifted her head to look at him in surprise. The first thing she saw were his eyes, looking back at her with a clear and honest gaze. Immediately after, her eyes drifted to the brand new phone box sitting right there on the table. Sen Yuchu stood there stunned for a moment, before finally giving a soft, hesitant nod. She walked slowly toward the sofa and took a seat, her movements still cautious. He asked if there was anything she wanted to discuss as he pulled out the new light blue phone. After a brief setup, he handed the device directly to Sen Yuchu. He explained that the phone was for her and that she would just need to get her own SIM card. He had already saved his number, telling her she could call him if she needed anything while he was out. As he spoke, he also pulled a stack of bills from his pocket and placed them gently in front of her. This was the cash he had just withdrawn, suggesting she take the little girl out for a walk that afternoon. It wasn't healthy to stay cooped up inside all day, and he encouraged her to buy whatever she wanted. He pointed out that they both needed new clothes, as their current ones were clearly becoming too small. He also suggested she get a bank card soon, noting that carrying around that much cash wasn't exactly safe. He continued to mumble on, letting out everything that had been on his mind all at once. However, Sen Yuchu simply lifted her head, staring at him intently while she listened to his rambling. Slowly, we see her eyes begin to redden as the weight of his kindness sinks in. Seeing that she wasn't taking the phone, he could only rub his nose in a moment of helpless awkwardness. He wondered aloud if she disliked the phone, explaining he chose it because the color was nice and it was the latest model. If she didn't like it, he told her they could simply go out and buy one that she actually preferred. And then, quite unexpectedly, Sen Yuchu looked deep into his eyes once again. "I like it very much, thank you," she whispered, her words finally breaking through the heavy silence between them. Her voice remained incredibly soft, caught in a throat tight with emotion and a slight, unmistakable tremble. And right in that moment, their gazes met quite suddenly, creating a brief, charged connection. He looked away naturally to break the tension, though deep down, he felt a massive wave of relief. He told her he was glad she liked it, adding a quick, "You're welcome," before announcing he was going to eat. After saying this, he stood up immediately and walked quickly toward the dining table. He began to eat voraciously, while Sen Yuchu sat there still wondering where on earth he had gotten so much money. But she didn't ask. Instead, she simply picked up the new phone and began to examine it closely. Little Bangwan also wandered over, looking with wide-eyed curiosity at the new object in her mother's hands. Sen Yuchu took the opportunity to gently stroke the little girl's head, a rare moment of peace for them. And so, we see mother and daughter sitting together, completely mesmerized by the glowing screen of the phone. By the time he finished his meal, he found himself sweating quite a bit from the afternoon heat. He desperately wanted a shower, but since the two of them stayed in the living room, he felt far too embarrassed to try. In the end, he could only retreat to his room with a hint of frustration, which was a bit silly, really. He stayed there until 5 in the evening, when the weather outside finally began to cool down. Sen Yuchu, still sitting on the sofa, hesitated for a long moment as she looked at the door. But finally, she reached out and took the money he had left on the table. Immediately after, she gathered her things and led little Bangwan out of the house. It had been a very, very long time since Bangwan had been allowed to step foot outside those walls. The child loved to play, but previously, her mother never took her out and her father strictly forbade them from leaving. And so, being allowed to go out this time made the little one look exceptionally happy. The child held a toy sheep in one hand while tightly clutching her mother's hand with the other. She skipped and hopped along the path, her large, round eyes darting everywhere to take it all in. Everything outside was a brand new world to her, but Sen Yuchu felt quite self-conscious. Without even realizing it, the pace of her footsteps began to quicken. As she watched the strangers passing by on the street, she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Seeing herself and Bangwan in these ill-fitting clothes made her feel as though everyone's eyes were constantly fixed on them. The shopping center wasn't far. She remembered it was only a 2-block walk to get there. However, the changes to the mall since she last visited were quite significant. In just 2 years, it seemed the entire place had been renovated with a much smarter, modern look. As soon as she stepped inside, we see her spot a mobile phone shop with a counter for SIM cards. Sen Yuchu hesitated for a brief moment before finally leading the little girl inside. The store was crowded, and the employees all seemed to be incredibly busy with other customers. Having lacked human contact for so long, Sen Yuchu just stood there in place, looking a bit confused. Fortunately, a clerk noticed her, walked over to pat Bangwan's head, and greeted them with a warm smile. She remarked on what a good girl she was, then asked if the lady was looking to buy a phone. Hearing someone praise Bangwan brought a small, rare smile to Sen Yuchu's face as well. She explained that she wanted to apply for a SIM card and asked if it was possible to do so now. The clerk kept smiling and, while chatting, began to guide Sen Yuchu toward the service counter. She confirmed they could help and mentioned they had several plans to choose from, though she needed to know the phone's brand. She explained that if the phone happened to be their own brand, there were special discounts available for the SIM card. At the mere mention of a discount, we see Sen Yuchu's eyes light up with immediate interest. She quickly pulled the phone from her pocket and handed it to the clerk, asking in a low, hopeful voice. She wondered if this one would work, noting it seemed to be their brand and that she had only gotten it that morning. The clerk, however, found herself momentarily stunned as she looked at the device. She took a second, much more careful look at Sen Yuchu, trying to piece things together. Only 2 of these latest models had been sold all day, and now here she was, asking for a SIM card. Naturally, the clerk's mind went straight back to the man she had served earlier that morning. She couldn't help but wonder if this mother and daughter were actually the family of that handsome stranger. It was just that they looked so disheveled, wearing clothes that quite obviously didn't fit them at all. That handsome man didn't seem like the type who would mistreat his wife and daughter, or so she thought. The clerk couldn't quite make sense of it, but to be honest, it wasn't her place to ask. Maintaining her professional smile, she let out a small exclamation of surprise. She asked if the handsome gentleman who bought the phone that morning was indeed her husband. She told her how lucky she was, as this was the very latest model they carried in the store. With this specific phone, she could get a deal where topping up 100 credits got her 100 free, plus 600 minutes of calls. The clerk continued her enthusiastic service, though the focus of her attention had now shifted entirely to Senyuchu. Senyuchu felt so dizzy from the flurry of information that she simply paid and finished the process before stepping back outside. The clerk's enthusiastic voice still echoed in her mind, especially the part where she called him a good man. Deep down, Senyuchu really wanted to tell her that if she wanted such a good man, she was welcome to take him home herself. After purchasing the SIM card, Senyuchu also applied for a bank card and deposited every bit of cash she had onto it. Once the cost of the SIM card was deducted, she found she still had 4,900 credits remaining. Leaving the bank with her new phone and bank card, she looked up at the towering buildings and suddenly felt truly alive. Now she could finally leave with her daughter and find a job to support them both with the money she held in her hand. She could even pursue her dreams again. This sudden sense of freedom left her standing there, stunned, for a long time. That is, until a small, childish voice echoed in her ear, asking if Bangwan could please have an ice cream. She snapped back to reality instantly, realizing little Bangwan was still right there, holding her hand tightly. The girl's round eyes were fixed directly on an ice cream parlor just a short distance away. To be honest, she looked as though she was just about to start drooling at the very thought of it. Senyuchu smiled then, a smile so bright and radiant it seemed to light up her entire face. She agreed, but warned her she could only have one, or her little tummy might start to ache. Bangwan declared she loved her mommy most of all, and at last, the two of them set off together. Meanwhile, we see our protagonist taking a long, relaxing bath, completely unaware of what was happening. He had no idea, of course, that there was a very real possibility Senyuchu might never return. After finishing his bath, he began to prepare tonight's dinner with his usual care. As was his custom, he prepared 2 meat dishes to serve as the main part of the meal. He added 2 vegetable dishes as well, though he hesitated on the soup since he wasn't sure when they would be back. He decided to wait on that, setting the table and leaving the noodles ready on the cutting board for later. After that, he returned to the living room and collapsed onto the sofa to rest for a moment. He picked up his phone and, interestingly enough, began searching for information on how to properly raise a child. What should one do if a child refuses to eat? The first suggestion he found was to simply give them a spanking. But he quickly realized that wasn't right at all, mentally crossing that idea off his list immediately. After all, Bangwan was such a good girl. He found it hard to believe she would ever cause such trouble. Besides, the little girl was far too sweet for such harsh measures. He knew deep down he wouldn't be capable of it. He couldn't even imagine lifting a finger against her. Eventually, the long search for information began to take its toll, and he let out a wide yawn as sleepiness set in. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and realized, with some surprise, that it was already 7 in the evening. He began to wonder why the mother and daughter hadn't returned home yet. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright, gripped by the sudden fear that something might have happened to them. Feeling a wave of nerves, Wangzan stood up, threw on his shoes, and prepared to head out and search for them. But just as he swung the door open, he found himself face to face with the two of them returning from the outside. A sudden gust of wind swept through the open doorway as they stood there. He stood there completely speechless, utterly stunned by the sight of Senyuchu in that moment. She was humming an unfamiliar tune, walking with a light step, and the curve of her lips showed she was in a wonderful mood. She was carrying several shopping bags, while little Bangwan held onto a corner of her mother's clothes with one hand. In her other hand, the girl was still clutching the sheep doll he had given her earlier. The reason for his shock was simple. Both of them were dressed in brand new, perfectly fitted clothes. 2 pairs of bright, lively, and adorable eyes looked up at him the moment they saw him. They seemed a bit surprised to see him at the door, but Bangwan quickly ran toward him with a sweet smile. She called out, "Papa," clearly overjoyed after a day of playing and showing off her new outfit. That "Papa" nearly made his soul take flight. He could only respond with a trembling voice before leaning down toward her. Gently stroking Bangwan's hair, he gave the adorable little girl a hug and led her into the house first. He promised her that he would prepare some delicious noodles for her today, asking if that sounded all right. He suggested adding 2 eggs, knowing well that Bangwan truly loved eating them. The little girl excitedly agreed. While outside the door, Senyuchu stood there, looking somewhat dazed by the evening breeze. The little one had just told her how much she loved her mother, yet in the blink of an eye, her true loyalties were revealed. Bangwan didn't have to wait long at all, as the egg noodles were ready in no time. He brought the noodles over to her, playfully tapping her nose with his finger as he served them. And then, out of habit, he turned around to head back toward the bedroom. He had only just turned his back, however, when something quite unexpected happened. The little girl reached out and grabbed a corner of his clothes to stop him. She asked in a soft, sweet voice if her papa could stay and eat with her. He turned his head back and found himself meeting Bang Wan's deeply expectant gaze. He hesitated for a moment, stealing a secret glance at Senyuchu, who was sitting right there beside them. Senyuchu said absolutely nothing and didn't even look his way, acting as if she hadn't heard the child's request at all. To be honest, he was feeling quite confused, as the current situation was becoming rather difficult to navigate. He felt as though he were facing a sentence. He just wanted a clear answer, one way or the other. He wondered what this silence could possibly mean, so he decided to tentatively test the waters. He announced he would stay to eat with her, taking a seat right by Bang Wan's side. And of course, it was Bang Wan who responded, happily patting the chair next to her to welcome him. Te tocas la nariz, trayendo otro plato de fideos de la cocina, con una expresión antinatural. Te suntaste al lado de Wang Lan. Mama está sentada a la izquierda, papa está sentado a la derecha. Wang Lan, en el medio, estaba siendo abrazado por sus padres por primera vez, y la sonrisa en su rostro no cesaba. Incluso comía con especial entusiasmo. Comió un plato lleno de fideos, dejándolo completamente limpio. Al final, Senyuchu temía que el pequeño comiera demasiado y no lo permitió comer más. El pequeño se rindió entonces. Era solo que después de la cena, Wang Wan quería que papa y mama juntos la acompañaran a jugar con bloques de producción, pero su deseo no se cumplió. Al final, solo tú jugas con Wang Wan, mientras que Senyuchu, después de cenar, regresó sola al dormitorio. Pudiste entender esto, que ella te permitiera sentarte a la mesa y comer juntos. Seguramente significaba que Senyuchu ya había librado una gran batalla psicológica. Te pusiste en el lugar de Senyuchu. Pensaste, si fueras tú, después de haber sido tratado de la manera en que ella había sido tratado antes, queriendo llevarte bien con un enemigo, seguramente no podrías hacerlo. No, si fueras tú, el tu original. Seguramente ni siquiera encontraría su cuerpo ahora. Lo habrían picado directamente para alimentar a los perros. Estuviste llegando con Wang Lan hasta las 9 de la noche. Wang Lan ya tenía tanto sueño que hincha con la cabeza de vez en cuando, pero aún así no quería irse a dormir. Durante este tiempo, también descubriste un problema muy grave. Y es que Wang Lan ya tiene 3 años, pero el pequeño todavía no puede quitarse los zapatos solo. Debe saber que los niños normales de 3 años ya están en edad de ir al jardín de infancia. También sabes que esto fue causado por el entorno familiar dysfunctional anteriormente. He knew he couldn't force things as much as he wanted to, but he still felt an incredible weight of guilt. At that moment, Senyuchu stepped out of the bedroom, though she didn't say a word. She simply stood there, watching him and little Wang Lan together on the sofa in silence. The look in her eyes was clear and unmistakable. It was time. He understood instantly, lifting Wang Lan from the sofa with a kiss on the cheek and a warm smile. He told the little one it was time for bed, promising that Papa would play with her again tomorrow. Wang Lan's eyes, which were already heavy with sleep, fluttered open just a little bit. She looked at his face for a moment before turning her head toward Senyuchu. Then, quite suddenly, the little girl buried her head into her father's neck. She announced she wanted to sleep with Papa tonight, a request that caught him completely off guard. It was a request that also caused Senyuchu's expression to darken ever so slightly. And as we know, there is nothing more awkward than when the air suddenly goes still like this. He looked at Senyuchu with a completely innocent expression, hoping she would understand. This was the child's idea. After all, he hadn't done anything to instigate it. Senyuchu secretly clenched her fists, feeling a bit betrayed by the situation. She felt this little ungrateful one had forgotten who had been caring for her all this time. In just 2 days, it seemed the child had been completely won over by the enemy's charms. In the end, the little one got her way, and Senyuchu simply gave her a quick wash. The little girl happily crawled into her father's bed, feeling quite victorious. Wang Lan clung to his neck like a little koala, refusing to let go for even a second. He let her hug him just like that, marking the very first time he had ever lulled a baby to sleep. He also tried to recall all that parenting advice he had read about on the internet, and so he began to softly tell Wang Lan a bedtime story to help her drift off. Very soon, little Wang Lan felt a deep sense of contentment in her heart and fell fast asleep. The next morning, we find that Wang Lan was still lost in a deep, peaceful slumber. He woke up early and opened the bedroom door with the utmost care, making sure to stay silent. He stepped into the living room ready for his morning run, but suddenly rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The ointment that had been sitting on the coffee table was gone. His eyes brightened, and a bittersweet smile touched his lips. He left the house in a joyful mood, and between his run, a shower, and cooking, over 2 hours had passed. After preparing breakfast, he faced his next task for the day, waking up his daughter. Wanlan woke to his gentle voice and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Seeing him there the moment she looked up, a charming, innocent smile gradually bloomed on her face, and the little girl reached out with her soft, tiny hands. Striking a pose for a hug from Papa, he immediately reached out to hold her gently, dressing her in the new clothes from yesterday. Then he took her to get washed, putting into practice everything he had learned from videos about childcare. But as we know, theory is one thing and reality is quite another. He quickly realized how delicate a child's body really is. He didn't dare use any force, making the whole process look rather clumsy, especially when it came to doing her pigtails. Feeling quite helpless after so much effort, he could only manage to give her a pair of crooked little ponytails. Papa is silly, Wanlan teased with a pout, catching a glimpse of her lopsided hair in the mirror. He gave her little nose a playful pinch, making her burst into laughter as she reached up to pinch his nose right back. Shin Yuchu stepped out of the bedroom and watched this warm scene between father and daughter, choosing to say nothing. She simply slipped into the kitchen without a word and began setting out the breakfast. Perhaps she didn't even realize that the corners of her lips had already curved into a slight, unconscious smile. After the three of them finished their simple meal, he didn't hand Wanlan back to Shin Yuchu, but instead carried her over to the sofa. They began playing princesses, but this time, while playing with Wanlan, he started quietly planting a few ideas in her little head. Very simple numbers, in fact, just 1 through 10, after he had noticed where Wanlan was struggling. Secretly, he formulated a plan to cultivate the little girl's independent learning skills while they played together. Starting with basic numbers and moving toward essential life skills, he intended to teach Wanlan bit by bit. Obviously, this isn't something achieved overnight, but fortunately, Wanlan is quite bright. It's just that no one had ever taught her these things before. Now, under his casual guidance, she quickly absorbs the knowledge, and he also noticed a change in Shin Yuchu since she returned yesterday. It seems she has suddenly become a different person, carrying a certain spark that simply wasn't there before. This is a good sign, certainly, and it makes him feel much more at ease. Meanwhile, we see Shin Yuchu downloading platforms and other software while she watches the interaction between the two. In this moment, she also realizes he is subtly teaching Wanlan, and she watches them in silence. A hint of sweetness rose in her heart. She had always wanted to teach her daughter, but given their previous family environment, it was impossible. Her life had been so difficult back then. How could she have had the capacity to teach Wanlan like a normal mother? Shin Yuchu pulled her gaze away and looked at the phone screen. It was the latest model, after all. The download speeds were incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, several programs were already installed. The moment Shin Yuchu logged into her WeChat, unread messages flooded in from Chu, the young assistant who had followed her for 2 years. Her WeChat only contains a few people. Besides him, there was only the information from Chu at her previous company. From the day she married until just 2 days ago, Chu had been sending messages incessantly, mostly asking how she was doing. It was just that she had never been able to reply, and looking at this long string of messages, Shin Yuchu felt a warmth rising in her heart. She immediately typed out a response. "I'm sorry, Chu, I haven't been able to answer your messages until now. I'm doing well now, so please don't worry about me." Less than 2 seconds after she hit send, the notification pinged. The reply from the other side came instantly. "Sister Shun, you're finally alive. I thought that after you got married, you wouldn't want to pay any attention to me anymore. Sister Shun, you have no idea what it's been like since you disappeared." Rumors flew all over the company, especially from that hateful Luli. "These last 2 years have been unbearable. She says terrible things to everyone, claiming you got what you deserved. It's truly infuriating." Reading Chu's message, Shin Yuchu's lips pursed slightly, thinking that perhaps Luli was actually right. She felt she really had deserved it. After all, back at the company, she had always outperformed Luli. It was only logical, she supposed, that Luli would act this way once she had retired from that circle. Chu, how have you been lately? Is life going well for you?" We see that Shin Yuchu chose not to address the gossip Chu was sharing. Instead, she focused on the girl's well-being, to which Chu replied, "I'm fine, Sister Shun, don't worry. I'm like an unkillable cockroach. I just miss you so much. Will you ever come back, Sister Shun?" Shin Yuchu froze for a moment, a sudden flash of longing appearing in her eyes. Would she ever return? She turned her head to look at him, then glanced over at Wanlan, and after a long silence, the spark of longing in her eyes began to fade away, slowly but surely. "Probably not, but if you miss me, Chu, we can find a time to meet up." Meanwhile, at the Tianmei Entertainment Building in the center of Jian City, a young woman about 5'3" stood waiting. She set the heavy equipment down from her shoulders, and with growing excitement, she held her phone and typed away without stopping. But very quickly, a woman's sharp, piercing voice snapped her right out of her moment of joy. "Zhao Chu, you're slacking off again. Hurry up and get back to work. Do you still think you're the high and mighty assistant to a pop star like you used to be? If you don't want to work, then you might as well leave right now." The owner of that voice was a woman with a sharp, fox-like face, and a personality to match, it seemed. She lifted her chin, her narrow eyes filled with utter contempt as she snapped. "What are you looking at? Why haven't you taken that equipment to the recording studio yet? If you delay my recording session, do you really think you'll be able to pay for the lost time? Zhao Chuchu rolled her eyes at the woman, but she still hoisted the gear from the floor and headed toward the studio. All right, Sister Shun, I'm free this Saturday, so just contact me if you have some time. Shin Yuchu looked at this message, and finally, a genuine smile began to spread across her face. She checked the chat one last time, and seeing there were no other messages, she returned to the Beiboy app. We see that her last post on Beiboy was from 2 years ago, when she first announced her retirement from show business. The original count of hundreds of thousands of fans had dwindled down to just a few thousand over time. Aside from a few diehard followers, there were even some old fans who still left messages frequently, worrying about her. She took a quick look at the Beiboy search trends, which were filled with the usual recent scandal news. But among them, there were several posts discussing a specific song that had recently gone viral. A Life With You, a heavenly song by a mysterious singer, becoming an overnight sensation with just a single video. It had already surpassed 1 million views, leaving everyone asking the same question: who exactly is she? An in-depth analysis. We are shown a recent hidden gem of a song. Shin Yuchu felt a flicker of curiosity about this song that had gone viral so recently. And so, she clicked on the title, and her phone screen automatically jumped to a video interface. A familiar guitar melody began to play, and the living room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Only the song resonated in the ears of the three of them. He turned awkwardly as Bangwan's large eyes blinked in wonder. She lunged into Shin Yuchu's arms and stared intently at the phone screen. Shin Yuchu, for her part, was left completely stunned. That familiar voice, it was the very same song that had drifted out of his room just 2 days ago. It turns out he had been recording a video that day, though it was little Bangwan who spoke up first. She reached out her tiny hand toward the phone screen. She looked up at Shin Yuchu and said, "It's Papa. Papa is in the phone." "Yes, it's Papa," Shin Yuchu replied, gently patting the little girl's head. Now she finally understood why he had so much money to replace all the furniture in the house. The likes were in the millions, after all. How could he not have the money? She looked over at him, watching the profile of his face. Her expression was complex, filled with a feeling she couldn't quite explain. Bangwan, having received her mother's confirmation, happily threw herself back into his arms. Holding his face with her 2 small hands, her large eyes shining with light, she spoke in a childish voice. "Papa is so good. Bangwan wants to sing too." 2 soft little hands pressed firmly against his face. His gaze began to melt, and he used his own large hands to cradle his daughter's tiny face. Bangwan loved to sing too. She crinkled her large eyes and answered him without a second thought, her smile growing even brighter. He promised to teach her how to sing, and once she learned, they would record it on the phone together. Bangwan nodded her head eagerly and then, in a burst of joy, gave his cheek a forceful kiss. Having received his reward, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Under the little girl's admiring gaze, he hurried back to the bedroom to fetch his guitar. Returning to the sofa, we see him take up the instrument and begin tuning the strings. He looked up and found both Shin Yuchu and Bangwan watching him. They were staring without even blinking, so he offered a quick word of comfort before striking the first chords. Today, he announced, he would create a children's song exclusively for Bangwan. He told her he would sing it through once so she could hear the melody. After that, he would sing one phrase at a time for Bangwan to repeat. Bangwan nodded happily, her little face filled with pure expectation. The song was titled Explosion of Courage. 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 He struck a pose, wearing an expression that was both incredibly proud and shamelessly smug. Shin Yuchu, who had been watching the spectacle from the side, caught a glimpse of his face without him even noticing. She nearly choked with laughter, as it was the very first time she had ever seen him looking quite like that. Over these last 3 days, thanks to his remarkably good behavior, the tension between him and Shin Yuchu had softened considerably. At the very least, Shin Yuchu was now taking the initiative to actually speak a few words to him. No one could have guessed that the second video on this account wouldn't be just another clip. It was, in fact, a song, an original piece, and every bit as beautiful as the last. Over at the platform's headquarters, Luya noticed the video almost immediately. After watching it through to the end, she gave it the highest possible recommendation without a second thought. Such a cute little girl and such a lovely song were simply impossible to ignore. Lu Yun had a massive grin on her face, her smile stretching practically from ear to ear. Immediately afterward, the platform's trending search list exploded once again. The wave from his previous video hadn't even settled before the storm of Explosion of Courage began to take over. This time, the video's popularity surged even faster than before. In just a single afternoon, the likes reached 5 million, and the number of comments was becoming truly absurd. This led to him having to mute his phone again that evening, as he sat on the sofa cradling Bangwan. We see him tirelessly scrolling through the comment section, unable to look away. It seemed that everyone in the comments was a hidden talent in their own right. He couldn't stop reading. One user even joked that with a daughter that cute, they wouldn't let any boys within 100 miles. Naturally, that became the most liked comment of them all. It was a Saturday. He had just finished his morning jog and was wiping away the sweat as he returned. Still damp from the run, he opened the front door only to find Shin Yuchu wearing a new nightgown with thin straps. She was just stepping out of the bathroom, clearly having finished her shower, and was busy drying her hair. Her face was flushed from the heat of the water, and for a moment, the two of them simply stood there, staring at one another. Suddenly, a certain poem flashed through his mind. Natural and unadorned, as pure as a lotus blossom rising from the water. To be honest, that description fit Shin Yuchu perfectly in that very moment. Seeing him staring at her like a complete fool, Shin Yuchu instinctively moved her hands to cover her chest. A deep blush gradually began to spread across her face. Even her earlobes began to turn a bright, unmistakable shade of red. They had been married for over 2 years, of course, yet this feeling between them persisted. It was as if they were a young couple who had only just begun their journey together. "Good morning," Shin Yuchu said, trying her best to regain her composure. She gave him a quick greeting before quickening her pace to make her escape. He managed a one-word reply, and without another sound, she fled back into the safety of the bedroom. He offered a helpless smile, shook the wild thoughts from his head, and went about his morning routine of showering and preparing breakfast. Next came the usual task. When he opened the bedroom door, he found Bongwan still fast asleep. Her tiny mouth was slightly open as she lay sprawled out on her back in the middle of the large bed. After these few days of proper meals and regular sleep, the little girl's complexion had become much rosier. Though she was still quite thin, her overall well-being was visibly improving with every passing day. He sat down on the edge of the bed and watched her for a while. Leaning over, he gently pinched the little one's nose. He told Bongwan it was time to eat, and the little girl lying on the bed twitched her mouth and began to wake. The moment she saw him, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. She then slowly stretched out her tiny arms and wrapped them around his neck. When she called him Papa in that sweet, sleepy voice, he couldn't help but smile. He reached out to lift her up, carried her out of the bedroom, and placed her on the stool in front of the sink. Lately, the little one had been learning to wash her face and brush her teeth all by herself. He stood right by her side, helping her with the toothpaste and handing her a towel. Bongwan was quite clever. After only 2 days of instruction, she had already mastered the routine. She carefully scrubbed her teeth, making sure to reach every spot inside. She was becoming quite diligent and focused in her little morning tasks. It was a peaceful scene, a quiet rhythm of daily life unfolding, while the sound of brushing teeth filled the small bathroom. Shin Yuchu watched him taking such good care of Bongwan and quietly took her seat at the dining table. She thought back to how his eyes had lit up a moment ago, wondering if it meant she actually looked good. But then she caught herself, wondering why his opinion even mattered, and stirred her coffee with a hint of flustered annoyance. She felt a bit cross with herself for being so easily affected by such a simple thing. At that moment, he joined her at the table, carrying the freshly washed Bongwan in his arms. Bongwan gave a sweet shout of "Mama" before picking up her special little spoon to begin breakfast. As she picked up the bowl of fragrant millet porridge in front of her, she asked if he could go out with them today. He was simply enjoying his meal when, suddenly hearing Shin Yuchu's words, he looked up with an expression of pure doubt. Shin Yuchu nodded, refusing to meet his gaze, though her earlobes were already turning a deep, blood-red color. He agreed quickly enough, to be honest, quite quickly, and soon they were out on the street hailing a taxi. Today they were heading to Yida Plaza downtown, where Shin Yuchu and her former assistant, Zhao Chuchu, had agreed to meet at a tea shop. The reason she had brought him and Bongwan along was that Zhao Chuchu wanted to meet the little one, who had become his shadow lately. The girl was practically glued to him, so he was really just riding on the little one's coattails today. After 2 long years, Zhao Chuchu was incredibly excited to finally see Sister Shin once again. She had even gone ahead and bought several cups of milk tea in anticipation of their arrival. Now, she sat in her seat, staring intently at the entrance of the tea shop, waiting for them to appear. Zhao Chuchu and Shin Yuchu had worked together for a year and a half, and back then, they were as close as sisters. Shin Yuchu had been truly kind to her, but Zhao felt it was a shame that she had ended up with him. Deep down, she simply couldn't understand why Sister Shin had chosen to stay with such a useless man. She didn't get it, and though she had tried to advise Shin Yuchu back then, the woman had seemed completely determined. She just wouldn't listen to reason. Zhao Chuchu was lost in these wild thoughts when she suddenly spotted that familiar figure. As she saw her friend entering the shop holding the hand of a bouncing little toddler, Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. She jumped up from her seat and waved her hand enthusiastically, calling out, "Sister Shun, over here." Hearing the voice, Shin Yuchu looked up, saw Zhao Chuchu's waving hand, and a smile naturally spread across her face. Chuchu really hadn't changed at all. She was still just as lively and cheerful as ever. As they drew closer, we see that both of their eyes were filled with nothing but pure joy. They were both a bit lost in the moment. The two sisters had reunited after a long time, and they simply couldn't contain their emotions. Zhao Chuchu examined Shin Yuchu carefully, her eyes growing even redder as she reached out and grabbed her friend's hand. Her lips trembled as she told her, "Sister Shun, you've suffered so much. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll help you give him a piece of my mind." Shin Yuchu pursed her lips, sat down with Zhao Chuchu, and made sure Bongguan was settled beside her before finally speaking. Chuchu, please don't worry, he treats me quite well now. But what about you? After I left, has your work been going well? I'm doing fine too. Sister Shun, you have no idea how much I've missed you. The two of them asked each other about their recent lives, and after chatting for a while, the conversation shifted. Zhao Chuchu turned her gaze toward the little one, who had been behaving perfectly well by her side this whole time. Up until now, Zhao Chuchu had been so preoccupied with catching up with Shin Yuchu that she hadn't really noticed her. She hadn't looked at her closely, but now that she did, her eyes lit up immediately, and who could blame her, really? The girl looked so much like Sister Shun, as if they were carved from the same mold, especially those big, bright eyes. One look is enough to make anyone fall for this little girl. Sister Shun, is this Bongguan? She looks so cute, Zhao Chuchu said as she stood up from her seat to get a better look. She crouched down in front of the little one, reached out to touch her tiny face, and then her brow furrowed slightly once again. The little one seemed so delicate. Zhao Chuchu felt she was just as thin as Sister Shun, which made her incredibly angry. Deep down, she was certain that useless man was definitely not treating Sister Shun or the child well at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wanting nothing more than to interrogate him face to face as she looked up at Shin Yuchu. Sister Shun, didn't you say that he was coming along as well? Where is he? She asked. Shin Yuchu could clearly feel Zhao Chuchu's hostility toward you, but she didn't know what to say, only offering a strained smile. Bongguan wanted some ice cream, so he went to wait in line to buy some for the little girl. Naturally, Zhao Chuchu didn't miss the look on Shin Yuchu's face. Suddenly, she felt even angrier. Her sister Shun had always been gentle and reserved, but now that gentleness seemed to carry a hint of timidness. She could sense it, though she held back for fear of frightening the child. Zhao Chuchu could only let out a cold snort and return to her seat. Secretly, she gritted her teeth, imagining all the ways she might like to make you pay. Zhao Chuchu was just about to speak again, but she stopped abruptly. Her gaze gradually sharpened as she stared toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Shin Yuchu was startled. The expression on her face became even more uncomfortable as she assumed it was you arriving and triggering Chuchu's hostility. She was just about to turn around and look when a slightly sharp voice rang out from behind her, calling for Zhao Chuchu. You have time to sit and drink milk tea? Have you already finished the work I assigned you, Lily? Aren't you going to stop? Today is a day off, Chuchu retorted. Zhao Chuchu's expression was grim, looking very much like a small cat with its fur standing on end. While she glared at the speaker, Shin Yuchu finally turned around to see who it was. It was only then that she saw clearly it was Luli standing there. She was a former rising star from the same company, someone who also followed the path of a talented singer. Well, isn't this Sister Shin? Shouldn't you be at home? What are you doing here looking for Chuchu? Luli had a smile in her eyes, but the words coming out of her mouth were dripping with sarcasm. Shin Yuchu hadn't even said a word yet, but Zhao Chuchu, ever protective of her friend, was already absolutely furious. Luli, mind your own business, Chuchu snapped. It's not a workday, so stop with the sarcasm. Sister Shun, let's go. There's a rabid dog barking around here, and it's going to ruin our mood. After saying her piece, Zhao Chuchu picked up Bongguan and took Shin Yuchu's hand, ready to leave. But Luli, quite unexpectedly, stepped directly into their path to block them. She stared at Shin Yuchu, wearing a smile that was nothing short of brazen. Oh, Sister Shun, why have you gotten so thin? She asked with mock concern. Are things not going well? If you're struggling, just tell me. I could certainly give you a little something. I suppose I'm just too kind-hearted. Look at Chuchu. She's running errands for me now, and isn't she doing great? Right, Chuchu, Luli added, while Zhao Chuchu's face turned a pale, livid shade of anger. As Chuchu glared at Luli in silence, Shin Yuchu suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. She knew that running errands was grueling work. She couldn't understand how the company could let Chuchu do that. However, she realized that this was clearly not the right moment to start asking questions. Instead, Shin Yuchu turned back toward Luli, a rare flash of fury visible in her eyes. But just as she was about to speak up, Zhao Chuchu beat her to it. She reminded them that the contract she had signed with the company was set to expire at the end of this month. We have to wonder what exactly had happened to Luli to make her act this way toward her former colleague. The company seemed unaware of the internal friction, even as Luli continued her subtle sabotage from within. Perhaps it was a misplaced sense of confidence that led Luli to speak so boldly to them. She carried herself with an air of superiority, acting as though she held all the cards in this confrontation. And you, Shin Yuchu, your daughter really is quite pretty, Luli remarked, her tone remaining unsettling. You might even consider turning her into a new generation of rising stars, Luli suggested. As Luli spoke, her face was filled with a deep disdain, as if she had completely forgotten her own place. She reached out to pinch Bongguan's little face, but a voice warned her to keep her dirty hands away. With a fierce look in his eyes, he walked quickly toward Shin Yuchu to intervene. He handed the snacks he was carrying to the three of them and stood before Luli, shielding Shin Yuchu and Bongguan. Luli was startled, and her body involuntarily recoiled 2 steps back from his sudden presence. It seems that when he is truly angry, his appearance can be quite intimidating. But once she calmed down and looked at him more closely, she suddenly broke into a smirk. Oh, it's just this brat, a complete nobody, she sneered, wondering who could have possibly challenged her. So it was you. What, do you plan on hitting people in public now? He frowned and looked at Shun Yuchu with doubt in his eyes, silently asking where this shameless woman had come from. She explained she was a singer from her old company, not expecting to run into her here, especially in such a state. Perhaps others wouldn't be frightened by his anger, but Shun Yuchu did feel a little bit of fear. When she saw him looking at her, she lowered her head slightly, feeling the weight of the moment. Seeing Shun Yuchu react this way only made him furrow his brow even more. He sighed inwardly, and after finishing his silent questioning of Shun Yuchu, he turned back around. He looked at Luli with pure contempt and repeated the word, singer. I'm sorry, but I've never heard of you, he said, which was a rather cold blow to her ego. Do you think I don't know? You spend every day flattering the pretty boys in the group, Yi Tian and Shinsu, inviting them out for drinks every single day. What are you pretending for now? She snapped, as he carefully searched his memory for those two names until he finally remembered who they were. As it turned out, they were members of the boy band that the original owner of this body had once belonged to. After leaving the industry, the original owner had tried to debut again, often inviting them for drinks to flatter them, though they never paid him any mind. I don't know these two you're talking about, he replied coldly. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for calling security. Luli glared at him with pure venom, but even so, she obediently stepped aside. He then reached back and took Shun Yuchu's hand, pulling her close behind him. After picking Bangwan up in his arms again, he began walking straight toward the exit. But as they brushed past her, Luli suddenly called out to Shun Yuchu, mocking the fact that a certain someone could no longer sing. Shun Yuchu, my new song is being released at the end of this month, she boasted with a smirk. After delivering that parting shot, Luli burst into a fit of cheerful, mocking laughter. In her mind, there was simply no way Shun Yuchu could ever hope to compare to her now. Luli's shrill voice continued to echo in the ears of everyone nearby as they walked away. Watching this, Zhao Chuchu looked as though she wanted nothing more than to slap her right then and there. She knew how much Shun Yuchu loved to sing, and knowing she no longer could, those words were nothing short of cruel. His steps faltered for a moment. He looked deeply at Luli and simply repeated her words. Yes, what a pity. Luli was left speechless by his tone, and he continued walking toward the exit without showing any further emotion. Shun Yuchu remained silent, merely pressing her lips together slightly as they walked. However, in that very moment, a tender little voice rang out with firm clarity. Mommy sings much better than you. When the little one called her a bad auntie, everyone was stunned. It was the last thing anyone expected to hear. The little girl was determined to defend her mother. He was dazed for a second, then smiled and gently rubbed her head. Deep down, he couldn't help but think how impressive she was, truly his daughter, through and through. At first, Luli was still fuming, but as soon as Bangwan spoke up, her anger seemed to vanish into thin air, ignored by everyone as they moved on. We see our group finally leave that place of conflict behind, eventually arriving at a quiet restaurant to settle in. Shun Yuchu and Zhao Chuchu began to chat. While they were walking, there were things weighing on her mind that she hadn't dared to ask. Now that she was finally seated and there were no strangers around, she felt she could speak freely. She took Zhao Chuchu's hand, finally gathering the courage to ask the question that had been haunting her. Chuchu, how is it that you're doing odd jobs for Luli now? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing these days? Sister Yun, we should note, was Shun Yuchu's former agent, a woman now nearing her 40s. She had always been kind, and upon hearing the question, Zhao Chuchu simply couldn't hide her disappointment. It turns out that not long after Shun Yuchu left, Sister Yun was unceremoniously fired. She spent a long time searching for work, but unfortunately, she found absolutely nothing. Later, her mother fell ill and was hospitalized, requiring Sister Yun to be by her side constantly to provide care. In the end, the best she could find was a job working as a nanny. Shun Yuchu never expected that Sister Yun would have fallen into such a difficult situation. She felt dazed, remembering how decisive and efficient Sister Yun used to be. A heavy silence fell between the two friends. Shun Yuchu bit her lip, certain that this was all her fault and the result of her own stubbornness. Sister Yun wouldn't be in this position if she hadn't disobeyed the company's orders so many times to protect her back when she still had a future. The company said nothing at the time, but when Shun Yuchu walked away from it all, the consequences remained. One can only imagine the kind of treatment Sister Yun received once her star client was gone. The atmosphere had grown quite heavy, and after the others finished their meal in a hurry, Zhao Chuchu stayed behind to speak with Shun Yuchu for a while. After that, she left in a rush, leaving Shun Yuchu's spirits noticeably dampened. The three of you had originally agreed to take Bangwan to the amusement park that afternoon, but now, she didn't even feel like playing. Naturally, you can sense her mood. You wanted to say something, but in the end, you stayed silent. To be honest, you don't quite understand it either. Why did Shun Yuchu seem so completely entranced when she first married you? The original owner of this life didn't know, and frankly, neither do you. Shun Yuchu wants nothing more than to go home and be alone in the silence. But seeing Bangwan's expectant gaze, she feels a pang of regret. Not wanting to disappoint Bangwan, the three of you finally head to the amusement park, and the little one is absolutely delighted. It is her very first time at a theme park, and she grips your hand, practically trying to pull you inside. Even Shin Yuchu tries her best to cheer up at this moment. She doesn't want Bangwan to look back on her first trip to the amusement park and remember her mother being sad. The family first tries out the carousel and then moves on to a few other games, while the sky darkens without them even noticing. The park begins to glow with colorful lights, and for the final ride, you lead Shin Yuchu and Bangwan toward the Ferris wheel. By the time you are all seated inside, Bangwan has already fallen fast asleep in your arms as the wheel begins its slow ascent. The glowing buildings on the ground gradually shrink away, but what you don't realize is that this is also Shin Yuchu's first time at an amusement park. It is her first time on a Ferris wheel as well, and her eyes shine with curiosity as she gazes out of the cabin at the world below. While she looks out the window, you find yourself watching her, and eventually, she notices your gaze. Her earlobes slowly turn a deep red, and she gives you a look of playful, shy reproach, a look you've never seen from her before. It's almost too much to take, as the shifting lights of the ride illuminate her timid, beautiful face. Suddenly, you feel a bit dazed. The Ferris wheel continues its slow climb, and in the next moment, the entire castle below lights up. Almost in an instant, a display of fireworks is launched into the air all at once. At that very moment, the Ferris wheel rises slowly, just as the fireworks begin to bloom in the sky. We see a pure smile on Shin Yuchu's face, a smile that clearly comes from the very bottom of her heart. He is left a bit stunned as the wheel reaches its highest point, making the fireworks appear even clearer than before. Shin Yuchu's beautiful face seems almost distant now. He feels he no longer needs to be as afraid as he once was, and his voice softens amidst the crackle of the display. Shin Yuchu doesn't hear him clearly, so she turns her head to look at him, her expression filled with doubt. He doesn't look back at her, choosing instead to keep watching the magnificent fireworks in the sky as he speaks in a low voice. He tells her she is far too kind, and that being so gentle isn't always good, as people will only try to intimidate her. He knows she doesn't have to be as afraid as she used to be, and he knows, deep down, that she wants to sing. He also knows there are many things she wants to do, and he tells her not to worry, he will take care of Bangwan. Shin Yuchu doesn't respond, but when he turns his head, he sees 2 lines of tears already streaming down her face. She purses her lips, staring at him with an intense anguish and a complexity in her eyes that is hard to describe. It feels as though her gaze might drown him, and he suddenly tenses up, trying to understand exactly what is happening. Why is she suddenly crying? And more importantly, who is he to her in this moment? Shin Yuchu stares at him, her starry eyes clouded with a watery mist, and though her voice isn't loud, it strikes his heart with incredible force. A heavy silence fills the air, and for a moment, it seems as if even the sound of the fireworks has completely vanished. After a long while, he finally offers her a sweet, gentle smile. Then he speaks, his voice suddenly sounding a bit hoarse, and tells her simply, "I am Lu Fan." Shin Yuchu continues to watch him, and that smile makes her feel as though her heart has suddenly begun to beat in a chaotic rhythm. It feels like a frightened fawn running wild. His answer was entirely unexpected, and she can only look at him with clear, bright eyes. Suddenly, her tears began to fall even faster as she pulled her legs close and buried her head in her knees. She took a soft, deep breath and then whispered a simple, quiet yes. She told herself that he is Lu Fan, and if he isn't himself, then who else could he possibly be? She begins to tell him a somewhat cliché story about a very shy little girl who once lived in an orphanage. But in that orphanage, there was always an older brother, just 1 year her senior, who watched over her. One day, when she was cornered by a group of men, that brother shielded her, taking every blow until he was covered in wounds. In her eyes, he was her entire world, but then he vanished, only for her to find him again once she had grown up. And, just as she had always wished, she eventually married him. After hearing this, Lu Fan is left speechless, as several pieces of the puzzle finally begin to click into place. Shin Yuchu lifts her head, her eyes clouded with tears, looking utterly alone and heartbreakingly vulnerable. She has finally revealed the secret of her heart, a stubbornness that no one else understood or thought was worth the pain. Only she believed it was worth it, even if the outcome was so bitter that she regretted it countless times. Until he appeared, and when she asks who he is, he simply tells her that he is Lu Fan. That is enough for her, and suddenly, he can feel the depth of her emotions as he looks at her with pure tenderness. Shin Yuchu can no longer resist, throwing herself into his arms and competing with little Wanwan for a spot in his embrace. As she sobs softly, Wanwan wakes up, blinking her eyes in a sleepy, confused daze. The little girl stares blankly at her mother, who seems to have taken her favorite spot, and remains stunned for a moment. Then, with a happy giggle, she reaches out to rub her father with one hand and her mother with the other. She gives them both a kiss on the cheek, deciding that today is the most beautiful day of her life. And so, we leave Lu Fan looking down at the 2 most important people in his world, held safely in his arms. Suddenly, we see Lu Fan burst into laughter, unable to help himself. The trajectory of his life is finally moving in a good direction, and for now, that is more than enough. However, some plans must be adjusted as the fireworks gradually fade from the sky. The The Ferris wheel slowly descends to the ground, and while Shin Yuchu walks ahead holding Wanwan, he follows, watching this woman who still feels like a stranger. He rubs his nose thoughtfully. The moment they stepped off the ride, Shin Yuchu slipped away from his embrace. In an instant, her entire being seemed to regain that old, cold attitude she always held toward him. Deep down, Shin Yuchu was incredibly nervous. Even the hand holding Wanwan was visibly tense. She could feel her earlobes and her cheeks burning with a sudden, lingering heat. Just moments ago, she had actually stayed in his arms for so long, even curling up against him like a young girl. What a disaster. She was certain he was secretly mocking her in his heart. As she stepped off the Ferris wheel, she caught a glimpse of a hidden smile on his face, which only confirmed her fears. Shin Yuchu couldn't help but quicken her pace, almost as if she were marching away, leaving him completely baffled. He wondered why this woman had suddenly become so incredibly energetic. He actually has to jog a little to keep up with her until they finally reach the amusement park gates. Seeing that Shin Yuchu has no intention of stopping, he finally has to call out to her. He asks if she really plans to walk all the way home, suggesting they take a taxi instead. Shin Yuchu finally stops at the edge of the road, but she refuses to look at him, convinced he is laughing at her from behind. To her, it felt utterly detestable and embarrassing, but after a long wait, they finally managed to hail a cab. This experience plants a seed in his mind, and for the first time, he considers the idea of buying a car. Once they are back home, he carries little Wanwan to her room and gently tucks her in. Lu Fan also headed quickly toward his bedroom and, after collapsing onto the bed, fell into a deep sleep, a stark contrast to the restless night ahead for others. Shin Yuchu was feeling quite uneasy. She lay in bed, but the moment she closed her eyes, peace eluded her. Involuntarily, the scenes from their day at the amusement park began to play like a movie in her mind. With a huff of annoyance at her own thoughts, Shin Yuchu pulled the blanket up tight. She covered her face, trying to force herself to sleep, but her constantly fluttering eyelashes betrayed her. They were a clear sign of just how restless her heart was in that moment, even as the clock ticked towards 6 in the morning. As usual, Lu Fan woke up punctually, dressed himself in blue, and shook off the last lingering traces of sleep. After the excitement of the park, he settled back into his routine, washing up, cooking, and waking Wanwan to start the day. However, we see that Shin Yuchu has yet to emerge from her room. Looking at the firmly closed door of the master bedroom, he scratched his head in mild confusion. He assumed that because they returned so late last night, she was simply catching up on much-needed rest. He decided not to wake her, choosing instead to leave her breakfast ready before washing the dishes and putting them away. Just as he left the kitchen, Shin Yuchu finally appeared, her face flushed as she hurried across the living room to the bathroom. He took the opportunity to ask if she still wanted to continue with her singing. At the sound of his voice, she froze. Shin Yuchu stood there stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to process the question for quite a long time. There he was, phone in hand, leaning against the bathroom doorframe. He waited in silence for her response until, after a heartbeat, her soft voice finally reached his ears. Yes, was her only word, offered without any further explanation. Deep down, Shin Yuchu felt that the life she was leading now was something she wouldn't have dared to imagine 2 years ago. And singing, well, that was a distant dream she had only ever dared to keep hidden in her heart. Lu Fan didn't ask anything else. He simply nodded, took his phone, and returned to the bedroom to search through his private messages. His inbox had exploded quite some time ago, becoming a chaotic digital storm. Since posting his very first video, he had only ever given it a cursory glance. And after that initial look, he hadn't bothered to check it again. Now, we see him scrolling through the screen in silence, though finding what he needs is no easy task. He patiently filters through every message until, finally, his eyes light up as he opens one at random. As he reads the contents, his fingers tap rhythmically against the screen, a sign, perhaps, that he is deep in thought. Originally, his only intention for uploading those videos was to earn a bit of money. His plan was simple, earn enough to provide for Wanwan and Shin Yuchu, then retire with his dignity intact. But after the events of yesterday, he found himself changing his mind. The content of this particular private message was remarkably straightforward. Fanzine Entertainment was sincerely inviting him to join their team, promising that with his musical talent, it wouldn't take long. They claimed they could transform him into a top-tier superstar in no time at all. At the bottom of the message sat the official contact number for Fanzine Entertainment. Now, Fanzine happens to be one of the 3 giants in the Chinese entertainment industry, no small player, to be sure. Without a moment's hesitation, he dials the number and waits for the call to connect. The phone rings several times, echoing in the quiet room, before someone finally picks up. A hesitant, professional voice filters through the earpiece. The voice asks who is calling, to which he calmly replies that his account name is Lu Fan. He explains that he received an invitation from their company and asks if this might be a good time to talk. At that very moment, over at the Moto headquarters, Li Xiao received the call and her expression went slightly blank with shock. She hadn't actually imagined that this creator, known as Buff Fan, would ever really give her a call. After all, several days had already passed since she first sent that private invitation message. Deep down, she had begun to assume he simply had no interest in entering the world of show business. "Hello, are you still there?" he asked, noticing that the other end of the line had fallen completely silent. Li Xia snapped back to reality, and a look of pure joy spread across her face. She couldn't help herself, really. We have to remember what the internet has been talking about most these days. Without a doubt, it is this mysterious fellow. Mr. Buffan, I am Li Xia, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department at Fanzine Entertainment. She wasted no time in asking, would you like to join Fanzine Entertainment? Ms. Li, I'm sorry, but for the time being, I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry myself. However, I would like to recommend a singer to you. I'm not sure if your company would be interested. Li Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, shaking her head with a rather bitter smile. It was Buffan she wanted, after all. Mr. Buffan, it's like this. I am only a deputy director. If it were you coming to us with your fame, I could make that decision on my own authority. But if it's someone else, she trailed off, though he told her she needn't worry about that. The vocal quality of the person I'm recommending is absolutely top tier, he assured her calmly. And besides, I will be the one producing the music and writing the songs for them. Mr. Buffan, I understand what you're saying, she replied, her professional interest piqued once more. I'll have to consult with my superiors. Very well, I'll be waiting for your news. 5 hours later, he received the call back from the other side. Mr. Buffan, we've discussed it, and we can allow the person you're recommending to join the company. However, the word from above is that, for now, you only have 2 songs, and one of them is a children's song. Don't misunderstand me. Both songs are excellent, but the higher-ups want to see more, specifically, your range as a composer. Is that even possible? Naturally, with only 2 songs to his name, the company wasn't quite ready to trust his abilities yet. Compose music, you say? That can be done, he replied. His response was simple and clear. Li Xia had felt a bit uneasy at first, but hearing Buffan's blunt confidence, she felt a wave of relief. She had worked hard today to support him, believing in Buffan's talent, even though the executives still had their doubts. But in the end, the company agreed to give Buffan a real chance. As it happens, Hwayne has presented a specific challenge to several entertainment companies. They have recently invited many composers and lyricists to solve this problem, but none have managed to catch their eye. And so, one by one, they have all been rejected. If Buffan can solve this particular problem, the company will never doubt him again. Mr. Buffan, can we discuss the details of what this involves? She asked. To compose the lyrics and music live, Li Xia spoke with total sincerity, as she also truly wanted to meet this mysterious fellow. She wanted to see what he actually looked like. He thought about it for a moment. At home, aside from looking after the children, he didn't have much else to do, so he gladly accepted the offer. At what time and where? He asked. Modu, if possible, she replied. It would be best if you could come tomorrow. After all, the sooner the better for you to prove your worth. So, tomorrow afternoon it was. After hanging up, he booked a plane ticket for 10 o'clock the next morning. Not long after, he drifted off into a peaceful sleep right there in the city. When Senjuchu returned with little Bangwan, she saw that he was already fast asleep. Bangwan walked over to the sofa and gently curled up in his arms. In his dream, he felt as if a small kitten were constantly rubbing against his face. Finding it a bit hard to breathe, he suddenly woke up with a start. Bangwan's cheerful laughter rang in his ears, and looking down, he realized it was just his precious daughter. And who was it pinching his nose with those soft little hands? Her, of course. Daddy, time to eat, she chirped, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He suddenly thought that this life was quite pleasant, especially as the aroma of food drifted from the dining room, making him feel rather hungry. We see Senjuchu emerge from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice in her hands. She looked at him and softly explained that since he hadn't woken up, she had gone ahead and prepared a meal that looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. It seemed he was hungry, and upon hearing his compliment, Senjuchu grew a little shy. She nodded and returned to the kitchen to bring the last bowl to the table, and so the family ate together. He placed a piece of crispy meat into Bangwan's bowl before turning to Senjuchu to tell her he had to go out tomorrow. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure how many days it would take for him to return. Senjuchu was in the middle of sipping her soup when she suddenly heard his news. She choked unexpectedly and simply couldn't stop coughing. He rushed over to her side, offering her a tissue with a look of genuine concern on his face. Senjuchu took the tissue and turned away to wipe her mouth, her mind racing at the mention of his sudden departure. She felt a bit confused, unsure if she should even ask him where he was going. Just a week ago, she was desperate to escape, but hearing that he was leaving now, she instinctively didn't want him to go. Even so, little Bangwan piped up and asked exactly where her daddy was going. He gently rubbed her little head and explained that he was going to find a job for her mother. Then he turned his gaze towards Senjuchu and offered a sincere apology. He admitted that he hadn't asked for her opinion and had simply made the decision on her behalf. He felt he hadn't handled things well in the past, which was why he hadn't told her sooner. He explained that a company had invited him for a talk, and if things went well this time, everything would change. She would be able to contribute openly, and since Fancy Entertainment was quite reputable, it would be the perfect place for her to sing. She looked at him instinctively, noticing that he seemed very serious about this plan. As they looked at one another, Senjuchu's eyes suddenly filled with tears and began to redden slightly. Her beautiful eyes, once guarded, suddenly became as soft as water. This reaction caught him a bit off guard, so he quickly lowered his head to focus on his food. To be honest, Senjuchu never expected the day would actually come when she could continue her singing career. And it was this man, of all people, who was actively making that choice for her. She thanked him, whispering that she truly loved to sing, more than anything. Senjuchu spoke softly at first, but her voice soon gained a newfound strength. It became increasingly firm. She wanted to sing, but she also wanted a better life for Chuchu and Sister Jean. She wanted to ensure they were never bullied again, as he had been worried about them ever since meeting Zhao Chuchu. He told her there was no need for thanks. If it was what she loved, that was more than enough for him. He looked up and smiled in the soft morning light, promising to return to them soon. He estimated that he would be back in a day or two at most, telling them not to worry. After that, he hailed a taxi headed for the airport and turned back one last time toward Senjuchu. Senjuchu simply nodded, though a clear look of reluctance lingered in her eyes. It was strange. Not long ago, she couldn't wait to be rid of him, yet in just a few days, everything had changed. She felt truly hesitant to see him go, even if it was only for 2 days. It felt almost like a life-or-death farewell. He hardened his heart and forced himself to look away, turning around to take his seat in the taxi. As the car pulled away, the two figures in the rearview mirror grew smaller, and he closed his eyes with an indescribable feeling. 3 hours later, just after stepping off the plane, we see him greeted by the sweltering heat of Shanghai. Compared to Zhangqian, the crowds here were immense, and he found himself swept along by the human tide. He navigated the terminal with some difficulty until he reached exit 5, where he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing before the exit, he scanned the large crowd of people holding up signs, searching for his own name. Before arriving, he had already coordinated with Lucilla, who had promised to meet him right there at the gate. There were so many fans waiting for celebrities that he had to search for quite a while before he finally spotted her. He saw a tall woman in a professional suit holding a sign with the name Lu Fan and quickly approached her. He gave her a polite wave and asked if she was indeed Lucilla, the department head. He introduced himself as Lu Fan, mentioning it was his real name, and apologized for keeping her waiting. Lucilla looked at the young man before her with a flash of surprise in her eyes, though she hid it quite well. She knew he was young, but she hadn't expected him to look like he had just graduated from university. To be honest, he possessed the kind of face that perfectly met every requirement for becoming a star. Lucilla wasn't one for idle chatter, but she didn't just stand still either as they prepared to head out. What's going on? She seems to think, before introducing herself as Lucilla and noting the crowd is too thick to talk here, suggesting they head to her car in the underground lot. Since it was already lunchtime, she proposed finding a place to eat first so they could discuss the details properly, a plan he readily agreed to. He gave Lucilla a nod and walked alongside her, noting that she carried herself with the unmistakable air of a seasoned professional. As they walked, she skillfully searched for topics of conversation, keeping the chat light and steady. She had assumed a young man like him wouldn't have much to say, but as they interacted, she discovered he could keep up with her perfectly. He spoke with a natural ease, showing none of the shyness or hesitation one might expect from someone his age. This confidence, naturally, caused Lucilla to view him in an even more favorable light. It seems that an exceptional person tends to find success no matter where they are or who they are with. Of course, he had no idea that Lucilla's estimation of him was climbing by the second. If he had known, he likely would have been at a loss for words. After all, he carried the memories of 2 entire lifetimes. With over 50 years of experience combined, he felt that if he lacked basic emotional intelligence by now, he might as well give up entirely. The two of them climbed into the car, and we see him gazing out the window at the bustling, prosperous city passing by. Every now and then, Lucilla would point out a local landmark or a specialty of the area as they drove. In no time at all, they arrived at a traditional local restaurant to settle in for their meal. While they waited for their food to arrive, Lucilla decided it was time to shift the conversation toward business. She asked if she could call him Mr. Liu, inquiring whether the person he was recommending was an amateur or a professional singer. He asked her if she happened to be familiar with the name Senjuchu. He explained that she had been a singer once before, but had eventually chosen to retire from the spotlight. Now, he explained, this would be considered her comeback. As the talk turned to work, his expression became notably serious. Lucilla was genuinely surprised. She had indeed heard Senjuchu's songs back when she was a popular star just 2 years ago. Her singing ability is truly remarkable, but the reason she stepped away was that Senjuchu was forced into retirement after her relationship was exposed. Lucilla tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed intently on him as she processes this information. She wonders if she truly knows her, and more importantly, what kind of connection Mr. Liu could possibly have with such a woman. He looks calmly into Lucilla's eyes and asks if she knows the specific reason behind that early retirement. When he reveals she is his wife, even a seasoned professional like Lucilla is left momentarily speechless by the answer. His wife? To Lucilla, she was simply the famous pretty face everyone had been gossiping about back then. She wonders if this is some kind of joke, or if Senjuchu had perhaps divorced that previous man, and then found another, but seeing the look on Lucilla's face, he can easily guess exactly what she is thinking. He can't help but let out a bitter smile at the predictable direction of her thoughts. He clarifies that she isn't mistaken. He is the very same man whose relationship with her was exposed to the public, the one who retired right alongside her. And suddenly, Lucilla finds herself completely at a loss for words. She had certainly listened to Senjuchu's music, but she had never bothered to learn who the woman was actually with. Naturally, she wouldn't have paid much attention to male idol groups who relied solely on their looks to make a living. Now, she even begins to doubt whether those two impressive songs were actually written by him. He doesn't give her much time to overthink. Seeing her conflicted expression, he simply asks if it would be difficult for her to join the company. If it truly presents a problem, he notes calmly that he will just have to find another way. Furthermore, he explains that his request isn't just about her simply joining their ranks. He also expects her to be granted the best resources and complete creative freedom within the firm. The contract, he adds, cannot be restrictive in any way, which is quite a bold demand, to be honest. In the end, as we see here, it all comes down to a matter of mutual interests. He tells her that with his help, Fancy Entertainment will reach even greater heights. He simply hopes they can give the matter some very careful consideration. And with that, we see him pick up his glass and take a calm, measured sip of water. Lucilla's expression turns solemn, clearly feeling a bit awkward about the situation. She points out that, at the end of the day, they haven't actually worked together yet. Basing everything on just 2 published songs, she argues, doesn't provide enough value. She acknowledges Senjuchu's talent, but notes that the industry requires more than just a good voice. She believes he understands that while a comeback is possible, granting total freedom is something they've never done. She asks for time to discuss the matter carefully, and though she doesn't say no, the tension is clear. Her words reveal that, in her mind, such a deal is basically impossible. He tells her they are free to discuss it, but he wants to make his own position clear as well. It isn't just about the problems they face now. He knows they will need more songs in the future. Whether it's music or even scripts, no matter the genre, he promises to provide whatever they request. He can give them everything, and he still hopes for a successful partnership between them. After all, they didn't ask him to come this time just to test his abilities. Since he is already here, he suggests they wait to make a decision until they see what he can do. He speaks with a quiet, steady confidence that is hard to ignore. Lucilla watches him intently, realizing it's the first time she's met someone so utterly sure of themselves. She wonders if this is the man they called a pretty face. The world was clearly quite ignorant, to be honest. Finally, the meeting concludes, and Lucilla makes a hurried exit after finishing her meal. She plans to discuss the matter with the company, but before leaving, she hands him a room key card. "Wait for news from me," were her final words before she made her exit. We see him arrive at his hotel room, where he washes up briefly before lying down on the bed to think. He decides that if things with Fancy don't work out, he will simply try his luck with other companies. If all else fails, he figures he can just earn more money and put in the effort to start his own firm. He wants Senjuchu to be able to do whatever she desires, barely noticing how his priorities have shifted. To be honest, from the very beginning, his only real goal was to live a lazy, quiet life. But now, he finds himself working hard for Senjuchu's sake, caring more for them with each passing day. Without even realizing it, he is becoming a true part of this little family. The following afternoon, Lucilla's call finally comes through at exactly 3 o'clock. She is already downstairs and tells him that he needs to accompany her to the Fancy Entertainment building. Without a word, he heads down to meet her, and they set off for the headquarters of Fancy Entertainment. The company is located in the most prosperous and bustling district of Modu. In fact, the entire building is owned by the Fancy Entertainment Group, a true titan of the industry. We move now to the 18th floor of the building, where a very important meeting is taking place. President Litian, the HR Minister Zanhao, and several other managers are all in attendance. Zanhao looks quite displeased as he tells the president that while he respects Li's business sense, this Lufan is being given far too much importance. He argues that Lufan was a nobody before, yet now he is making these utterly ridiculous demands. He feels they are wasting their time, but Litian simply waves a hand with a kind, calm smile on his face. He believes young people should be given a chance, suggesting they first see what his talent is worth before making a final call. Litian adds that he doesn't think the young lady will have much to say about the matter either. Seeing the president's kind and immovable expression, Zanhao can do nothing but hold his breath and stay silent. In his heart, however, he grumbles that the president is only being biased because the girl is his own daughter. Litian considers Zanhao's work record to be perfect, but he feels no need to explain his personal motives to him. As for whether those 2 songs were actually written by Lufan, the truth will come out once he is put to the test. We see Lucilla lead Lufan into the lounge at that very moment, right as they step through the doors. Inside, he spots many of the most popular stars in this world wandering the halls. Each of them is a leader in their respective field, proving that this company is truly one of the industry's 3 giants. This level of luxury is enough to make anyone feel the weight of the occasion. The moment he enters the room, he can feel every single eye in the place fixated directly on him. Under their watchful gaze, he naturally takes a seat in the guest chair, facing the group with a remarkably calm expression. Litian can't help but feel a spark of appreciation for a young man who can remain so composed in such a high-pressure situation. The first impression is a good one, and Litian decides it is time to begin now that the protagonist has arrived. He addresses him as Mr. Liu and explains that they have discussed his requirements, agreeing to sign Senjutsu. He notes that top-tier resources can be provided, but the contract itself cannot be entirely free of obligations. They simply cannot offer a deal like that, and Lufan nods, showing he understands the president's point. He clearly knows the score, so the only question remaining is the duration of the contract. Litian smiles and looks him in the eye, proposing 5 years with the promise of the best resources for any songs she wants to release. Furthermore, they wouldn't place any restrictions on the activities she chooses to participate in. Lufan frowns, and without any fear of the man's gaze, he looks him right back and says 5 years is far too long. Lufan explains that he believes in his own ability, and that with their resources and his talent, she will surely reach the top within a year. He suggests it might not even take that long, so the most he can promise is 2 years, which would still provide the company with plenty of profit. During those 2 years, he assures them they won't have to worry about Senjutsu songs at all. He even offers to help Fanzin by writing songs for free, though he notes the quantity would be limited. Of course, anyone can talk a big game, and the idea of becoming a top star in a single year sounds like a dream to some. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhou Jian, a bald man sitting next to Lucilla, scoffs and looks at him with pure disdain. Lufan merely gives him a sidelong glance, paying him no real mind as he turns his attention back to Litian. Litian narrows his eyes and taps the table lightly with his fingers, the smile on his face becoming even more apparent. He remarks that confidence in young people is a good thing, and while 2 years isn't bad, it all depends on Lufan's actual strength. We learn that they were invited here to discuss cooperation, but also because Zhou Jian recently announced a national event requiring every company's participation. Only one song can be chosen, and Litian wants to win. He wonders if Lufan truly has the power to make that happen. Lufan nods, understanding the situation perfectly. He likely suspected he was brought here for this very event. Litian then instructs Vice Minister Li to handle the specific details of the competition. He promises to wait for the good news, stating that as long as the song is recognized, he will sign the contract immediately. With a gentle smile, Litian makes the final decision, and the matter is settled for now. Feeling more relaxed now that things are decided, Lufan stands up, shakes Litian's hand, and leaves the lounge with Lucilla. Lucilla is quite surprised, as she didn't expect her father to accept such bold conditions, but she finds the upcoming event truly interesting. Since it is an officially organized event, the company that provides the winning song will naturally gain significant favor from the authorities. The benefits are obvious, and as Lucilla looks at Lufan, her expression is filled with a mix of complex emotions. She hopes he can surprise everyone, which would prove that her intuition about him was correct all along. She knows that if he succeeds, those annoying office rumors will naturally vanish into thin air. She hands him the file, telling him to take a look at the event details, though he only has 3 days to create something. Deep down, she truly hopes that this cooperation will be a success for both of them. Lucilla pulls a folder from her desk drawer and hands it over to Lufan with a steady gaze. As we see him open the folder, the bold title at the top catches his eye, Ordinary Hero. The moment he sees those words, his nerves tighten instinctively, and he begins to read the rest with intense focus. The office falls into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of pages turning. He looks more serious than ever before. After finishing the text, he finds several photographs tucked away at the bottom of the document. The first shows doctors and nurses in protective gear, while the second captures 3 firefighters in the heat of duty. Behind them, we see the remains of a massive fire that has finally been extinguished. The third photo shows a group of soldiers from behind, their faces hidden, yet their resolve clearly visible. The fourth is of a collapsing classroom, where a teacher desperately shields a child and hands them to safety. The teacher is the last one left inside. After seeing this, Lufan finishes reviewing the documents. He organizes the papers, puts them away, and takes a deep breath just as Lucilla decides to speak. She breaks the silence of the office, asking him quite simply what he thinks of the challenge. She asks if he can really do it in just 3 days before the selection ends, and Lufan gives a firm nod. He tells her not to worry and to leave it to him. In 3 days, he will definitely have a satisfactory answer. With that settled, he packs up the documents and stands up, ready to get to work immediately. He asks for some sheet music paper so he can study the theme at the hotel, and she offers to drive him. He doesn't waste any time, knowing full well how difficult it is to create a masterpiece in such a short window. By 9 o'clock that evening, he finishes his bath and heads straight to the desk, spreading the sheet music paper across the table. He lifts his pen and sinks into a long, heavy silence, thinking for a great while before finally deciding, yes, it will be him. The next morning, he has a simple breakfast alone, deciding not to bother Lucilla with a phone call just yet. He takes a taxi by himself to Fancy Entertainment, where Lucilla is already buried in work at her office. When she suddenly looks up and sees him standing there, she is caught completely off guard. She asks how he has time to visit, reminding him that he only has 3 days and should be rushing to think of a song. He simply smiles at her shocked expression and tells her that the song is already finished. He hands her the draft, suggesting she take a look and see if this version will meet her expectations. Lucilla stares at him as if he were some kind of monster, her usually composed face showing a rare flicker of disbelief. After all, what kind of masterpiece could possibly be written in a single night? It seemed absurd. Frowning, she takes the draft, feeling as though the young man she praised yesterday for being stable is now playing a joke on her. She decides to see exactly what he produced in one night, fixing her eyes on the paper as she reads the title. At first, she remains calm, but as she slowly begins to digest the lyrics that follow, she is left utterly stunned by the divine quality of the words, which seem to find beauty in the most ordinary places. The lyrics reveal the extraordinary through the mundane. The entire piece speaks of the common man without using the word hero once. And yet, every single phrase screams heroism, capturing the very essence of the theme he was given. Impatient now, Lucilla shifts her focus to the musical score itself, her heart likely racing. After a moment, she suddenly looks up at him, her eyes shining with a newfound intensity. She asks if he truly wrote all of this in one night, and he simply rubs his nose. What else could he say? He tells her that he stayed up the entire night just to get it done, which, to be honest, was quite the feat. So what do you think? Is this song all right? He asks, as Lucilla's eyes begin to shine with an even greater intensity. She stares at him intently, convinced now that her choice was absolutely correct. He truly is incredible. She asks if he can sing it so she can hear the effect. He simply nods and closes his eyes to prepare. After gathering his emotions, he begins to sing softly about a day when one might finally walk away. He sings of the hope of meeting again, and when he finishes, Lucilla remains completely immersed in the melody, lost in the moment. It isn't until he coughs softly twice that she snaps back to reality, hurriedly wiping the tears from her face. Her eyes are glowing with such admiration that he actually feels a bit embarrassed to continue. With a hint of uncertainty, he asks her again if she liked the song, perhaps needing to hear it one more time. Is it all right? It's better than all right. She truly hadn't expected Lu Xiaoju to be capable of this. And just as we witness this breakthrough, the office door suddenly swings open, interrupting the moment. Letian walks in clapping, a look of pure surprise on his face, followed closely by Zhang Hao, the head of human resources. At this moment, even Zhang Hao cannot hide the expression of utter astonishment written across his features. He can't believe that in such a short time, the young man actually managed to produce a complete song. And a song of such quality, no less. But Lucilla is more concerned with why they entered without knocking. Seeing them, Lucilla grows flustered, secretly wiping away the last of her tears while snapping at Letian in frustration. Letian doesn't look the least bit sorry. He just keeps smiling, though the way he looks at his daughter is a bit different now. It had been quite a long time, after all, since he had seen her drop her guard and act so vulnerable. He jokes that if he hadn't come in, he never would have known Lu Xiaoju had written such a masterpiece. The young man is left speechless by the sudden shift from Mr. Lu to Lu Xiaoju. Family ties certainly change things quickly. He tells President Li that he is flattered, noting that he is just glad the man is satisfied with the work. Letian declares he is more than satisfied, noting that as long as this song is selected by Huayin, everything will be set. The contract with Xin Yuchu will be signed immediately after that happens. For now, he intends to sign a cooperation agreement with Lu Xiaoju first, just so the young man doesn't have to worry. Letian nods with a smile, and we see our protagonist finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing the deal is practically done. Once the formalities are finished, he offers his farewell to President Li. Since the matter is resolved, the young man suggests it is time for him to take his leave. Letian agrees, expressing his hope for a pleasant and successful cooperation in the future. He nods slightly in return, carefully taking the cooperation agreement in hand. And with that, he turns around to head out of the office. Seeing him depart, Lucilla suddenly speaks up, offering to walk him out. He notices that, just a moment ago, she didn't even dare to look him in the eye. She seemed to feel a bit of lingering embarrassment over her earlier behavior, acting like a starstruck fan, of all things. To be honest, maintaining a professional image is quite important for someone in her position. But now that he is leaving, we can see a trace of inexplicable reluctance hidden in her expression. Letian, however, dryly reminds her that she still has plenty of work left to do. Seeing the situation, he has no choice but to give Lucilla an apologetic smile. He thanks Minister Li for her kindness, but politely declines the offer. He tells her it would be better if he simply caught a taxi back on his own. After saying his piece, he turns around and steps out of the office. He makes his exit, closing the door softly behind him before walking away with long, confident strides. Meanwhile, back inside the office, Ligia looked very much like a small, angry kitten. "Dad, what do you mean?" she asked, noting that the young man had only just arrived. She couldn't believe he was letting him leave so abruptly, wondering how he could be so dismissive. Zanao, who was still in the room watching this scene unfold, felt the tension rising. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and began to stammer an excuse. He quickly claimed that he still had quite a bit of work left to finish. Without even waiting for Lishan to respond, Zanao practically ran out of the room. We see Zanao rushing away, leaving the father and daughter alone to settle their business. Ligia fell silent for a moment before stating coldly that, of course, she understood the situation. She insisted she only offered to accompany him because her father had invited him in the first place. Just like that, she became distant again, a temperament that, to be honest, even intimidated her father. Lishan quickly agreed, trying to soothe her by saying he knew she understood. Suddenly, he conveniently remembered that he also had urgent work to attend to. After making his excuse, Lishan hurried out, but he paused just as he reached the door. He poked his head back in to tell her, quite seriously, that she was already 26 years old. He suggested it was high time she found herself a partner, which, naturally, didn't go over well. She told the old man to stop rushing her and to just leave, which he promptly did. A little later, our protagonist returned to his hotel, though he hadn't picked out a flight ticket yet. He was still hesitating, not quite ready to book his departure just a moment ago. But then, Ligia's phone rang, and she heard a voice saying, "Mr. Liu, I'm so sorry. My father's tone wasn't the best, so I apologize to you on his behalf." Ligia offered her apology over the phone, her voice carrying a certain weight. Her tone remained a bit cold, as if she were still processing the earlier tension. Deep down, she felt he hadn't truly taken the matter seriously. And yet, what Lishan had expressed was actually quite considerate, all things considered. As a major capital tycoon, he was already showing a great deal of respect just by being there. As for whether he intended to discard his help now that the job was done, well, that remained to be seen. Having seen all kinds of people in the cutthroat world of capital markets, he knew the game. He already understood the situation and felt that, honestly, there was nothing wrong with it. "You don't have to worry about that," he said. "By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel?" "I've already arrived. I'm getting ready to pack my things and book my flight." He planned to return to Jiangcheng, but a long silence followed before Ligia's voice returned. "It's like this, Mr. Liu. It might be better if you wait just 2 more days." She explained that if his lyrics were selected, Huayin would likely need his direct assistance. After all, he was the one who had created this song from nothing. Naturally, he was the one with the deepest possible understanding of the music. Hearing Ligia's words, his plans to return home vanished, leaving him feeling a bit adrift. "All right, I'll help you," he replied, realizing the song's tone had truly resonated. "I understand. In that case, I will stay for a few more days. Just let me know when the time comes," he said, before hanging up and watching the city blur past his window. Deep down, he found himself missing the little ones back home, especially Bangguang. Without even realizing it, a faint smile spread across his face, as if he felt a special connection in that moment. It was right then that Xin Yuchu's phone began to ring. He answered the call, and Bangguang's voice immediately came through from the other side. "Hello, is this Daddy? It's your little girl." Even without seeing her, a bright smile appeared on his face as he replied, "It's Daddy, and I miss you. Mommy wants to know when you're coming back." Back at home, we see Bangguang holding the phone with both hands, tucked safely in Xin Yuchu's arms. At those sweet words, Xin Yuchu's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she looked at the little girl helplessly. The child had clearly been the one insisting on calling, yet now she was dragging her mother into it. She hadn't asked that at all. "Well, tell Mommy that Daddy will be delayed for a few more days." He spoke with a secret smile, playing along with the child's game. He knew perfectly well that the little one was the one who wanted him back, using Xin Yuchu as a convenient excuse. Upon hearing this, Bangguang was clearly a bit unhappy and let out a small hum of disapproval over the phone. She looked up at her mother. Then, as if she were doing something naughty, she lowered her head and whispered, "Okay, but Bangguang really prefers eating the food that Daddy makes." The little girl's tone was incredibly serious as a child can be about dinner, anyway. It was so earnest it made Xin Yuchu laugh. She couldn't believe her daughter was already flattering people by implying her own mother's cooking wasn't up to par. Then, Xin Yuchu heard his booming laughter from the other end of the line, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She quickly snatched the phone away, declaring that today's chat with Daddy was officially over. "Hey, that wasn't my question. I know that," she protested, ending the call in a fluster. "Everything is just fine at home," he thought, laughing to himself after hearing her defensive tone. Xin Yuchu, on the other hand, only felt her frustration growing. "Are you holding back a laugh? Fine, you've only been gone for a single day, after all. What could possibly go wrong? Anyway, let's not talk anymore. I'm hanging up now. I'm going to go make lunch." "Wait, you can't just do that." He hadn't even finished speaking with the little one yet, but Xin Yuchu wasn't about to give him the chance. She hung up the phone immediately, her face still burning with a deep blush. To be honest, if she had kept talking, she was afraid she might actually lose her temper. Seeing that Bangguang was still staring at the phone with regret, Xin Yuchu made a decision for this afternoon. She decided she would cook the green vegetables that Bangguang liked the least. Yes, children really shouldn't be such picky eaters, a classic parental revenge, if ever there was one. Hearing the busy signal from the receiver, he still had a smile on his face, despite the abrupt ending. It was the first time he had seen Xin Yuchu show such petty emotions. Before, she always felt so oppressive. He used to think of her as someone who lacked a soul of her own, but now, that was slowly changing. She was becoming herself again, and in his heart, he knew that was a very good thing. The wait is long, and in just a few days, the month of August will be upon us. We see that he has spent 2 days in Bogota, while back in Modu, he has spoken with Li Xia several times. The relationship between the two of them was no longer as distant as it once was. At least now, Li Xia doesn't call him sir every 5 minutes, which always made him feel a bit awkward. During these 2 days, he continued his routine of waking up early for a morning run, and all seemed peaceful. There was still no news from Huayin, leaving him with no choice but to wait as patiently as he could. At sunset on the 3rd day, we see him receive a phone call that felt both strange and oddly familiar. "Hello, is this Lao Lu? It's Qin Shun. What's going on with you? What's happened? Seriously, what's up? How has everything been going since you got married? You don't answer the phone, you don't reply to messages. Do you just look down on your brother now?" On the other end of the line, Qin Shun's voice was full of reproach, though a clear tone of concern lay beneath it. It made him feel a pang of guilt, remembering how the original owner of this life had only ever tried to use Chun Shui and Yetian after the wedding. He simply hadn't made the time to care for even his best friend. "I wasn't good before, but you guys are great people who don't sweat the small stuff. Forgive me this time. Next time we meet, I'll take you all out for a meal and we'll catch up." Deep down, he found himself secretly scolding the man he used to be once again. An idiot who couldn't tell the difference between friends and ghosts, a real embarrassment to the name Lu Fan. "Haha, if you say so. We'll talk next time we see each other then. Goodbye." Just after Qin Shin hung up the phone, Li Xia called with news of her own. It turned out his song had actually been selected by Huayin. According to Li Xia, the people over there had only taken one quick look at the material, and yet they chose this specific song out of thousands of submissions. Li Xia's tone was incredibly excited when she called him. She was already downstairs at the hotel, explaining that Huayin was preparing a music video and needed him there to provide direction. As he headed downstairs, we see Li Xia waiting for him, smoothing a stray lock of hair from her forehead the moment she caught sight of him. Her eyes were shining with a certain spark, but he simply rubbed his nose and instinctively ignored her gaze. "Let's go, it's getting late," she urged. "If we finish early, we might actually make it in time for lunch." Without a word, he climbed into the back seat, feeling that the spacious passenger seat just didn't quite suit him. The director in charge of filming the Huayin music video had already called to check in, but Li Xia kept asking him the same thing over and over. "So, what's the plan? Do you have any specific ideas for the video or thoughts on the lead singer?" She warned him not to go in there and make a mess of things, clearly feeling more anxious than he was. After all, he was young and hadn't really dealt with this kind of high-stakes professional environment before. "Relax, I've got it under control," he replied, his face showing absolutely no sign of nerves. Li Xia glanced at him through the rearview mirror and, seeing that he truly wasn't tense, decided to let the matter drop. A little later, the car pulled into a parking lot in front of a massive, imposing building. The two of them stepped out and entered the building together, walking side by side. It seems Li Xia had made arrangements with someone beforehand. The moment they stepped inside, a group of people hurried over to greet them. "Grandpa Lin, why did you come down here yourself?" she asked in surprise. "If my father finds out, he'll lecture me to death for letting you do this." Li Xia rushed forward, taking the old man's hand and pouting slightly in a display of affection. This sudden change in her demeanor caught him off guard. It seems not even a god could resist Miss Yu's charm. The old man's face immediately lit up with a warm, genuine smile. "Enough with the affection, little Li Xia, stop that now," the old man chuckled warmly. "Would your father really dare to scold you? He should be grateful I don't give him a piece of my mind myself." Miss Yu blushed slightly at his words, continuing to complain with a playful, coquettish charm. All right, let's get down to business," the old man said, turning his attention elsewhere. "So is this the young Lu? Truly, heroes emerge in their youth, and a handsome man at that. Sir, how are you? You flatter me. I am Lu Yuan," he replied with a modest tone. We see him nodding politely to the elder, who seemed impressed by his talent and good manners. "It's no wonder you were able to write such a song," the old man remarked with a smile. "I am Lin Shili, the director of this music video," he introduced himself formally. "If you don't mind, you can join little Li Xia in calling me Grandpa Lin." "Grandpa Lin, then this young man won't hesitate to accept the invitation," Lu Yuan replied smoothly. Throughout the exchange, he kept a faint, composed smile on his face, which was quite impressive, really. "Good, my boy, then let's head upstairs together." Lin Shili seemed genuinely delighted, even shifting his tone to be much more familiar and warm. He took Lu Yuan directly by the hand, leading him toward the elevator with surprising energy. Without even thinking to introduce the other staff members behind him, he forced Lu Yuan to simply follow along. Still, Lu Yuan made sure to nod respectfully to the middle-aged professionals as they passed by. The elevator ascended quickly, taking them directly up to the 20th floor. The moment they stepped out, Lin Shili practically dragged him toward the recording studio. "Young Lu, Li Xia told me that you sing quite beautifully," the director said, full of anticipation. "Could you sing a little for us first? We've received the song, but we haven't actually heard it yet. We haven't even decided who the lead singer will be yet, either." Lu Yuan simply nods in agreement. "Well then, young Lu, will it be a cappella or with the piano?" He explains that this particular song only requires a piano accompaniment. "Very well, then play." At this, Lin Shili becomes noticeably more serious. He leaves Lu Yuan alone in the recording studio, taking everyone else out with him. While the staff turns on the microphone, Lin Shili takes his place outside the booth, where a group of middle-aged professionals waits anxiously. we see Lu Yuan enter the studio, take a seat, and begin to prepare his emotions. The moment he enters his work state, he becomes incredibly focused. At least, that's how it looks to those watching from the outside. Inside the recording booth, the expression on his face changes visibly. Lin Shili nods as he watches this, wondering if he is looking at a true musician. Inside, he begins to play the piano, and a soft, gentle prelude begins to resonate. The people outside suddenly hold their breath, listening to the piano and watching him with wide eyes. Lin Shili grows even more solemn as the music evokes a long journey of transfers, joys, and sorrows. It speaks of a world where people live in worry and eventually drift apart. As the song ends, he takes a deep breath and allows his emotions to settle. Only then does he stand up and make his way out of the recording studio. The group of people outside is still staring at him, completely stunned by what they just heard. A moment later, they can't help themselves and break into a spontaneous round of applause. Lin Shili even rushes forward excitedly to take his hand, his eyes practically glowing with admiration. Young Lu, that's exactly the feeling. I don't think it's necessary to find another lead singer at all. You should sing it yourself. My dedicated heroes deserve to hear it this way. The old man praises him so highly that even Lu Yuan, a veteran of many battles, can't help but blush a little. But even so, he shakes his head and tells Lin Shili with a sincere expression, Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Lin Shili frowns, wondering if there could possibly be anyone more suited for this song than him. Seeing that Lin Shili is obviously quite reluctant to change his mind, Lu Yuan stops being mysterious and quickly explains his vision. It's like this, Grandpa Lin. I believe this song is actually much better suited for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are clearer and more ethereal. On the other hand, having the children of our nation sing about unsung heroes might touch people's hearts even more deeply. As he listens to the explanation, Lin Shili can't help but widen his eyes in genuine surprise. Goodness, is this young man actually a genius? How had he not thought of that? Children already possess a naturally endearing quality. If they were to sing, paired with the footage he had already recorded, it would definitely touch the hearts of the people. Absolutely. It's no wonder he is the young man Lin Shili values so highly. He sees things others miss. Now, Lin Shili's eyes are even more fervent than before. Even the middle-aged professionals standing behind him seem to have had a sudden revelation. They all stare at him in disbelief, considering they had chosen this material from thousands of options. Come work for Huang. Don't you worry, your talent definitely won't be wasted with us, the old man insists. It is clear that Lin Shili has developed a completely new appreciation for our protagonist. He sees a great talent before him and wants to pull him close, feeling it's a waste to leave someone like Lu Yuan on the outside. No, Grandpa Lin. To be honest, I'm just a lazy guy, Lu Yuan replies with a humble smile. I am simply very happy that I could help you all this time. He feels quite satisfied with that, even as he continues to wave his hand in polite refusal. Lin Shili is left momentarily speechless. If this is what lazy looks like nowadays, the world has certainly changed. Well, you're here now, and you can't exactly escape, the old man jokes, not willing to let him go so easily. If another opportunity like this comes up in the future, I will definitely be looking for you again. By the time we see them leaving the Huang building, it is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Yuan's head is spinning. When those professionals start talking shop, they become incredibly intense workaholics. In the end, it was Lin Shili who had to beg them to stop for lunch so the two of them could finally escape. Since we're done, shouldn't you be the one treating me to a meal? Lu Yuan asks playfully. Working with Huang is going to make me rich, Lin Shili teases, sticking her tongue out in a rare moment of playfulness. He raises an eyebrow at her. After all, she is a woman with a massive family and a major company behind her. Are you really trying to swindle a simple, ordinary citizen like me? Have you no shame? You're so stingy. Lin Shili rolls her eyes at him and hops into the car, feigning annoyance. He just smiles and hurries after her, realizing that the more he knows her, the more he likes her true personality. She no longer carries any of that cold, oppressive aura she had when they first met. She is, as it turns out, the classic case of someone who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In the end, it seems he simply couldn't escape this meal after all. Lin Shili thoroughly enjoys the feast, and once they finish, she drives him straight to Fanzine Entertainment. This time, he has come to collect the contract, his primary goal from the very beginning, the one for Shin Yuchu. As the two of them step into the elevator, we notice a sudden shift in the atmosphere. For some reason, Lin Shili doesn't seem particularly interested in the business at hand anymore. She looks rather discouraged, which is strange considering she just finished a wonderful meal. To be honest, he finds the inner workings of a woman's mind far too difficult to decipher. They exit the elevator and head directly toward Lin Shili's private office. An assistant is already waiting there, and the contract has been laid out neatly on the table. She wears a smile that never seems to waver, watching him closely. As he walks through the door, she greets him, calling him little friend Lu and mentioning their cooperation. She hands over the document, inviting him to see if there is anything else he needs to add. He nods and takes a seat across from the desk, beginning to review the contract in person. The document is very formal and prepared in triplicate, just as one would expect. It is set to take effect immediately, the very moment Shen Yuchu signs her name. The contents of the agreement are exactly as they had discussed previously. Fanzine Entertainment commits to providing Shin Yuchu with their absolute best resources. She is granted the greatest freedom possible. In short, she can do whatever she likes. No one will be able to force her into anything, which is exactly what he wanted to see. The contract term is set for 2 years, after which the choice to renew rests entirely with Shun Yuchu herself. After reading through the entire contract, he tucks it away safely. He stands up, extends his hand, and firmly shakes hands with Litian. "Thank you, President Li," he says. "Here is to a successful cooperation." By offering a contract like this, his impression of Litian has improved significantly. At the very least, the man isn't like those other ruthless capitalists we often see. You know the type, the ones whose contracts are nothing but a series of traps. "There is no need for thanks," Litian replies. "I simply appreciate your talent. And you, in turn, appreciate the resources our company can provide. It is mutually beneficial, and you also promised to write songs for our firm. I won't even bother making a separate contract for that part of our deal. I trust in the character of my little friend Lu," Litian says, rising from his seat. As they shake hands, Lu naturally agrees, though he makes his own position very clear. "Don't worry, but I must say up front that I will only write title tracks. And exactly who I write those songs for depends entirely on my own will. I don't want just any random person coming to me and demanding a song. He has a bit of a temper, it seems, and the talent to back that temper up." Litian's impression of him continues to grow, yet seeing his daughter nearby, he sighs secretly. It really is a shame he is so young. Why on earth would he marry so soon? With talent like Lu's, it isn't as if the company's star singers are lacking for songs. "I wouldn't ask you to write just anything," Litian adds. "After all, you already know. In the future, with your growing fame, whatever you write will surely be of the highest quality. Ordinary people simply won't have the standing to ask." And so, both parties reached a happy agreement. Litian suddenly changed the subject. Now that he had the contract, what were his next moves? When exactly did our friend Lu plan to return? Lu wasn't quite sure what he meant, but he answered immediately. He planned to head back to the hotel now to pack, book a flight, and leave in a little while. After all, he wasn't needed here anymore. "President Li, is there anything else you need to know?" No. In that case, I wish you a very pleasant journey," Litian replied. Litian said this with a smile, but to Lu's eyes, that smile seemed a bit peculiar. Why, exactly, did the man seem so incredibly happy to see him leaving? Without overthinking it, Lu simply stood up and said his goodbyes. Lucilla accompanied him all the way to the hotel entrance, though she didn't go inside. Ever since they had entered Fancy Entertainment, her mood hadn't seemed very high, to be honest. "Brother Lu, I won't be taking you to the airport. You'll have to go on your own. I have something I need to take care of, so I'm heading out first." He just turned around, waved his hand, and told her it was perfectly fine. He told her to be careful on the road, then turned his back and walked into the hotel. Lucilla watched him go. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, she drove off, slamming her foot on the accelerator. Finally, he could go home. We can only imagine how much he missed his little girl. He quickly packed his gear, checked out, and called for a taxi to start his journey back. Everything was done in one smooth motion. By 6 in the evening, he was on his way. We see him carrying a mountain of gifts in his hands as he quickly enters his familiar, somewhat run-down neighborhood. His steps grow lighter with every meter until he finally opens the door to the home he hasn't seen in far too long. Silence reigns in the living room, and it seems that Senjuchu and Bangwon aren't home at the moment. Not seeing the person he was looking for immediately, he feels a slight pang of disappointment. However, in the very next instant, the door to the master bedroom suddenly swings open. Senjuchu emerges, rubbing her eyes in confusion, but the moment she sees him, she is frozen in complete surprise. Subconsciously, her eyes widen as she stares at him, hardly able to believe what she is seeing. At that moment, she is wearing a strapped nightgown, one of which has slipped down her arm. With her hair messy from sleep and her mouth slightly agape, she looks like a sleeping beauty who just woke up. This is the scene before his eyes, and for a long moment, both of them remain completely paralyzed. Under the soft glow of the sun hitting Juchu, they simply look at each other in total silence. Then, a bright smile gradually blooms on his face as he finally speaks. He tells her he's back, and as Senjuchu's face slowly reddens, she stands there not knowing what to do with herself. She feels quite nervous, of course, but a wave of gentle sweetness begins to wash over her as well. She lowers her head and answers softly, not forgetting to discreetly pull the fallen strap back up to her shoulder. He suddenly pulls a bouquet from behind his back, mentioning that he brought something special for her. It's lavender. On his way home, he saw someone selling it and thought the scent was wonderful. And so, he bought a bouquet just for her. Senjuchu purses her lips, trying to hide her reaction. She looks up and gently takes the flowers from his hand, her face now completely covered in a deep blush. This is the very first bouquet she has ever received, the lavender he chose to give her. In the language of flowers, lavender represents both waiting and hope. She likes it very much, she says, and then Senjuchu gathers her courage to look him directly in the eyes. Her eyelashes flutter softly as she asks if he has had dinner yet. He smiles cheerfully, guessing that neither of them has eaten yet either. He tells her he will prepare dinner and asks her to go wake up little Bangwan. Senjuchu's first instinct, of course, was to handle the cooking herself. He just returned and must be exhausted, but seeing the insistence in his eyes and knowing his cooking is far superior to hers, she finally nods. She agrees to wake Bangwan, knowing the girl will be overjoyed to see that he is finally home. After all, the child has been asking for him constantly over the last 2 days. Senjuchu says this as she turns around and heads back into the master bedroom. This time, however, she doesn't close the door behind her, leaving it open instead. We see him peer inside to find Bangwan sprawled across the bed, limbs extended, sleeping deeply. Senjuchu picks her up gently, and the girl doesn't react until she is brought close to him and feels a soft kiss on her cheek. She whispers softly into the child's ear, telling Bangwan it's time to wake up. The moment she hears that her father is back, Bangwan suddenly begins to stir. She slowly opens those adorable, large eyes, looking around in a bit of a daze. And then, the little girl's eyes light up with sudden, pure recognition. She reaches out both of her tiny arms toward him, waving them excitedly. It's her father, and she immediately demands to be held. Bangwan has missed him terribly, and she clings to him now like a little koala. Once he pulls her into an embrace, she wraps her arms around his neck and refuses to let go. To her, he is a hero, and she clings to him as if letting go would make him vanish again. Even when he heads to the kitchen to start dinner, she insists on staying right there, hanging on to him. Eventually, Senjuchu has to put on a serious face to restore some order. She tempts the girl with the new toys he bought, finally managing to settle the little one onto the sofa. Bangwan plays, but her large eyes drift toward the kitchen every few moments, fearing he might disappear once more. After a bit of busy preparation, we see that the meal is finally ready and on the table. The whole family sits down together, looking quite happy to be in each other's company. Senjuchu looks down at her plate, while Bangwan settles into her seat with pure delight. She has already grabbed her little chopsticks and begins to slurp her food with impressive greed. A noodle vanishes into her belly in an instant. A very efficient eater, our little Bangwan. At the same time, her eyes crinkle into happy little half-moons of pure satisfaction. Watching her eat, one might think Senjuchu had been starving the poor child for days. This realization leaves Senjuchu feeling a mix of mild annoyance and complete helplessness. When your cooking is simply inferior to someone else's, there is really nothing left to do but surrender. This competitive spirit actually causes Senjuchu to speed up her own pace of eating. She wonders why she and her daughter never seem to have this kind of appetite when they are alone. The moment he returns, her entire being seems to relax in a way she can't quite explain. Senjuchu finds her mind wandering through these wild thoughts as she continues to eat. It's almost frightening to remember that, not long ago, their only wish was to stay as far away from this man as possible. In a very short time, it seems he has managed to subtly corrupt her. The only sound at the table is slurping until Senjuchu finishes, realizing he and Bangwan finished ages ago. Both of them are sitting there, staring directly at her at the same time. Senjuchu's lovely face can't help but flush again, and she stands up in a hurry, feeling quite embarrassed. She tells him she will clear the table and go wash the dishes herself. She insists he stay with Bangwan, stacking his plates before vanishing into the kitchen like a gust of wind. He simply shakes his head. This time, he really hadn't intended to startle her. He wonders why she's so spooked, but then Bangwan calls out for her papa to come quickly. She wants to build blocks with him, and so Bangwan hops down from her stool. She takes him by the hand and leads him over toward the sofa. With his help, Bangwan begins stacking the blocks until they take the shape of a little house. As she giggles, he decides to take this moment to ask a few questions about their family life. The little one, of course, is more than happy to tell him absolutely everything. When it comes to Senjuchu, the little girl completely sells out her mother, who apparently thinks of Papa often. She mentions that Mama often watches videos of him singing and smiles to herself in secret. To be honest, he hadn't actually intended to pry quite that far into her private habits. The real problem is that Bangwan said it quite loudly, unaware that Senjuchu had already left the kitchen. At that moment, Senjuchu's face is as red as a ripe apple, though her eyes are filled with a certain chill. She looks down at this little traitor who is so busy selling out her mother to win favor with her father. Bangwan notices that Papa has suddenly gone quiet, looks up dazed, and sees her mother's bright red face. With a quick movement, she hid in his arms, murmuring over and over that she couldn't look. Claiming that Mama couldn't see her, Senjuchu couldn't help but laugh as she reached out her hand. She gave the little one a playful swat, then looked at his smiling face and insisted he shouldn't listen to Bangwan's nonsense. The little girl protested that it was true and that it was actually Mama who was lying. Insisting that lying is bad, Bangwan kept her face buried deep in his arms, shouting in a muffled voice. As Senjuchu pretended to be angry, he immediately raised his hands in surrender, completely exposing the little traitor. He jokingly told her he believed her, noting that a truly outstanding man knows how to adapt to the times. But poor Bangwan found herself in a terrible spot as Senjuchu grabbed her and began to tickle and tease her. The little one's eyes sparkled as she reached out to him for help, but he simply sat there, refusing to intervene. For the sake of family prosperity, he decided he would just have to let his little baby feel a bit wronged for a moment. The family played together for a while until Bangwan, feeling slighted, decided to endure it all alone while building her blocks. He patted her little head, then stood up and pulled a paper folder out of his suitcase. We see him place it in front of Senjuchu, mission accomplished, explaining that this was the contract from Fancy Entertainment. Senjuchu looked at him with a serious expression, her eyelashes trembling slightly and betraying the unease in her heart. In just a few days away, he had actually secured a contract for himself, and Senjuchu slowly lowered her head. She picked up the folder, opened it, and began to review every detail of the contract until she reached the very end. Her hands began to shake slightly. This was a contract she had never even dared to dream of. It was a top-tier deal offering perfect freedom, the kind she wouldn't have had even if she had never retired. She realized she would never have achieved such a contract on her own, and she wondered how he had done it so quickly. She couldn't help but wonder what he had experienced and just how much he had sacrificed to get this. All of this just to obtain something like this, a multi-million-dollar contract that most people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Senjuchu slowly lifted her head and looked him directly in the eyes. With tears welling up and her lips pursed, she simply stared at him, unable to find the right words. He still wore that same kind smile on his face, acting as if everything were perfectly calm and serene. After a long silence, Senjuchu finally opened her mouth and spoke softly. She whispered that she didn't actually need to sing just to put food on the table, her voice barely audible. And yet, she was incredibly firm. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, feeling utterly perplexed. It was clear to him that she loves to sing and wants to sing. So what could this sudden change of heart possibly mean? To be honest, he had no idea what on earth this woman was thinking or why she was reacting this way. He asked her why, if she had always wanted to sing and now had the chance, she was suddenly backing out. His voice rose just a bit. It was the very first time he had spoken to her with such intensity since his arrival. Having been a bachelor his entire life, he naturally couldn't grasp the emotional chaos swirling in Senjuchu's heart right now. Suddenly, she felt that it might be better to just keep things as they were, rather than returning to the stage. She was terrified of what might change later, fearing that life would never be this peaceful again. Senjuchu pursed her lips once more, struggling with her own conflicting emotions. She gazed at him as tears began to fall one by one, and after a moment, she finally found her voice. She slowly confessed that she was simply afraid that things would take a turn for the worse in the future. This was the first time Senjuchu had ever been truly honest with him about the deep-seated fear in her heart. He was stunned for a moment, but then his worried frown instantly relaxed, and he began to smile. With a very warm expression, he told her she could go with a peaceful mind, no matter what might happen. He assured her that none of this would change. After all, he was fully prepared to be a full-time father. Senjuchu never expected him to say that, and he even reached out to help her dry her tears. It had been far too long since she had experienced such a tender moment. This level of intimacy caused Senjuchu to lower her head shyly, her slightly flushed face turning bright red in an instant. She didn't even have time to dwell on her previous chaotic thoughts, while he continued to reflect on the situation. He realized she was still afraid of all these complications. He finally understood what was happening with Senjuchu. She was simply afraid of change, which, to be honest, is a very natural feeling for someone who has been home for so long. So he told her quite seriously that she should leave Bangwan in his care. He promised to look after him well, noting that her contract offered a very high level of freedom. He told her she could return whenever she liked, and that she should focus on herself without worrying about the house. As he spoke, however, Senjuchu wasn't really listening to a single word. In her mind, she was still replaying the scene of his hand gently caressing her face. Meanwhile, Bangwan was already secretly observing the interaction between his parents from the sofa, and he saw it clearly on his mother's face. Even with her head down, the corners of her lips were curling into a smile, while Dad just kept chatting away without pause. The little one didn't quite understand the details, but he knew Mom was happy and that Dad truly cared for her. Suddenly, he pounced on his father's leg, looking up with wide eyes and making a sudden, bold request. He asked if he could sleep with both Mom and Dad tonight, and the moment those words left his mouth, the air changed. He froze instantly, and Senjuchu was even more stunned, lifting her head to look at the little boy in pure shock. Her heart began to race with such intensity, it felt as though it might leap right out of her chest. Seeing that his father hadn't agreed yet, Bangwan immediately began his most persuasive pleading tactics. The boy rolled around on his father's leg, while he swallowed hard and turned to look at Senjuchu, whose neck was now completely flushed as she avoided his gaze. He stammered that the boy would have to ask his mother if she agreed to such a thing. How else was he supposed to respond? Senjuchu was embarrassed to the point of a total meltdown. She stood up in a hurry and practically bolted toward the bathroom. She claimed she was sleepy and needed to wash up and get ready for bed immediately. And so, Senjuchu fled the scene, leaving only him and Bangwan in the living room, staring at each other with wide eyes. He had no idea what to do, but Bangwan simply jumped from his leg and wrapped his arms around his neck. The little one insisted that mom had basically said yes, so dad just needed to get ready. He looked at the tightly closed bathroom door, where he could faintly hear the sound of running water. He told himself it was probably fine, taking a deep breath of the boys sent to find some courage. Deep down, he tried to convince himself this was entirely for Bangwon's sake and nothing else. After a long while, Senjuchu finally emerged and retreated to the bedroom without saying a single word. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even dare to glance toward the sofa. Only then did he pick up Bangwon, stand up, and make his own way to the bathroom. He helped the little one wash up before taking a very brief moment to wash up himself. When he finally led the boy out, his heart began to race with a sudden, frantic intensity. We follow them now on the long walk from the living room to the master bedroom. That short distance felt as though it took an eternity to cross. Finally, his feet crossed the threshold and he entered the bedroom completely. And as he stood there, his mind went entirely blank, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the moment. This was something he had never experienced before, not even in 2 lifetimes. In that very moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to look for some kind of help. What was he supposed to do? Senjuchu had already climbed into bed and was lying on her side, facing away as if she were already asleep. From where he stood, it was impossible to see her face or tell what she was thinking. Only her bright, rosy earlobes gave away her current state of mind, which, to be honest, was likely pure panic. He closed the door softly, but even that tiny sound made Senjuchu's body tremble ever so slightly. And yet, she didn't get up. By this point, he had completely surrendered to the situation. He realized that being nervous was utterly useless, so he decided his only option was to simply lie down. With that thought in mind, his frantic mental state finally began to relax a little. He placed Bangwon in the middle and sat on the other side of the bed, gently stroking the boy's hair. He began to tell a bedtime story, deciding that tonight, Dad would tell Bangwon the story of Snow White. His soft voice echoed through the room, and we see Senjuchu's eyelashes flutter as her agitated heart slowly calmed to the rhythm of the tale. A little later, she found herself gradually drifting off toward sleep. Just like her, little Bangwon also began to fall asleep, lulled by the sound of his father's story. The night grew deep, and only when he saw that their breathing had finally steadied did he reach out to turn off the light. He slipped under the covers and lay down, noticing that the pillow carried a familiar, light, and fresh scent. It was the first time he realized that a girl's pillow could be so fragrant. He pulled Bangwon closer to his side, comforted by the boy's presence and that lingering aroma. Before long, he too fell fast asleep, and the night passed without any further incident. On the following day, his internal biological clock proved to be as punctual as ever. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he woke up and, quite unconsciously, gave the soft bundle in his arms a gentle squeeze. But then, in an instant, he found himself completely frozen in shock. He swallowed hard, wondering how on earth Bangwon could have grown so much overnight. His eyes darted toward the blanket, searching for the small figure of the boy who was supposed to be in his arms. It wasn't the little one he was holding, but Senjuchu herself. He was utterly stunned, wondering how she had ended up in his arms in the first place. That light, fresh fragrance he had noticed earlier was still lingering right there at the tip of his nose. The body he held was soft and warm, a realization that made his heart race. In that single moment, his disciplined Taoist heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Almost instinctively, he leaned in closer and closer to Senjuchu's beautiful face, stopping just inches away. As a fierce battle raged in his mind, he saw her long eyelashes tremble slightly, which startled him into sitting up straight again. Moving as quietly as possible, he slowly withdrew his hand from where it had been tucked under her neck. He slipped out of bed with the utmost care and practically ran out of the bedroom. He headed straight to the bathroom to wash up, his face a mask of pure frustration. To be honest, this was far too much excitement for anyone to handle so early in the morning. What he didn't know was that the moment he left the room, Senjuchu opened her beautiful eyes. Feeling a wave of relief, she hid under the sheets with her face burning, as if she were afraid someone might see her. She had actually woken up just as he was stirring, having no idea when she had ended up in his arms. She had even used his arm as a pillow, how embarrassing, until she felt his breath right on her face. In that moment of panic, she couldn't help but wonder, was he actually trying to steal a kiss? What on earth was she supposed to do? Senjuchu was absolutely terrified in that moment, yet she didn't dare let on that she was awake. She could only keep pretending to sleep. Fortunately, he had stopped himself in time. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have known how to face him. But when he actually pulled away, she felt a vague, tiny pang of disappointment. Senjuchu wasn't even sure if she had been ready for more. She only knew that her heart was in complete chaos, and much later, Senjuchu buried herself deeper under the sheets. Only then did she exhale deeply, deciding to let happen what may, and stayed curled up there until 8 o'clock. When Senjuchu finally heard the sound of the door opening again, she got out of bed, tidied herself up a bit, and left the room. We see that he was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and when he saw Senjuchu emerge, he greeted her with a slightly awkward expression. He offered a simple good morning, trying not to overthink things as he turned back to continue his cooking. Unexpectedly, Senjuchu finished washing up quickly and went straight to the kitchen, offering to help him with the meal. Senjuchu maintained a natural expression, skillfully taking the bowl from his hands to wash the rice, leaving him momentarily stunned. He soon snapped out of it and gladly accepted her kindness, stepping aside to begin washing the vegetables. The two of them shared a remarkable chemistry, looking for all the world like a couple that had lived together for many years. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were ready. He took off his apron and washed his hands. He walked naturally into the bedroom to wake Bangwon, who was sleeping at the foot of the bed, and the family enjoyed a happy breakfast together. He looked at Senjuchu and asked if she was still planning to report to Fanzine Entertainment at the beginning of August. Upon hearing this, Senjuchu sat on the sofa, her beautiful clear eyes reflecting on what needed to be done before then. She explained that she first had to pick up Chu-Chu and then find Sister Yun, imagining their reaction to her return. They would definitely be very happy, Senjuchu said, a sincere and warm smile spreading across her face. Before her abrupt retirement from the industry, those two were her greatest regrets. Now, even if it wasn't for her own dreams, she felt she should put in the effort for their sake, a sentiment he acknowledged with a silent nod. He stroked Bangwon's hair while wondering, deep down, exactly what kind of song he should write for Senjuchu this time. This was to be her first real comeback, so he knew he had to make it something truly significant. To be honest, Senjuchu's vocal range and timbre were exceptionally good. Whether it was a sweet melody or a melancholic ballad, she could handle it all, which left him with almost too many options. For a moment, he simply couldn't decide. After thinking for a while without any results, his mind drifted toward other practical matters. He realized that in a few days, he really ought to go out and buy a car. In a month, Bangwon would be starting kindergarten, and having a car would make dropping her off and picking her up much easier. Furthermore, although Fanzine Entertainment would provide a van for work, he knew they would still need something for their private time. We see Senjuchu reflecting on this as well, agreeing that they would eventually need a vehicle to get around. She felt that buying a car was a sensible move, especially since she used to stay home all the time and rarely went out. Back then, it didn't matter, but now that she'd be out frequently, the lack of a car was a problem, though she worried if he had enough money. After all, the income from his previous 2 videos had mostly gone toward buying furniture and other recent expenses. She had no idea how much was left, and with Bangwon starting school soon, there would be even more bills to pay. After some thought, Senjuchu looked up at him, a trace of genuine concern visible in her beautiful eyes. She suggested he buy one for himself first, so it would be convenient for him to take the children wherever they needed to go. She explained that she would have a company car assigned to her for her work outside the house anyway. She told him she wouldn't need a personal one just yet, and that they should wait until she started earning money to buy another. Senjuchu told herself that once she released a song or an album and saw some profits, she could worry about those luxuries. Thinking about this made her feel a bit sad, as she wasn't even sure when she would actually get to sing again. Even though her contract was top tier and included a clause for creative freedom, she wasn't entirely sure how he had negotiated those terms with the company. With all these top-tier resources being provided, she wondered why they weren't helping him reserve a song from a professional. She felt a bit confused. After all, she didn't know many composers, and thinking of them made Senjuchu pause suddenly. Then she looked at him with a calm expression, realizing that while he seemed to know how to write songs, she wasn't sure when he'd learned. She remembered that one of the 2 songs on Xiao Do had been the one he gave to Bangwon during that live broadcast. Naturally, he understood Senjuchu's silent concern, the feeling that someone needs to truly champion a woman's talent. It was as if a person might seem dazzling at first, but without the right support, they could end up feeling isolated and fortress-like in their own mind. And then, as if on cue, a notification appeared on a communication app, marking an unprecedented moment for those waiting to see his next move. If the quality is good, people will always pay attention to the story hidden behind the music video. However, a certain phrase had been circulating across the internet lately, a product of BuffFan. It was said that it must be of the highest quality, and seeing that the lyrics and music for this video were by BuffFan, everyone was instantly intrigued. This mysterious figure, we learn, is the type who only acts when he has something truly amazing to show. And so, the audience began clicking on the video one after another, eager to witness what promised to be a grand occasion. They watched intently until the very last note of music faded and the final piece of footage disappeared from the screen. BuffFan himself never appeared, keeping his figure as mysterious as ever, yet the viewers found themselves strangely satisfied. The images and every person featured in the video seemed to be deeply engraved into the hearts of everyone watching. Even a long while after the full film had been released, a curious thing happened. No one was leaving likes or comments. It was as if the entire audience had collectively disappeared into a shared moment of silence. At that very moment, in the weighing meeting room, Lynn Seeley was closely observing the real-time data from the internet. She couldn't understand why so many people were watching at the same time, yet not a single person had hit the like button. She began to worry, thinking that perhaps the public simply didn't approve of this new music video. What had happened? We see Lynn Seeley looking a bit disappointed, quietly wiping her slightly reddened eyes. To be honest, such a cold reception was a difficult thing for her to accept. However, in the very next moment, the data for this music video suddenly began to take flight. The number of likes and comments exploded like an unstoppable flood, breaking through every barrier. This was a first in history. In just a few breaths, the data surged upward like a powerful geyser. The like count shot up from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, and soon 20 million. And then, almost impossibly, the likes continued their meteoric rise from that initial 100,000 mark. Most netizens had initially been curious about the comforting, healing tone promised by Wang film. Then, when they saw that the lyrics and music were composed by Buff Fan, their expectations grew even higher. But now, after watching it in its entirety, they found themselves completely and utterly moved. Pure empathy was the most intuitive feeling in everyone's heart at that moment. The video quickly transitioned from total silence to the #1 spot on the trending search results. Everyone was asking the same thing. What was it about this video that was so special? We returned to the weighing meeting room, where a sudden wave of cheers broke out among the staff. Lynn Seeley also clenched her fists with excitement, silently watching the data as it continued to climb. It turns out, as we now see, it wasn't that the audience hadn't been touched by the work. It was simply that they hadn't yet had the time to digest the deep emotions it stirred. Another half hour passed, and this surge in popularity showed no signs of slowing down. It even spread to Weibo, where the trending topics were soon dominated by discussions about this music video. The vast majority of netizens were still deep in conversation, unable to stop talking about what they had witnessed. However, we see that some eagle-eyed netizen was the first to notice that the Hwine platform had uploaded a pure version, featuring only the music. And it was released entirely for free. At that moment, everyone who had watched the music video took notice. They rushed to the Hwine platform to leave a rating, download and save the track, and offer their likes, comments, and shares. On this day, the entire entertainment circle in China was shaken to its very core. It didn't matter which entertainment company or individual it was. Everyone silently shared the video after watching it. Deep down, they were all extremely jealous of such overwhelming popularity. But it was a success they couldn't replicate, so they simply followed the trend in silence, trying to stay relevant. And in this moment, we see Sun Yuchu curled up in his arms. Sobbing quietly, she took a corner of his clothes to wipe away her tears and her messy face. The pitiful appearance of the poor little thing made him feel a deep sense of distress. It was just a video, after all. He wondered why she felt so aggrieved even as she let her tears flow. Sun Yuchu finally understood that what he had been doing outside these past few days was creating a song like this and working with Hwine. He told himself it was just a video, but seeing her so upset made him question why she felt so hurt. Sun Yuchu finally realized the truth, wondering if he had suffered while out there in the world. She wondered if people had treated him poorly, or how much effort it had truly cost him to create such a masterpiece. Meanwhile, at the Tianmei Entertainment branch downtown, Liuli's face was so somber it looked as though it might drip with gloom. The expression on her agent's face, Sister Ian, was also quite unpleasant to behold. The atmosphere in the room was dull and heavy, as if the air itself had stopped moving. Only Zhao Chuchu was laughing secretly not far away, clearly enjoying the tension. Feeling quite gloating, Liuli looked at her agent and felt even more convinced that this withered old woman was truly useless. Sister Ian, wasn't your song scheduled to be released on Hwine at the end of July? What is happening now? The song was rejected, and they asked me to release it again at the beginning of August. The company's promotion has already been done. I just bought the search trends, and yet they aren't just quietly postponing my song. They're dominating every single trending topic. Sister Ian, you have always been the one responsible for this. She demanded an explanation, causing Sister Yin's face to grow even more somber than before. To be honest, she was already in a terrible mood because of everything that had transpired. Now that Lioli was still shouting at her, she felt a surge of anger rising deep within her heart. You're asking me for an explanation? Go to Hwine yourself if you have the guts. Why are you yelling at me? Who could have known where this buff fan person even came from? A single song had allowed the Hwine music video to be released much earlier than originally planned. If she didn't have to rely on Lioli to make a living, Sister Ian wouldn't have even bothered to pay her any attention. So what were they to do now? Lioli and Sister Ian were, as the saying goes, grasshoppers tied to the same string. She knew she couldn't confront her just yet. She needed her for her livelihood, after all. And so they continued this charade, though even glass wouldn't be quite as fragile as their current relationship. Deep down, she cursed Zhao Chuchu for stealing the popularity that she felt rightfully belonged to her. When Lioli turned her head and saw Zhao Chuchu nearby, covering her mouth and laughing secretly, she became even more enraged. Zhao Chuchu, can't you see the absolute mess we have in here? Hurry up and clean this. Her voice was so sharp and screeching that Zhao Chuchu couldn't help but cover her ears. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, but my contract ends today and I have already submitted my resignation. I'm not serving anyone anymore. Zhao Chuchu burst into laughter, sitting back in her chair with her legs crossed, calmly sipping her drink. Lioli stood up abruptly, pointing at Zhao Chuchu with a face turning shades of purple and white, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. We returned to our main trio who, after finishing their lunch, were happily heading out together in a taxi. By the afternoon, they arrived punctually at the car dealership. Welcome, sir and madam. Do you have a specific model in mind? The salesman's eyes were practically sparkling. After all, he had several years of sales experience under his belt. He knew that 80% of families of 3 who came to look at cars ended up closing the deal. You nod in agreement, as you and Shun Zhouchua had already done quite a bit of research before choosing a model. Do you have the H9, the top-of-the-line version? Yes, we do. Hearing that they already had a model in mind, the salesman's eyes shone even brighter. The top-tier H9, even at its cheapest, would be a significant investment once it hit the road. It would cost over $300,000. Sir, we actually have a top-of-the-line H9 available right here. And they are stunning, one in quicksand gold and another in gentian purple. Which one would you like to see first? The salesman asked, leading the 3 of them further into the showroom. The gentian purple looks much deeper and more sophisticated. This was something they had already agreed upon at home. The gentian purple was simply more elegant. You won't lose face whenever you need to go out. You have excellent taste, sir. The gentian purple truly suits your wife's temperament much better. The salesman kept talking as he led them toward the vehicle to begin his presentation. This is it, he said as they reached the car, the top-of-the-line H9 in gentian purple. Sir, please, have a seat and try it out. You simply smiled in response. You won't do it, Juchu? Can I hold Bangwan for a moment? You encouraged her to try it, noticing how Shun Juchu's eyes lit up the moment she saw the car. It was obvious, even to a casual observer, that she was quite satisfied with this particular model. Shun Juchu felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing a soft shade of red under the attention. But she summoned her courage anyway, handed Bangwan over to you, and finally took a seat inside. In the past, she had often fantasized about what it would be like to own a car of her own. To think that today it was becoming a reality. The car was beautiful, with elegant lines that weren't too imposing. Seeing the expression on Shun Juchu's face, as if she couldn't stop admiring every detail. You felt even happier. You pulled out your bank card and driver's license and handed them to the salesman. This is fine. I'll be paying the full amount by card. The salesman's smile was so wide it practically reached his ears. A very successful day for him, indeed. Understood, sir. I will make sure to give you the best possible discount. I'll go prepare the paperwork now. And to be honest, you didn't have to wait very long at all. The salesman soon returned, clutching the purchase agreement and various other documents. The 3 of them moved over to the lounge area to discuss the final details in comfort. Sir, since you are paying in full, we can offer you a final price of 385,000 duanes. That includes the insurance and the registration fees as well. And we'll throw in a full set of seat covers and a protective car cover as a gift. You can pick it up tomorrow. You nodded, and without a word, entered your PIN and completed the payment. Once all the paperwork was finally finished, he and the salesman agreed to pick up the car the following morning, and they left the dealership in high spirits. By the time they arrived back home, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He had barely stepped through the door when he received a phone call from Lucilla. Hello there, Big Tycoon. Congratulations are in order. Right now, the entire internet is covered in news about that music video and about you. You are officially famous now, she said, and he couldn't help but offer the same sentiment back to her. To be honest, he didn't have much desire to be famous, but he noted that her company would surely see quite a profit this time. He laughed, while she teased that it was all thanks to him and his status as a big tycoon. But speaking seriously, when will you and Juchu be coming over to register? On the other end of the line, Lucilla joked with him a bit more before asking the question with a smile. We see him glance over at the sofa, where Shin Juchu sat with her ears perked up, secretly eavesdropping on the call, which made him smile. In a couple of days, I suppose, by the 3rd at the latest. He explained that there were still a few things to take care of at home, and once they were settled, he would head over. Fine then, I'll be waiting for your arrival here. Deep down, Lucilla was incredibly curious to know what kind of personality this woman had, the one he was willing to work so hard for. As it turned out, the efficiency of the dealership was remarkably high. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the news reached the house. The salesman called to let them know that the car was already registered, insured, and ready to go. You can pick up the car at any time, he told them. And so, the important task of picking up the new car was entrusted to Shinjuchu. He didn't go with her. Instead, he stayed at home to look after Bangguang. After arriving at the dealership, Shinjuchu successfully picked up the car. After testing the waters with a short drive, she headed straight for the city center. She was going to find Chuchu and Sister Yun to take them over to Fanzin Entertainment together. Shinjuchu had already planned to go to Fanzin Entertainment to register the very next day. Even though he had told her it could wait, she simply didn't want to delay. She had her own little plans. Singing was her dream, and she had no intention of being a mere ornament who depended entirely on him. At that moment, however, Shinjuchu had no idea that Zhao Chuchu had already resigned. She drove until she was not far from the Tianmei Entertainment building. When Zhao Chuchu called him, she was hoping to give him a bit of a surprise. The call was answered quickly, and Shunjuchu had a smile on her face, her voice barely containing her excitement. Chuchu, guess where I am? She asked, while Zhao Chuchu was busy packing up her things. Chuchu remained silent for a long moment, as she was actually planning to return to her hometown. She had already made up her mind, and it was precisely at this moment that the phone rang. Receiving the call from Shunjuchu, she asked, Sister Shun, where else would you be if not at home? You silly girl, I'm right downstairs at your company. Come down quickly, I have something important to tell you. All right then, Sister Shun, just wait a moment. I'm coming. Zhao Chuchu felt a sudden wave of nervousness wash over her. She couldn't help but wonder why Sister Shun had suddenly rushed over to her office building. For a moment, she simply didn't know what to say to Shinjuchu. She hadn't mentioned a word about her resignation or her plans to return to her hometown. Fortunately, the apartment Zhao Chuchu was renting wasn't far from the Tianmei Entertainment Building. In no time at all, she arrived downstairs out of breath, looking around until a familiar voice caught her ear. "Chuchu, I'm over here," she called out, and Chuchu turned her head to look. We see Shinjuchu stepping out of a brand new car, waving a cheerful greeting. "Sister Shun, did you buy a car?" Zhao Chuchu asked, her eyes narrowing into a beautiful, surprised arc. She quickly walked over to Shinjuchu, her gaze fixed on the shiny new vehicle parked right there. She felt a wave of disbelief. That man had actually bought a car for Sister Shin. Wasn't he supposed to be treating her poorly? Shinjuchu just nodded with a smile and took Zhao Chuchu's hand. "Yes, it's brand new. I've come today because I want to discuss something with you." She asked if she was free, and it was then that Zhao Chuchu truly noticed the change. Shinjuchu seemed quite different from the last time they had seen each other. Her skin looked much smoother, her face was a bit fuller, and her complexion was obviously much healthier. But most importantly, that sense of inner confidence seemed to have finally returned to her. As she looked at her former assistant, Shinjuchu's eyes grew clear and bright. Her entire presence seemed to glow as she made her offer. "Chuchu, come back and be my assistant again. Let's call Sister Yun. I'm making my comeback." The moment she finished speaking, Zhao Chuchu stood there stunned, unable to believe her own ears. But a second later, she was jumping for joy with pure excitement. She knew it. Deep down, she had always felt there were no truly dead ends in life. "Sister Shun, what a coincidence," she exclaimed. "I actually just resigned." They could fight side by side once again. However, hearing this, Shinjuchu was left stunned. It was only then that she realized Chuchu had already quit her job. In an instant, a wave of immense guilt and sadness flooded her heart. She whispered an apology, feeling that she had been far too impulsive in the past. She told herself it was her own fault that Chuchu and Sister Yun had been so negatively affected. But they had to look toward the future now, because she was finally making her comeback. Immediately after, she asked if Chuchu knew where they could find Sister Yun. They were going to find her right now, and Zhao Chuchu provided the address without a second thought. We learned that Sister Yun was likely at the hospital, taking care of her mother. Shinjuchu didn't waste a single moment of their time. She told Chuchu to get into the car right away so they could leave. The two of them set off, with Chuchu settling into the passenger seat for the ride. While inside the car, Zhao Chuchu couldn't help but admire the pristine new interior. Suddenly, she asked with a hint of curiosity if he knew about the comeback. Shinjuchu nodded, and the corners of her mouth curved upward in an involuntary smile. Not only did he know, but he was the one who had negotiated the new contract for her return. She added that he had also bought the car for her, a revelation that left Zhao Chuchu speechless. She sat there with her mouth slightly open in complete and utter surprise. "He negotiated your contract? How is that even possible?" she asked in disbelief. "Sister Shun, you aren't lying to me, are you?" Shinjuchu simply shook her head, preparing to drop an even bigger bombshell. "It's true, he negotiated my contract with Fanzine Entertainment himself. And it wasn't just any deal, it was a top-tier contract, leaving Zhao Chuchu completely stunned. She couldn't fathom how that man could have secured such a high-level agreement. Seeing that her friend was lost for words, Shinjuchu continued. "He is very good to me now. Please, don't treat him with that attitude ever again." Zhao Chuchu finally snapped out of it, pouting playfully as she teased Sister Shun. "Protecting your husband with such authority, I'm actually a little jealous." Shinjuchu told her not to act that way, her face flushing red, though she didn't disagree. They soon arrived at the hospital, and standing before room 302, Shinjuchu felt a wave of unease. But the very moment she opened the door and laid eyes on Sister Yun, tears nearly welled up in her eyes at the sight. Sister Yun's hair, once naturally black, was now streaked with gray. Her once determined face was now marked by the heavy toll of life's hardships. To be honest, she looked exactly the way Shinjuchu herself had looked not long ago. Sister Yun was also left completely speechless by the unexpected visit. We see her frozen there, as Shinjuchu stood staring back at her. The two of them simply looked at one another, neither saying a word for a long moment. Zhao Chuchu was the first to rush forward, finally breaking the awkward silence. "Sister Yun, Sister Shun and I have come to find you," she announced. Sister Yun finally reacted, nervously rubbing her hands together, something she hadn't done before. "Look at the state I'm in," she said with a forced smile, before asking if her mother was doing all right. One more surgery and she would be cured, but that smile hid a bitter truth. She was on the brink of ruin. With over 100,000 in debt, she had no idea where the money for the next operation would come from. Shinjuchu entered the hospital room with her head bowed, biting her lip as she spoke to Sister Yun. But Sister Yun approached her and took her hand, a look of pure relief washing over her face. "I'm just glad you came to see me, and I'm so happy to see you looking like this now." To her, seeing Shinjuchu doing well meant everything, even if she had tried to hold her back before for her own good. She told her not to take it the wrong way, but at that moment, Shinjuchu could no longer contain herself. She threw herself into Sister Yun's arms, tears falling like rain, leaving Sister Yun momentarily speechless. After a moment, Sister Yun began to gently pat her on the back to soothe her. She comforted her softly, telling her there was no need to apologize. After all, what mother could truly blame her own child? She truly saw her as a daughter, and hearing this, Shinjuku cried even harder until she eventually grew tired. Raising her red, swollen eyes to meet Sister Yun's gentle smile, Shinjuku pressed her lips together. Sister Yun, I'm returning to the industry. Will you be my agent again? Upon hearing this, Sister Yun was suddenly stunned, her brow furrowing in confusion. She asked what would happen to her daughter, but Shinjuku assured her that Lu Fan was taking care of the girl. In Sister Yun's eyes, Lu Fan wasn't exactly babysitter material, but Shinjuku simply nodded with firm conviction. Lu Fan is Bang Wang's father, after all, and she was certain he would take good care of the girl. She trusted him completely. Sister Yun rubbed her temples, trying to suppress her doubts about whether he was truly capable of looking after a child. But returning to the industry is no simple feat, and she asked if there was even a company willing to sign her. She began to ask what resources they would offer, but before she could finish, Shinjuku pulled a contract from her bag. Lu Fan had tucked it into her purse earlier, and now she handed it over, identifying it as a Fanzine Entertainment contract. The moment she saw the name Fanzine Entertainment, Sister Yun was stunned. They were, after all, one of the big three in Wowo. She took the document with suspicion and began to read carefully, but the further she read, the more her shock grew. By the time she reached the end, her hands were trembling slightly. This was, for all intents and purposes, a divine contract. She wondered, quite reasonably, if Shinjuku had somehow kidnapped the CEO of Fanzine Entertainment. It promised top-tier resources and absolutely no restrictions on her personal freedom. A short 2-year term with such favorable terms was practically unheard of, a total power move in her favor. Sister Yin snapped her head up, looking at her in disbelief. Her voice shook as she asked the only logical question. Was this actually real? Shinjuku assured her it was, pointing out the official Fanzine Entertainment seal stamped right at the top. She hurried to explain, fearing her friend wouldn't believe her, but Sister Yun could only stare at her in a daze. In all her years as an agent, she had never seen clauses like these. They were, frankly, a bit wild. She wondered if the company had collectively lost its mind, but Shinjuku simply told her they were returning tomorrow. She intended to report for work, and seeing the lingering doubt, Shinjuku felt the need to emphasize the point again. Finally, the reality of the situation began to sink in for Sister Yun. Yet the astonishment on her face didn't fade as she asked Jutsu to tell her the honest truth about how this happened. She couldn't help but ask the obvious. How on earth did she manage to sign a contract like this? Shinjuku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes slightly reddened from the emotion of the moment. She explained that Lu Fan had brought it to her personally, having written a song for Fanzine Entertainment. That single sentence made Sister Yun begin to seriously question her own reality. The idea that Lu Fan could write songs and secure such an incredible contract seemed impossible. It was simply madness, or at the very least, a massive exaggeration. Sister Yun told Jutsu not to be angry, but she genuinely doubted the girl even knew how to write music. Even if she could write, what kind of song could possibly be worth a contract of this caliber? Jutsu insisted she wasn't being fooled, firmly stating that she really had written a song. Seeing that Sister Yun remained unconvinced, Shinjuku immediately pulled out her phone. She opened an account on a platform under the name Bu Fan, and Sister Yun took the phone with deep suspicion. Zhao Jutsu leaned in to look as well, and a second later, they saw it, over 100 million likes. Zhao Jutsu let out an exaggerated cry of shock before quickly covering her mouth. They were in a hospital room, after all, and even Sister Yun found herself completely speechless. Imagine the scene. What kind of video could possibly garner more than 100 million likes? Immediately after, her eyes drifted toward the account name on the screen. She saw that Hua Jin was following the account and was listed as a collaborator, which left Sister Yun utterly confused. She looked up as an absolutely absurd idea began to take shape in her mind. Zhao Jutsu whispered the question they were both thinking. Was Bu Fan actually Lu Fan? Could she really be Bu Fan, the most popular and mysterious person on the entire internet right now? Looking at the expressions on the screen, we can see that this particular one is much better for causing a stir. It had been 10 years since the news went cold, but they finally found Hua Jin and invited her to stay. They mentioned that Avi and Gutierrez were removed from the Amazing Group, and 8 years later, it's as if everything has been upended. But she did this without covering for herself, which was a bold move, to say the least. On the network, they wondered if they could use a hotel password for expenses, especially since the house has over 10 million likes. It was dawn, and she felt that she truly couldn't leave, no matter how much she wanted to. We see them suggest hiring a nanny, but Sister Yin still looked deeply troubled by the idea. The simple truth was that she didn't have the money to hire a nanny, even if she wanted to. She felt that following Shinjuku would only end up dragging the young girl down with her. Sister Yin told her that she didn't need to be convinced anymore, as this was such a wonderful opportunity. She urged her to appreciate it and told her not to be so impulsive in the future. After saying those words, Sister Yin turned her head away with absolute determination. she stopped looking at her entirely, leaving Shinjuchu to bite her lip in silence. The girl simply couldn't understand why Sister Yun refused to go away with her. And so, she had arrived full of hope, only to leave in complete disappointment. On the way back, Shinjuchu remained completely silent, lost in her own thoughts. After dropping off Zhao Chuchu, she finally spoke her mind directly. Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Shinjuchu's lips would instantly tremble? She collapsed onto the sofa, looking as though she had finally found her only lifeline. And just like that, the tears began to flow once again. Sister Yun doesn't want to come with me. It makes no sense at all. Why? In our memory, that stern woman was always there. She is the one who loves Shinjuchu the most, after all. Immediately afterward, Shinjuchu recounted everything that had happened at the hospital. She told him everything with such sadness, and he listened in silence until she finished speaking. Then he nodded thoughtfully. He understood now, and suddenly, he stood up. He called her a little idiot, more out of affection than anything else, and told her he was going out. Where are you going? Shinjuchu looked quite unhappy at that. We can't tell if it was because he called her an idiot or because she simply didn't want him to leave. He turned his head and gave her a somewhat mysterious smile. I'm going to bring back that person who is so important to you, he promised. After saying those words, he walked straight out the door. First, he found a placement agency to handle some business. Then he drove directly to the hospital, but he didn't go looking for Sister Yun yet. Instead, he found the attending physician. After learning the full situation regarding Sister Yun's mother from the doctor, he finally went up to the ward. In front of room 302, he composed himself and put on a cold, serious expression. He knocked softly on the door. A second later, it opened, and Sister Yun appeared with her eyes slightly reddened. She was stunned to see him and remained speechless, but he spoke with calm and great authority. Sister Yun, aren't you going to invite me in first? He asked. Sister Yun frowned, but she stepped aside to let him into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw an elderly woman with white hair and a weary soul watching him. Before Sister Yun could even explain who this friend was, he walked quickly to the bed and took the old woman's hand. He introduced himself warmly, explaining that his wife was a very close friend of Sister Yun. He mentioned she had visited earlier, but didn't want to disturb her while she was sleeping. Upon hearing this, the old woman's face softened, and she offered him a kind, genuine smile. She remarked on how kind it was for Sister Yun's friends to visit, clearly touched by the gesture. He replied immediately, telling her that having Sister Yun as a friend was a true blessing for them. He went on to say that his wife speaks about how wonderful Sister Yun is every single day. With a playful change of subject, he joked that his ears were practically about to burst from hearing it so much. Then, he began to lower his voice, mentioning it was such a shame about the situation at work. He explained that his wife wanted to be with Sister Yun, but Sister Yun was refusing to go. He added that the old woman probably didn't know, but his wife had come home crying inconsolably over it. Behind him, Sister Yun's expression changed drastically as she listened to his bold improvisation. In her mind, he was nothing more than a spokesperson sent there on behalf of Shinjuchu. The mother, confused, asked what work they were talking about and what was going on with her daughter. We see here that Sister Yun's mother was kept completely in the dark about the specifics of her daughter's job. Upon hearing his words, the old woman's white eyebrows furrowed in immediate concern. Sister Yun quickly interjected, telling her mother not to listen to such nonsense. She shot him a sharp look and tried to explain away the situation as if there were no job at all. But the elderly woman was no fool, and she immediately tightened her grip on his hand, sensing the truth. Young man, tell me, the mother asked, what is this job you're talking about? He glanced briefly at Sister Yun before choosing his next words very carefully. Auntie, the truth is that this particular job requires a business trip, he explained. He went on to say that they had originally planned to hire a nanny to look after her, but Sister Yun simply couldn't rest easy, insisting on staying to care for her mother personally. Xiao Yun, my daughter. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately turned to look at her child. The job required her to travel, and yet, she was staying behind for her mother's sake. Sister Yun grew anxious, and deep down, her resentment toward him only intensified. We know, of course, that the real reason she couldn't leave was far more practical. After all, where would she ever find the money to hire a professional nanny? The funds for her mother's next operation were still a looming, unsolved problem. At that moment, he maintained a perfectly calm and composed demeanor. He suggested they step outside to talk, giving the old woman a final smile before leaving the room. Sister Yun bit her lip in frustration, but she had no choice but to follow him. Once in the hallway, she looked up at him, her eyes practically burning with anger. She demanded to know what he wanted, speaking with a cold air of superiority. He told her she could think of him as a villain if she liked. He only cared about Shinjuchu's peace of mind. He explained that if Sister Yun didn't go, Shinjuchu would never stop worrying about her. He spoke with a certain intensity, hoping to offer her at least a small measure of clarity. Then, he paused and dropped a bombshell. He would be taking care of her mother's next surgery. I've also contacted a nanny, he added calmly. Here is the number. You can choose for yourself. Are you giving me charity? Sister Yun asked with a furious laugh, calling him a cowardly bully. He told her she was overthinking it. You will have to pay it back, after all. He explained that the amount would simply be deducted from the salary Shin Yuchu paid her. He looked her straight in the eye, delivering his next words very deliberately. He reminded her that she and Chuchu were brought in by Shin Yuchu and had no official ties to the company. I don't care how much she pays you, he said. This is my money, and I expect it back. He held out his hands with an air of having nothing left to lose. The surgery and nanny were already paid for. The money wouldn't be returned to him anyway, so whatever she decided to do next was her business. Without giving Sister Yun a moment to react, he simply turned around to make his exit. As he reached the door, Sister Yun's voice trailed after him, telling him not to say a word to Shin Yuchu. He didn't even turn his head, he just raised a hand in acknowledgement and walked away quickly. Back in the hallway, Sister Yun watched the spot where he had disappeared with a deeply conflicted expression. After a long silence, she finally gathered herself and returned to her mother's hospital room. Xiao Yun, has that young man gone? The old woman asked, seeing her daughter enter alone. She patted the edge of the bed, inviting her to sit, and told her not to hold a grudge. He is a good person, she insisted. I've met many people, and I can see it in his eyes. The old woman took her daughter's hand, asking with sudden seriousness what kind of man he truly was. She acknowledged her daughter's devotion, but reminded her that life offers many different paths, and choosing the wrong one, as we often learn too late, only leads to a lifetime of regret. Is there something wrong with my body? The old woman asked, insisting that with one more surgery, she would recover completely and the risk was low. She told her daughter that if she truly ended up full of regret because of her mother, it would be a burden too heavy to bear. Sister Yun lowered her head and remained in a long, heavy silence before finally giving a soft, resigned nod. Meanwhile, we return to the house just as you arrive, where Shin Yuchu is already approaching with a hopeful look. Her face was full of curiosity, but you deliberately ignored her gaze and chose to cheerfully scoop up little Bongguang instead. Bongguang, what do you want for dinner? You asked, causing Shin Yuchu's expression to freeze instantly. She looked at you in complete disbelief, as if to remind you that she was the one about to prepare the meal. After giving the little girl a kiss, you simply turned around and started heading toward the kitchen. Seeing you walk away, Shin Yuchu pouted with a look of pure grievance, her face practically screaming an accusation at you. Deep down, she couldn't believe you were ignoring her. Did you have no idea how hard it was for her to wait for you all day? You continued toward the kitchen, but then paused and turned back with a perfectly innocent face, asking her what was wrong. Naturally, that simple question only served to make Shin Yuchu even angrier. When you left, she had called you a fool with such sweetness, and now you had returned playing the fool yourself. She sat on the sofa in a huff, crossing her arms and turning her head away just to keep an eye on you. You chuckled, deciding not to tease her further, and told her that when she went out tomorrow, she should take her 2 bodyguards along. With a temperament like hers, you joked that if she didn't bring them, people would surely swindle her to death. Shin Yuchu's eyes brightened instantly. The sheer speed at which her mood shifted was truly something to behold. Did Sister Yun actually agree? She asked, to which you simply replied with a confident, what do you think? Fine, I'm going to cook now, she said, telling you not to bother her anymore. In the end, she didn't ask how you managed it, knowing full well you would just play dumb again if she did. But that doesn't stop the look in her eyes from growing brighter and brighter whenever she looks at you. She's likely thinking that ever since you changed, it seems there is absolutely nothing you cannot achieve. On the following morning, Shin Yuchu wakes up early, and you decide to skip your morning run as well. We see the two of them in the kitchen, preparing breakfast together. Little Bongguang is still fast asleep, and Shin Yuchu is secretly afraid of seeing her wake up. She fears the girl won't want her to leave. Once breakfast is ready, she eats it in complete silence. You sit down beside her and tell her repeatedly to remember to call often once she arrives. Otherwise, Bongguang will miss her. You remind her that if anything happens, she shouldn't keep it to herself like a fool. Shin Yuchu sips her oatmeal slowly, listening to your words, and suddenly she feels a bit lost. She really doesn't want to go. She eats at a snail's pace until the bowl is finally empty. At that moment, her phone rings, and you have to give her a little nudge to remind her. She snaps back to reality and answers with a quiet, hello. She explains that she is ready and that Sister Yun is already there with her. When asked when she's coming, she promises to arrive soon and asks them to wait just a bit longer. She agrees to meet them downstairs at her building in a few minutes. She hangs up the phone. Then, Shin Yuchu lifts her head to look at you. The complex expression in those sincere eyes makes you feel a bit guilty, which is understandable, really. You have to admit to yourself that Shin Yuchu is truly a beautiful woman. You quickly turn your head away. Looking at the luggage in the living room, you know it's time to go. You tell her not to keep people waiting. She hums in agreement, wanting to check on Bongguang one last time before leaving. Shin Yuchu finally looks away, her voice barely a whisper as she speaks. Lu Fan nods, and we follow them into the bedroom where the little one is fast asleep, sprawled out in every direction. The child has no idea, of course, that her mother is about to leave. Shin Yuchu leans down, kissing that small face over and over again. She then buries her face in the girl's neck, lingering there for a long moment. Only then does she reluctantly stand up, leaving the room while looking back with every step. Lu Fan follows her in silence, helping her load the luggage and watching as she takes her place in the driver's seat. He closes the car door and steps to the side, ready to say his goodbyes. Shin Yuchu turns her head to look at him one last time and tells him she's leaving. He reminds her to come home often, or the little one will surely cause a scene. She says she knows. The car starts, but suddenly she turns back with an incredibly serious expression. She tells Lufan that she likes him, and without waiting for a response, she's gone. The car roars to life, heading straight toward the center of the city. There, we find Zhao Chuchu waiting anxiously, while Sister Yin simply shakes her head beside her. The girl is as impatient as ever, calling out to Shun Yuchu the moment she arrives. Seeing the car pull up, Zhao Chuchu waves her over quickly. Shin Yuchu greets Chuchu and asks Sister Yin if they've been waiting long. She takes Zhao Chuchu's hand, looking at Sister Yin with an apologetic smile. Sister Yin tells her it hasn't been long. It's just that Chuchu is far too restless. Sister Yin smiles, likely thinking that she never imagined the three of them would have a reunion quite like this. And all of this is thanks to that man who looks like a gigolo, she thinks to herself. Shin Yuchu thanks Sister Yin for coming, admitting that without her and Chuchu, she wouldn't know what to do. It's all right, Sister Yin replies, noting that even as a mother, Shin Yuchu is still like a child. Sister Yin gives her hand a gentle, reassuring pat. With an efficient expression, she tells her she should really be thanking her man instead. Let's not talk anymore, she adds. Go and get the luggage. Those words cause Shin Yuchu to blush instantly, a reaction we've come to expect by now. Even now, she has no idea how he managed to convince Sister Yin to help. The three of them don't have much luggage, so the car is packed and ready in no time. After getting into the car, Zhao Chuchu waves her hand, shouting with pure excitement. Let's go, to the bright path ahead of us. Here we come. And so, the car speeds off, heading directly toward the city of Modu. At the same time, we find ourselves at the Fans and Entertainment building in Modu. Li Xiao arrived at the office early, but to be honest, she's been restless all day long. When noon finally arrives, she calculates the time and immediately heads downstairs. She waits at the entrance, simply wanting to see the wife that guy pampers so much. She doesn't have to wait long before a car with Jiangchun plates pulls into the parking lot. Li Xiao narrows her eyes slightly as three people step out, one of them looking energetic and lively. The other is older, carrying herself with a protective, elegant air. Seeing these two friends, she realizes that Shun Yuchu's personality must be quite good indeed. Then, she turned her gaze toward the woman in the middle, whose eyebrows were only lightly touched with makeup. There was a gentle smile on her face, the kind that instinctively makes people want to protect her. It's no wonder Lufan acted the way he did. Li Xiao composed herself and quickly walked over to greet them. Hello, are you Shin Yuchu? I'm Li Xiao, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department at Fans and Entertainment. Welcome to the team. Hello, I am Shin Yuchu, she replied softly. We hear that Shun Yuchu's voice is just as we imagined, soft, sweet, and incredibly gentle. At the same time, she was quietly evaluating this new acquaintance, Sister Yin. Her temperament was excellent, her voice pleasant, and she seemed unexpectedly clean and pure of heart. But Li Xia couldn't help but wonder how such a good woman could be treated that way by Lufan, even as Shin Yuchu answered her seriously. Deep down, Shin Yuchu felt that while Sister Yin was very polite, there was something slightly strange about her reaction. Shin Yuchu tilted her head in confusion, and as a thought suddenly crossed her mind, her gaze dimmed just a little. She brought her own team? Well, that certainly saves us a lot of trouble, Li Xiao thought. Li Xiao nodded, clasping her hands together, and then turned toward the entrance. I'll take you all on a tour first. After all, for the next 2 years, this is where you'll be. Once the tour is over, I'll take you straight to the apartment, she added efficiently. And so, the group followed Li Xia into the impressive building. As they walked, we see that Zhao Chuchu was completely taken aback by her surroundings. To be honest, this place was far more luxurious than Tianmei Entertainment back in Jiangchun. Everywhere they looked, they could see celebrities who were currently trending on the popular search lists. It simply didn't compare to Tianmei, where a second-tier singer like Lu Li was already considered a major star. Li Xiao led them directly to the 11th floor, enthusiastically explaining that this entire level was dedicated to recording studios. As we can see, they are all equipped with top-of-the-line professional gear. Next, we head to the 12th floor, which houses the exclusive lounges for the singers. The creative and networking spaces are all located there, and along the way, people constantly stop to greet Li Xia. Strangely enough, every one of them wore a rather peculiar smile on their faces. This left Shin Yuchu feeling more bewildered than ever. She couldn't help but wonder why these people looked at her with such obvious envy in their eyes. Shin Yuchu didn't quite understand. After all, wasn't Li Xia just a deputy director of human resources? Why was everyone looking at her in such an odd, expectant manner? The most absurd part was when a bald man, the actual director of HR, stopped to greet Li Xiao and even gave Shin Yuchu a polite nod. Shin Yuchu responded, feeling a bit flattered, thinking this director named Zanao had a remarkably pleasant temperament. To be honest, back at Tianmei, the executives were usually far more arrogant than this. Just then, Li Xiao stopped at the end of the hallway and pointed to the room directly in front of them. From now on, she announced, this will be your exclusive private lounge. Shin Yuchu looked up to see a firmly closed door equipped with a modern combination lock. And there, right on the door plate, her own name was already neatly printed. Li Xiao began entering the code while explaining that the initial password was simply 66. You can change it yourself later, she said. Come on in and take a look. The door swung open, and the group stepped inside to inspect the new space. Zhao Chuchu gasped instantly. The lounge was incredibly spacious, and the decor was nothing short of grand. Li Xia stopped at the end of the hallway and pointed to the room before them. It was so incredibly luxurious that even Shen Yuchu stood there in complete shock. As for Zhao Chuchu, she was so overwhelmed with joy that she looked as if she might actually faint on the spot. She couldn't help but remember the pigsty she had back at Tianmei. There was simply no comparison, and if there hadn't been strangers present, she honestly would have loved nothing more than to throw herself onto the sofa and roll around in delight. Li Xiao simply smiled as she watched their surprised expressions, knowing full well that not everyone receives this kind of elite treatment. When you have the best resources, it only follows that the lounge must be top tier as well. A quiet comment on the perks of talent, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuchu suddenly felt that maybe, just maybe, that fellow Lu Fan wasn't quite as detestable as she had thought. They eventually stepped back out, with Zhao Chuchu still immersed in her happiness, when the door to the neighboring room suddenly swung open. A majestic and elegantly dressed woman stepped out in high heels, followed closely by a small assistant. The woman noticed the group, a flash of surprise crossing her face, and she immediately greeted Li Xia, asking if she was personally showing someone the rooms. Li Xia confirmed it, mentioning that Li Na must be heading out for an afternoon meeting. Li Na simply acknowledged that Li Xia was busy and prepared to take her leave first. After finishing her brief exchange, Li Na gave Zhao Chuchu a single sidelong glance before walking away with elegant, clicking steps, leaving Zhao Chuchu speechless. Let's head out as well, Li Xia said, turning back to them with that familiar, professional smile returned to her face. She explained that the floors above were all meeting rooms, so instead of a tour there, they would go directly to the apartment. The plan was simple: drop off the luggage and then head out for a meal, which Li Xiao insisted would be her treat. Deep down, Zhao Chuchu couldn't help but feel that Li Xiao's enthusiasm was perhaps a bit exaggerated. To be honest, she had a very good impression of the company so far, yet everything about the situation felt strangely off. As they stepped into the elevator, Zhao Chuchu suddenly leaned in and asked in a low, cautious voice, "Directorly? May I ask, do you know Lu Fan very well?" she whispered, and we see the smile on Li Xiao's face instantly freeze. So that's how it is? Zhao Chuchu's eyes narrowed slightly as she processed that reaction. And in that moment, an indescribable feeling began to stir deep within her heart. It's fine, I was the one who received her when she first arrived, Li Xiao explained, trying to regain her footing. I've been overseeing the cooperation from the start, so I'm just a bit familiar with the details, that's all. Li Xiao quickly returned to her professional self, a seamless recovery, or so she hoped. Zhao Chuchu merely let out a soft, non-committal hum and lapsed into a thoughtful silence. The group headed downstairs, where Li Xia led the way in her gray Mercedes-Benz, while Zhao Chuchu followed slowly behind. As soon as they were in the car, Zhao Chuchu began casually praising how wonderful the place was, until Sister Yin gave her a look. She suddenly fell quiet, turning to ask, "Sister Shun, is something the matter?" Zhao Chuchu leaned toward the front seat, her curiosity piqued by the sudden change in atmosphere. "Nothing is wrong. Chuchu, please, keep talking," Shin Yuchu replied, though her voice suggested otherwise. "You call that nothing?" Zhao Chuchu was baffled and turned to Sister Yin for help, but she only smiled at Shin Yuchu. Without a word being said, she realized immediately that someone had fallen headfirst into a jar of jealousy. Meanwhile, we see that back at home, you are quite worried. Your wife has only been gone half a day, and little Bongguan is already crying for her mama. No matter what you say, she only cries harder, even shouting that her papa is being mean. She thinks you've hidden her mother. You try singing the Little Tiger's song, but Bongguan's tears keep falling as she kicks her feet in protest, looking for all the world like she won't give up until her mama finally appears. You scratch your head in frustration, wondering what on earth you are supposed to do now. You can't exactly call Shin Yuchu and tell her to come back already, can you? She would laugh at you for a lifetime. Just then, the phone on the table rings, and you glance at it out of the corner of your eye. And in the very next second, his eyes suddenly light up with hope. A savior has arrived in the form of a WeChat message from Shin Yuchu. It's just two simple words. "Are you there?" Naturally, he responds as quickly as his thumbs can move. "Of course I'm here," he replies, only for her to unexpectedly follow up with a mention of her lunch earlier today. She mentions having lunch with Director Li, and he wonders what on earth is going on, but there's no time for overthinking. He quickly starts a video call, and soon Shin Yuchu's beautiful, somewhat distant face appears on the screen. Immediately, and perhaps a bit shamelessly, he tilts the phone toward little Bongguan to let her see. The little girl cries out for her mama, but Shin Yuchu's expression chills instantly as she asks Lu Fan if this is his idea of taking good care of their daughter. He pretends not to hear the scolding and lets Bongguan talk to her mother, while the little one wipes her tears and complains about her father. "Mama, is Papa hiding you? Do you not love Bongguan anymore?" she asks, breaking everyone's heart in the process. Shin Yuchu immediately softens her voice to comfort her, telling Bongguan to be a good girl. She explains that she only went out for work and promises that she will be back home very soon. The little girl actually stops crying at the sound of her mother's voice, which feels like a 10-ton blow to Lu Fan's pride after all his singing and funny faces. It seems his efforts weren't nearly as effective as a single word from her. Once the child is calm, he turns the phone back to himself. With a hesitant look, Shin Yuchu drops a direct question, asking if he is truly capable of looking after the child. Feeling a bit defensive, he wonders who she thinks she's talking to, insisting that today was just a minor accident. He argues that if he were the one away, she wouldn't be able to comfort Bangwan any better than he did. However, Shin Yuchu only gives him a long, deep look that suggests she isn't entirely convinced. Looking down slightly, she casually asks if he is close with Director Lee, and he offhandedly says they are more or less close, unaware of the trap he's entering. As she slowly repeats, more or less, he feels an inexplicable chill and pulls his clothes tighter, but then she simply rolls her eyes. She hangs up the call abruptly, leaving him to realize far too late that she's actually angry. Talk about being caught in the crossfire for no reason. For the next 2 consecutive days, Shin Yuchu calls home every day, but each time she only speaks to her daughter, refusing to even look at Lu Fan as if he owed her a fortune. He has no idea, of course, that Shin Yuchu's career is in a desperate state. The company isn't giving her any work, and her agent, Sister Yun, has contacted every composer she knows. The moment they hear she's returning, they all subtly decline. After all, who would write for an outdated singer who left the circle 2 years ago? They've been abandoned by the entire industry. On the other hand, Shin Yuchu is still worried about the songwriting. She's been trying for 2 days but can't find inspiration, and subconsciously, her thoughts drift back to Lu Fan. She tells herself that if it were him, he could definitely write a better song, and thinking this makes her feel discouraged, as if she isn't as good as him at anything. Just then, her assistant Zhao Chuchu approaches and asks why she doesn't just ask Lu Fan. Shin Yuchu hesitates, as she left specifically because she didn't want to be a dependent wife. She thinks for a long time before finally deciding to wait 2 more days, and if it still doesn't work, she'll call him, but she has no idea what's happening elsewhere. At this very moment, in the conference room of Fanshin Entertainment, a meeting is taking place that will decide her fate, as President Li Tian holds an invitation for a new song concert. It's the most famous styling and music program in the country, and they have 2 spots to fill. A refined man in gold-rimmed glasses, the operations minister, opens the discussion. He mentions that he doesn't want to help the group Green Pink, as the internal conflict and the fragmenting of the group have already started to take a toll. They are generating the same old figures, and the head of luxury music says the objection is valid since their physical performance hasn't met the mark in time. Every now and then, we remember a great player. Our ties shouldn't be cut so easily, and this boy is truly original, possessing a prestige and strength that stands out. And it is precisely for that reason, he argues, that they should choose him above everyone else. He notes that he has heard his previous songs, and the boy sings beautifully and is quite handsome to boot. Why can't we choose him? Jean Pin asks with a frown, his face twisted in a look of pure contempt. He reminds Minister Zhang that while Zhang handles human resources, he is the one in charge of operations. He claims to understand better than anyone that a singer needs popularity above all else, noting that they are not running a charity here. Why give him a stage? He asks. But then Zhang Gao suddenly smiles with immense satisfaction and drops a total bombshell. Minister Jean, you talked to me about popularity, he says, but do you actually know who recommended Shin Yuchu? He then boldly asks Minister Jean how he would rank the popularity of Lu Fan himself. What happens if he writes a song for Shin Yuchu? He asks, letting the question hang in the air. Lu Fan. Upon hearing that name, Jean Pin falls silent instantly, his confidence vanishing in a heartbeat. Would he really dare to suggest that Lu Fan lacks popularity? To be honest, that would be a bold lie. After all, we are talking about a top-tier star with over 100 million likes and 50 million fans. Jean Pin glares at Zhang Gao with a somber, resentful look, asking the question he clearly doesn't want to ask. Are you absolutely certain, he presses, that Lu Fan will actually write a song for Shin Yuchu? At that moment, President Li Tian finally speaks up, making the final decision that settles the matter. Meanwhile, the entire entertainment world is buzzing with excitement over the launch of the new song concert. At the same time, we see Lioli from Tianmei Entertainment receiving the news through her agent. Sister In rushes in, shouting excitedly that the company has secured her a spot in the concert. They had even commissioned a famous composer, leaving Lioli so stunned, she ruined her own manicure. She turns her head sharply, her eyes filled with a mixture of shock and pure disbelief. This was the very competition that could bring her career back from the dead, and she knew it. Once she receives confirmation, she jumps straight out of her chair, feeling as though she's been given a second life. And when she hears the name of the person writing her song, her euphoria only grows. The godfather of music, Guillaume, with him by her side, she feels her victory is already guaranteed. Sister and can only sigh at such arrogance, even as Lioli continues to celebrate her supposed triumph. But elsewhere, Shin Yuchu receives a call from her own company with the exact same news. She is to participate in the competition in 3 days, and after hanging up, she stands there, completely dazed. Her assistant, Zhao Chuchu, is even more ecstatic, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her with wild excitement. Could it really be true? It was the new song competition, but after the initial joy, a massive problem loomed before her. They didn't have a song, and looking at Yunjia, her face was the very picture of solemnity. It was all well and good to give their everything on a stage as grand as this competition. But a good song was a necessity, so they immediately set about dividing the work. Yoon Jie began frantically contacting every composer and lyricist she had ever known in her career. Meanwhile, Shin Yuchu could only bury her head in her hands, hoping to somehow create a miracle. At this moment, he knew nothing of their struggle, as he was busy wearing a wolf mask to make little Bangwon laugh. After finally lulling Bangwon to sleep at 7 in the evening, he was finally able to find a moment of calm. He had been thinking deeply, wondering exactly which song he should prepare for Shin Yuchu. But with so many hits swirling in his mind, he found himself, ironically enough, without a single clear idea. Frustrated, he opened his phone, only to find that his own songs were trending everywhere he looked. The fans had even gone so far as to turn Bangwon's adorable expressions into viral emojis. He looked down at the screen and couldn't help but let out a somewhat bitter smile. He wondered how his wife was doing and if she would ever take the initiative to reach out to him just once. As he scrolled through videos, he noticed that the only thing more popular than his music was the new song competition. It was an annual event where winners became instant stars through a simple and rather brutal elimination system. It was a series of one-on-one duels where the loser was sent home, but he had absolutely no interest in it. Annoyed by the persistent algorithm, he turned off his phone to sleep, only to be woken early the next morning by a call. As it turned out, the person on the other end was Shun Yochu's assistant, Zhao Chu-chu. When he answered, he noticed her voice was hushed, as if she were trying to keep the conversation a secret. Sounding as if she were doing something wrong, she urged him to hurry up and get Shin Yuchu under control. She explained that the woman was becoming obsessed, and hearing this, he frowned, waking up instantly. When he asked what happened, he learned that Shin Yuchu was entering the new song competition, but they had no song. She had apparently been up all night, desperately trying to write a song herself. Suddenly, his head began to ache as he finally remembered that the contract clearly stated he was the one to write her songs. It was a detail he had been reflecting on for a long time now. Realizing things were reaching a breaking point over there, he simply said he understood and would call her. He hung up and immediately dialed Shin Yuchu, who answered the phone almost at once. Her voice sounded exhausted as she asked, "Hello, does Bangwon miss me?" Feeling a pang of guilt in his heart, he deliberately told her that Bangwon didn't miss her, asking if she couldn't just call him instead. He reminded her that he was her husband, the very first time he had ever referred to himself that way to her face. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the line, and eventually, he sighed to break the tension. He asked her why she was entering a song competition without calling him for help. To be honest, he couldn't understand why she was making things so difficult when they could be solved so easily. In his mind, it was just a matter of asking, but as soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from the other end. It was a suppressed sob. She was crying, and the sound left him completely stunned. He wondered what he could have said wrong, realizing that this thing called love is often far too difficult to navigate. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the other side of the phone, a roar filled with deep-seated grievance. "Rin Fan," she cried out, her voice so full of pain that it made his own heart ache just to hear it. He stood there in shock, as it was the very first time he had ever heard her call him by his full name. She cried out that he must think she was useless, someone who only knew how to depend on him. He reacted instantly, realizing she truly felt that way. He had been negligent, so he quickly forced a smile to interrupt her. He apologized, explaining that he wasn't reproaching her, but was simply worried about her health. And yet, as soon as he said that, Shen Yuchu actually let out a small laugh on the other end of the line. It was a laugh filled with both a sense of grievance and a sudden, sharp touch of determination. Immediately after, with a firm tone, she seemed to suddenly change her mind about everything. Shin Yochu's entire face turned red in an instant as she softly hummed in agreement, her mood clearly beginning to lift. Meanwhile, Zhao Chu-chu, who was eavesdropping nearby, nearly had her eyes pop out of her head as he seized the moment. He told her that in the future, she wasn't allowed to think such nonsense, promising to send her the song that very night. Shin Yuchu listened to his arrogant words, which, to be honest, were quite bold even for him. She burst into a short laugh, telling him she would wait to see exactly what he could write. She wondered what kind of song he could possibly produce, but she gave in completely, choosing not to worry anymore. As her frayed nerves finally relaxed, a wave of exhaustion washed over her, and sleep took hold immediately. He hung up the phone, and, at long last, we see him breathe a genuine sigh of relief. That stubborn wife of his was proving to be more difficult to handle than a small child. He pulled out a pen and paper, but he was immediately faced with a rather significant problem. There were simply too many hits stored in his mind, and he had no idea which one to choose. Just as he opened the window in frustration, he noticed a young couple saying their goodbyes down below. The boy was dragging a suitcase along, while the girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Love arises with the wind, but even when the wind stops, the feelings do not easily settle. A spark of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind, and his thoughts began to soar. His reaction was instantaneous, and he walked quickly toward the table. He wrote down 5 letters, QFNGL, representing the phrase, "The wind rises." The musical notes began to flow effortlessly from the tip of his pen. He was completely immersed in the work until his daughter, Bang Wan, called out to him. Her simple plea of being hungry pulled him back to reality, and he immediately flashed a smile. His little girl was hungry, and he promised her he would start cooking right away. His daughter's words were sacred to him, and he didn't dare delay for even a second. He turned around and headed into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the meal was finished. Mother and daughter, now full and satisfied, lay down directly on the sofa to rest. It was at that exact moment that a video call from Shun Yuchu came through. With dark circles under her eyes and a tired face, she saw how relaxed they looked. She immediately put on a pitiful expression, her almond eyes filling with tears as if to say she was working hard outside. While they were enjoying themselves at home, he couldn't endure that look and surrendered immediately. He assured her he hadn't been idle, claiming he had already finished writing the song. Bang Won chimed in too, raising her little hand to say in a childish voice that she hadn't been idle either. She had watched 2 fewer episodes of cartoons and had learned 5 more characters. Shin Yochu's resolve crumbled instantly, admitting she couldn't compete with this little clever girl. She told her that our Bang Won was clearly the most hard-working of them all. She asked for a kiss, and the little girl immediately blew one toward the screen. We see that he realized his opportunity had arrived, and he shamelessly approached the screen. He jokingly asked if there wasn't a prize for him too, while the little girl continued to cheer from the side. Shin Yochu's face turned red instantly at the suggestion. In the end, she simply couldn't resist their combined enthusiasm. She gave him a symbolic kiss. Filled with sudden joy, he ran to the bedroom to find the sheet music. He showed it to her, proving he hadn't lied and that he had truly finished writing it. Shin Yuchu rolled her eyes at him with a certain charm, but in her heart, a storm of emotions was brewing. Only a few hours had passed, and yet he had already produced a complete song. This man is quite simply a phenomenon, which, to be honest, we probably should have expected by now. After sending her the full score, he put down the phone and prepared to take his daughter outside. But then, Shin Yuchu called back via video almost immediately. As soon as he answered, she stared directly at him with an intense, burning gaze. When he nervously asked what was wrong, she mimicked his tone, asking if she couldn't call him for no reason. It seems she is not only beautiful, but also has a bit of a vengeful streak. He laughed nervously, never imagining she would suddenly ask what exactly he was hiding from her. He scratched his head with an innocent expression, while Shin Yochu's face flushed and her voice rose slightly. She was referring to his songs, of course. He could only rub his nose and try to find a way out of the situation. He tried to pass it off by claiming he had simply experienced a sudden moment of enlightenment. He asked if she believed him, and Shin Yuchu looked at him with a deep, searching gaze. She stopped questioning him, lowering her head to look at the lyrics and appreciate the work. Finally, she spoke with a gentle softness, simply saying, "Thank you." Immediately after, she raised her head and smiled, her gaze now filled with an extreme, unwavering firmness. She promised she wouldn't let this song go to waste, and with that, the video call came to an end. We see Shin Yuchu knocking on Zhao Chuchu's door, and the girl looks absolutely delighted to see her. She eagerly asked if they finally had a song, and if it had come from Lu Ran. Wait, did she just say Lu Ran? Well, it seems this girl has gone and revealed everything. As it turned out, she had been the one to let slip just how difficult their situation had become. Not long after, Yunjia was also called on the phone to hear the news. When she heard that a new song actually existed, she became incredibly excited. To be honest, she had spent the last few days desperately knocking on every door she could find. Now, at long last, she didn't have to depend on anyone else's favors or sour expressions. The 3 of them rushed over to Fanstar Entertainment, heading straight for the recording studio on the 11th floor. Shin Yuchu made up her mind then, and there to stay until the work was completely finished. Time flies when you're focused, and soon Zhao Chuchu had sorted out the background music and the copyright details. Eventually, Shin Yuchu finally emerged from the recording studio, exhausted but satisfied. But just as they were preparing to head out and grab something to eat, the door opposite them opened, and a girl stepped out, looking quite surprised to see Shin Yuchu there. Even so, she gave a friendly nod, and Shin Yuchu returned the smile just as warmly. However, the man following behind her seemed to have his nose pointed directly at the sky. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and carried an expression of pure, unadulterated arrogance. Shin Yuchu didn't recognize him. She turned to leave, but the man let out a cold snort, clearly lacking even the most basic manners. He muttered that she didn't even know how to greet her superiors when she saw them. The girl with Shin Yuchu quickly stepped in to explain the situation. She called him uncle and pointed out that she had only just arrived, so how could she possibly know who he was? As it turns out, this man was actually a high-ranking executive within the company, and the girl beside him was the singer set to participate in the new song showcase alongside Shin Yuchu. What she hadn't expected was the competition. Shin Yuchu couldn't help but think to herself about the situation. She told herself the song they had given her wasn't bad. Surely it couldn't be that bad, right? It turns out she is also a fan of yours. Over the following days, Shin Yuchu left early and returned late every single day. She practiced desperately, while her agent, Yunjia, posted a statement online about her immense effort. However, most of her few thousand remaining fans simply posted comments saying they were going to stop following her. The statement fell on deaf ears, failing to make even the slightest ripple in the vast ocean of the internet. Only a few old fans and minor marketing experts with an eye for business noticed that the new song showcase keyword might bring in some traffic. And so, news about Shun Yochu's hard work began to pop up across the network. But to be perfectly honest, most people didn't care about this former star in the slightest. That is, until August 7th, when the new song showcase officially opened at the Moda Stadium. The director of the showcase, Yuan Xiao, was deeply worried because another song had been dominating the top search results lately. Because of that, the traffic for his own showcase couldn't even begin to compare to previous years. But the annual showcase couldn't be delayed for the sake of just one person, no matter how popular they were. He could only move forward reluctantly, and so, this year's new song showcase finally began. It was truly a shame that they couldn't get in touch with him. If only they could have convinced him to come. As a mentor for the new song showcase, his presence alone would have caused the traffic to explode from the very start. But he never imagined that the big shot he couldn't invite was already sitting in the audience, hiding like a thief while quietly holding his daughter. Yes, you were actually hiding the fact from your wife, Shun Yuchu, that you had brought your daughter, Pingyan, to Modu. All of this just to cheer her on in person, and the adorable little girl in your arms was incredibly excited to see her mother soon. We see you watching the glow sticks waving lovingly all over the venue, yet not a single one was being held up for your wife. You quietly opened the live stream room on your phone to check the reaction. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, but to be honest, not a single person seemed to be supporting Shun Yuchu. There were 4 trending topics, one of which belonged to that bold woman who had dared to touch your daughter. Her name was Lu Li. Meanwhile, backstage, we find that the undercurrents were beginning to flow. Lu Li's face was grim as she stared intently at Shun Yuchu, wondering how on earth she could even be there. Her best friend, Xiao Chu Chu, simply rolled her eyes and snapped back instantly, making Lu Li lose face in front of everyone. Lu Li looked at the radiant Shun Yuchu and felt a flicker of the fear she had been suppressing for many years. It felt as though a queen had returned, making the concubine realize she had merely been occupying the throne of an immortal. Just then, a sharp comment from her agent woke her up, reminding her that Shun Yuchu had absolutely nothing left now. Lu Li regained her composure instantly, shaking off the momentary panic. She told herself that the current Shun Yuchu was no threat. After all, what could she possibly use to compete? Besides, Lu Li had a song written by the godfather of music himself. With that thought in mind, she glanced at Shun Yuchu with nothing but pure disdain. Immediately after, the lights on the outdoor stage flared to life, and the host stepped out to begin the show. For veteran mentors from the music scene took their seats one after another, and the competition officially began. The rules were even simpler and more brutal than expected. 16 contestants were present, and the audience would shout out at random to pair them up. In this way, no one could operate in the shadows or rig the results. As the big screen scrolled rapidly, the list of 8 matchups was generated in an instant. We see you looking at the list of matches, and a second later, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. He invited the contestants for the first showdown to the stage, Shun Yuchu versus Lu Li. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 bright spotlights hit their marks. Your wife, Shun Yuchu, and her nemesis, Lu Li, walked slowly toward the center of the stage. A predestined confrontation was about to erupt, but we noticed that Shun Yuchu's hand was trembling slightly. Sure enough, Shun Yuchu was also starting to feel a deep sense of unease. And Lu Li, for her part, wore an even grimmer expression. She certainly hadn't expected this first matchup to happen so soon. But the moment she stood across from her rival, Lu Li felt a surge of confidence. The audience below exploded instantly, whispering and wondering who this unknown beauty could be. You noticed Shun Yuchu's tension at a glance, so you suddenly lifted your daughter, Wanwan, high into the air. In that moment, little Wanwan was transformed into a living support banner. Her little face beamed like a crescent moon as she shouted with all her might, "Mommy, good luck." Up on the stage, Shun Yuchu suddenly caught sight of that familiar figure. She covered her mouth instantly. It was her husband and her daughter right there in the crowd. As she stood there, the tension in Shun Yuchu's heart dissipated instantly, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming sense of calm. Her eyes began to shine with an unprecedented light, glowing with a newfound strength. She even curved her eyes into a crescent moon smile, mirroring the expression of her young daughter. That display of pure affection instantly melted the hearts of everyone in the audience. Immediately after, the host announced that Shun Yuchu would be the first to perform. The stage lights dimmed, leaving only a single, solitary beam of light focused entirely on her. As the prelude began to play, the entire venue fell into an expectant, heavy silence. Right at that moment, the song title appeared on the big screen, "The Wind Has Begun." And in the songwriter's column, 2 characters were written with pride. The audience gasped, wondering how this unknown singer managed it. She had actually been able to hire a mysterious talent to write a song specifically for her. Backstage, Lu Li was even more stunned, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she watched. A second later, Shun Yuchu's ethereal voice echoed, "Once I was lost in the vastness of the world, drunk on love." She sang of falling into dreams, unable to distinguish truth from lies, neither struggling nor laughing. The silence in the room was so absolute you could have heard a pin drop. Everyone was completely immersed in the song, as if they were seeing their own lost youth reflected in her voice. Shin Yuchu gave herself over to the music entirely, her gaze piercing through the crowd toward the seats. There, she saw the two people who meant more to her than anything else in the world. She felt as though she were returning to her youth, guided by the melody flowing from her very soul. Everything that moves the heart eventually drifts away with the wind, or so the song suggested. And we are left to wonder, are you still willing to do it all in the name of love? It was a truly celestial song, and everyone, both in the venue and watching the live stream, was completely swept away by it. In their minds, countless faces, some familiar, some long forgotten, began to flicker like old memories. Eventually, those thoughts settled on the one person from their youth who remained utterly unforgettable. We realize now that this is the power of Kaifun. She has stirred the winds of a youth they had buried deep within their hearts. And right at that peak of emotion, a sudden thud was heard coming from behind the stage. Lioli had collapsed to the floor, her face pale as ash and her lips trembling uncontrollably. To be perfectly honest, she no longer had the courage to even step onto that stage and sing. Shin Yuchu had used the most flawless vocal technique to deliver what could only be described as an invincible performance. With his pride in tatters, the manager could only offer a bitter smile, realizing they simply weren't in the same league. Even the mentors on the judging panel couldn't hide the look of pure envy in their eyes. As the final notes faded away, the entire venue was swallowed by a heavy, profound silence. Shin Yuchu looked out at the audience, appearing a little bewildered by the lack of immediate reaction. Imagine the scene. You slowly open your eyes, see her nervous expression, and can't help but smile. It was in that precise moment that little Bangwan reached out her tiny hands and began to clap loudly for her mother. A second later, the rest of the applause erupted, echoing through the hall like a massive tsunami. The thunderous sound of thousands of hands meeting filled every corner of the massive venue. We see spectators with tears streaming down their faces, unable to stop themselves from cheering. They all turned toward Shin Yuchu on the stage, offering her the most enthusiastic support she had ever known. Meanwhile, the comment section of the concert's live stream was moving faster than anyone could read. The internet had completely exploded. She certainly didn't disappoint our expectations, did she? A shiver ran down everyone's spine, and we see more than a few people moved to tears. They wondered if this was really Kaifun, or if a literal tornado had just swept through the room. In this moment, all the previous performances were completely forgotten. The earlier contempt for Shin Yuchu vanished. They thought she was just a filler act, but her opening was a total bombshell. Immediately afterward, Shin Yuchu gave a deep, graceful bow to the audience. As the music swelled, she looked toward you and her daughter with a lingering nostalgia before finally retreating backstage. However, the competition must go on, regardless of how the atmosphere has shifted. Next up is Lioli, who somehow found the strength to stand up, though she barely remembers doing so. As she watched Shin Yuchu pass by her, she felt nothing but a profound sense of helplessness in her heart. She had no idea how she even made it onto the stage, only snapping back to reality when the music began to play. Unfortunately, it was far too late. The audience's immediate boos only left her feeling more confused and shaken. The melody she tried to sing was completely off-key, drifting further and further away from the notes. By the end, she was devastated. The scattered, pitying applause from the crowd made her want to cover her face and flee. But backstage, director Rin Chao didn't seem to mind the poor performance at all. For him, it was enough that the audience's reaction had already exploded into a frenzy. When the time came, the final voting results left absolutely no room for doubt. It was a crushing victory, a clean sweep of 5-0. Just then, a message arrived on your phone from Shin Yuchu. She asked to meet at the backstage exit, so you quickly took Bangwan in your arms and slipped away early. Meanwhile, the moment Shin Yuchu appeared backstage, Zhao Chuchu rushed over to give her a massive hug. She told her it was all right, not to cry, and that things would only get better from here on out. Shin Yuchu took her hand, her eyes filled with a newfound sense of determination. Then she suggested they leave, noting that Chun Hanjue was already waiting at the door. At that moment, her only desire was to see you and pull little Bangwan into a warm embrace. Outside at the exit, the hour was already growing quite late. As soon as Shin Yuchu stepped out, she spotted you in the distance, holding Bangwan under the glow of a streetlight. In that heartbeat, a profound wave of happiness instantly flooded her entire being. It was simple, yet incredibly warm. Little Bangwan wiggled out of your arms and ran straight toward her mother. Shin Yuchu immediately knelt down, pulling her daughter into a tight, loving hug. We see you approach her with a smile, asking her what she thought of the whole thing. When you asked if she liked the surprise, a soft blush crept onto Shin Yuchu's cheeks. And yet, she looked you directly in the eyes, a gentle smile curving on her lips. She admitted she was truly surprised, though neither of you realized this tender scene was being watched by Lioli. She stood there clutching her phone, watching your retreating figures with a spiteful glint in her eyes. A dark idea to ruin a reputation began to take root in her mind. A plan to bring Shin Yuchu down formed almost instantly, fueled by her own bitterness. She told herself that if she couldn't have success, then Shin Yuchu shouldn't have it either. Meanwhile, the internet had already begun to explode with excitement over the night's events. Everyone was wondering where on earth the show had managed to find someone as talented as Shin Yuchu. But when they clicked on her social media profile, all they found was a formal statement of resignation. As it turns out, she had been a rising star 2 years ago who retired after her relationship was exposed. And as soon as this hot topic resurfaced, the internet caught fire. And scrupulous media outlets immediately smelled blood in the water and began to exaggerate every detail frantically. For a while, the internet became completely polarized, divided into two very vocal camps. Some felt that if she had chosen to retire, she simply shouldn't show her face again. Others, however, believed that as long as the song was good, nothing else mattered. To them, her private life was nobody's business but her own, which is a fair point, really. Both sides argued heatedly until a single, decisive question appeared to settle the matter. When asked if the song was actually good, all the doubters were instantly silenced. They could only mutter that it was fine, or rather, that it was undeniably excellent. At that moment, Fanzine Entertainment finally stepped onto the scene to take control of the narrative. An announcement exploded across the network, not only congratulating Shin Yuchu, but also dropping a total bombshell. In the next show, Shin Yuchu would continue to perform songs written by the mysterious Buff fan. After the release of the new single, she would also launch a full album composed entirely by him. The entire network was in an absolute uproar. It wasn't just one song, but a whole collection. The topic of Shin Yuchu and Buff fan shot to the #1 spot on the trending searches in an instant. However, a far more vicious post was quietly gaining momentum in the darker corners of the web. By the following morning, it had risen prominently to the very top of the popular search rankings. The headline was shocking: Shin Yuchu cheats on her husband with the mysterious singer Buff fan. The post claimed with absolute conviction that, in order to make her comeback, she had used her beauty to seduce him. Countless marketing accounts retweeted the post frantically, and the comment section quickly became a one-sided battlefield. The rumors claimed she had sold her body to get ahead, and that Buff fan was no better than she was. They were described as wolves working together, and though some fans believed in Buffin's character, their voices were soon drowned out. In just 1 hour, this scandalous post and Shin Yuchu's own Weibo were pushed forward with incredible speed. They shot directly to the first and second spots on the list of most popular searches. And at this very moment, we see that you had just finished your morning run. You were completely unaware of the chaos, while Shin Yuchu left her room with dark circles under her eyes and no energy. She hadn't been able to sleep at all, her mind filled with the memory of him holding her hand at the hotel. When Sister Yun and Xiao Chuchu saw her looking so exhausted, they naturally assumed she had stayed up all night worrying about the trending searches. Xiao Chuchu rushed toward her, her face full of anxiety. She desperately wanted to know what Buff fan had said, or if he even planned to clear things up. In her mind, the best thing would be for Buff fan to personally clarify the situation to the public. If Shin Yuchu spoke up herself, it would likely only backfire, which is a fair point, really. But Shin Yuchu's mind was in a total fog, and she could only look at Xiao Chuchu without understanding a word. She asked what needed clarifying, and if something had happened to Buff fan, completely missing the point. Xiao Chuchu was left momentarily speechless by her friend's lack of awareness. It was only then that she realized Shin Yuchu had no idea what was happening online. She was so frustrated she stomped her foot, telling her sister that she was still too busy thinking about him. She pointed out that while he was perfectly fine, it was Shin Yuchu who was in serious trouble. "Hurry up and look at your Weibo," she urged, and it was then that Shin Yuchu realized something was terribly wrong. She slowly took out her phone and opened the app, perhaps already fearing what she might find. In an instant, an endless flood of private messages and comments washed over her screen. After clicking on those messages, each one filled with pure malice, her hand began to tremble involuntarily. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, and continued scrolling down through the vitriol. It seemed that 9 out of every 10 messages were nothing but insults directed at her. She finally exited the private messages, only to be met by the original scandalous post. And behind it followed countless other posts from marketing accounts, all feeding the fire. After a long moment, Shin Yuchu quietly set her phone down and went back to her breakfast. She wore an expression that was terrifyingly calm, too calm, if we are being honest. She acted as if nothing had happened, but this silence only made Xiao Chuchu more worried. "Sister Shun, aren't you two going to do anything about this?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Shin Yuchu simply patted her hand, trying to be the one to offer comfort to Chuchu instead. She knew the innocent should have nothing to fear, but public opinion rarely cares about the truth of a matter. We see Shin Yuchu's eyelashes tremble slightly, betraying the emotions she was trying to hide. Deep down, her heart was in turmoil, but she remembered that you had released the song anonymously to protect your identity. She felt she couldn't speak up without risking you, even as the entire internet remained in a state of shock. The public was waiting for any kind of explanation, and they had been waiting for a very long time. Finally, the moment arrived. Shin Yuchu's Weibo account was updated at last. Everyone rushed to open it, desperate for answers, only to be left completely stunned by what they saw. There was no extensive public relations statement to be found. Just 4 simple words. The innocent are innocent. Predictably, the opinions online only became even more aggressive after that. At the same time, over at the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, Liuli wore an extremely happy smile. Even though she had been scolded by the company, she was delighted to see she had successfully dragged Shin Yuchu down. The overwhelming comments online were nothing more than paid trolls and marketing accounts she had hired herself. But as long as she could humiliate Shin Yuchu, she felt every penny had been well spent. The assistant by her side had a grim expression, feeling that Liuli had truly lost her mind. Liuli, you are taking a massive risk. If Buff Fan investigates this, you will be completely finished. Liuli simply dismissed the warning. How am I taking a risk? She scoffed. If they have nothing to hide, why would Buff Fan write songs for Shin Yuchu in the first place? Look, they haven't even offered a real explanation. Just that the innocent are innocent. What a fake, self-righteous woman. The assistant watched Liuli spiral into madness and was already quietly planning her own exit. Meanwhile, we find you taking a relaxing bath back at the hotel. The phone outside is ringing incessantly, as if your life depended on answering it. You quickly finish up, step out wrapped in a towel, and check the caller ID. You are a bit surprised by what you see. Hello, Minister Li. Why do you have time to call a lazy guy like me today? On the other end of the line, the grumpy voice of Li Xia came through. Lazy? You still have the nerve to claim you're not. The truth is, you are lazy. You're practically taking over the trending searches all by yourself. You're invading everyone else's territory. It seems the rumors are true. But seriously, what is this all about? Li Xia gritted her teeth, her tone growing even sharper. Isn't this about your wife? Shin Yuchu is being slandered like that, and you're still just sitting there. The moment he heard Shin Yuchu was being slandered, he immediately turned serious, his voice more focused than ever. What happened to Shin Yuchu? At that moment, Li Xia felt a small pang of jealousy in her heart. As soon as it involves Shin Yuchu, this man becomes incredibly intense. She simply gave a cold snort in response. The trending topics, go look at them yourself. And with that, she hung up. He frowned, not quite understanding what was wrong with her, but there was no time for that now. He quickly opened Weibo, and at first glance, he saw the top trending posts the very instant he read the titles. His expression darkened as he read through the content and the vitriol in the comments under Shin Yuchu's profile. His face turned as black as the bottom of a coal pot, and he let out a cold laugh of pure rage. Did they really think his woman was such an easy target to bully? And that foolish woman, such a massive problem, and she didn't say a word, choosing to endure it all alone. He truly wanted to ask that silly girl in person if she actually considered him her husband at all. But before that, he had work to do. Since someone wanted to play games, he would play them to the very end. Liuli never imagined that the counterattack would arrive so quickly and with such devastating violence. Her joy didn't last long before she was suddenly plunged into a panic, having forgotten one crucial detail. She never could have imagined that the mysterious Buff Fan was, in fact, the very man she looked down on. The entire internet was still feasting on the scandal surrounding Shin Yuchu. Who could have guessed that Buffin's short video would suddenly go viral out of nowhere? As the other protagonist in this incident, and a mysterious mogul with millions of followers, he only had to post once. He didn't even need the platform's help. His fans automatically pushed the video straight to the trending page. Buffan had finally stepped out of the shadows to defend himself. No one expected him to show up so resolutely at such a critical moment. But when everyone opened the video, they were left speechless. What kind of self-defense video was this? This was clearly a declaration of love disguised as a reprimand. In the video, he appears with a serious expression, saying, "Hello everyone. I am Buffan. I just woke up and saw some very nasty comments on the internet. Many people are questioning why I write songs for Shin Yuchu, and they're even spreading rumors about an affair." He speaks directly to the camera, suddenly raising his voice. "I just want to ask loudly right here. I write songs for my wife. So what? What's the problem? My wife doesn't want to pay you any mind, but I'm not going to indulge you. And what about that idea that those with a clear conscience should just stay quiet? That doesn't exist," he snorts coldly. With a piercing gaze, he adds, "I originally wanted to get along with you all like a normal person, but all I got was distance. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm revealing everything. My name is Lu Fan. Shin Yuchu and I retired from show business because of our relationship. Then we married and have been together ever since. As for why I call myself Buff Fan, well, now you know. Are you happy now? I also want to say to the person who posted that, and to those marketing accounts, I'm sorry. I've already gathered the evidence. None of you will escape. Oh, and by the way, to all those bots, one by one, you can expect a letter from my lawyers." As soon as the video was released, the entire internet was shocked to the absolute extreme. After everyone had been arguing for such a long time, the truth finally came out. It turned out they were a couple. No one had imagined that the mysterious Buff Fan was actually Lu Fan. The comment section exploded, and at that very moment, the video began to spread frantically. His fans were even more ecstatic, acting as if they had just won a great war. They shared the video on Weibo, laughing as they waited to see who would still dare to spread rumors. They had been a legendary couple all along, so we have to wonder, where were the people hurling insults this morning? While everyone was still discussing the video, Fanzine Entertainment's Weibo immediately followed up with a notice from their legal department. They were directly issuing lawyer letters to provide continuous follow-up on the false comments and internet rumors. Legal notices had already been delivered to the original author of the post and the marketing company involved. Furthermore, every single related account was set to be blocked permanently. As soon as this announcement went live, Weibo reached a boiling point as netizens suddenly realized something. They saw that the previous trending posts had already been completely wiped from the platform. Even the original author of the scandalous post had gone so far as to delete their account entirely. Not long after, Weibo officials intervened directly, conducting a thorough verification and check of the situation. Currently, 1,500 accounts that published false comments have been officially blocked. It serves as a reminder that the internet is not a place beyond the reach of the law. With Weibo's official announcement, the video Lu Fan posted shot directly to the #1 spot on the trending page. And Shun Yochu's Weibo profile also instantly occupied the second position in the rankings. In a very short amount of time, two new buzzwords emerged one after the other. The phrases wife lover and those with a clear conscience defend themselves began to echo everywhere. Countless armies of viewers were frantically repeating these golden words across the internet. The sentiment was clear. His wife didn't want to pay them any mind, but he wasn't about to let them get away with it. But we returned to the present, specifically to Mudu's apartment, where things were much quieter. Shun Yuchu knew nothing of the chaos. She was simply hugging her daughter Bangwang while peacefully watching cartoons. At that moment, Zhao Chuchu came rushing in like a whirlwind, an excited smile plastered across her face. She shoved her phone directly in front of Shin Yuchu, urging her to look quickly because he had posted a video. Shin Yuchu looked up in complete confusion, causing Zhao Chuchu to stomp her foot in playful exasperation. The volume on the phone was quite high, filling the room with sound. That familiar, authoritative voice suddenly poured from the speaker, and she watched the entire video until the very end. With her mouth slightly agape and astonishment written all over her face, she listened as Zhao Chuchu continued to chatter excitedly. She asked her if she had any idea what the netizens were calling him now. They were saying he was crazy for his wife, which Zhao Chuchu found hilarious, though Shin Yuchu felt differently upon hearing it. Shin Yuchu's cheeks flushed a soft red, and a wave of pure sweetness flooded her heart. After all, who wouldn't want to be pampered? Thinking of this, she set her daughter down and hurried back to her room. This left only Zhao Chuchu and little Bangwang in the living room, staring at each other in silence. Once inside her room, however, Shin Yuchu hesitated as she looked at his number, wondering what she should even say. Should she tell him that his words were far too embarrassing? But wouldn't that be the same as admitting just how flustered she actually was? Or should she tell him he did a good job? To be honest, she worried he might think she was being petty. She threw herself onto the bed in frustration, burying her face deep into the pillow. Kicking her legs like a little girl, she finally gathered her courage and initiated a voice call. In the very next second, the call was answered. Instantly, your pleasant voice came through the speaker with a simple, hello. Shin Yochu's small face remained buried deep within the pillow. Blushing furiously, she asked in a muffled, quiet voice, hello, what are you doing right now? Little did she know that instead of an answer, she was met with your teasing. What are you doing? Acting like you're trying to suffocate yourself with a pillow? Shin Yuchu let out a startled cry, abruptly lifting her reddened face with a look of pure panic, wondering how you could possibly know what she was doing. It wasn't until she looked at the phone screen that she realized, with a shock, that it was actually you. And as it turned out, she had accidentally pressed the wrong button. It was a video call. The words, how embarrassing, were practically written across her face in that instant. Shin Yuchu stood there with her mouth slightly agape. She was petrified on the spot, staring dazed at you on the other side of the video. You simply rubbed your nose, thinking she looked unexpectedly adorable, while a second later, Shin Yuchu let out a soft moan of distress. And like an ostrich, she buried her face back into the pillow, refusing to look up again. How embarrassing. A muffled voice drifted up from the pillow. Don't laugh. Finally, you deigned to stop your chuckling. All right, I'm not laughing. I was just about to head over to the apartment. Do you want to come find me? Then wait for me there. Shin Yuchu then lifted her head, her trusting, tearful eyes staring directly at the screen. Her smiling face was still flushed, yet she didn't ask why you had sent that video. Some things, it seemed, simply didn't require any further explanation. But even though she remained silent, you decided to take the initiative and speak. Your tone became instantly serious, shifting the mood of the entire conversation. However, there were a few things that you felt absolutely had to be said. You asked her, Shin Yuchu, to what extent have they been slandering you? Why didn't you tell me? What on earth do you think I am to you? Shin Yuchu fell silent, wondering herself what she truly believed you were. Even she was a little confused, but in the very next second, clarity struck. She had her answer. She liked you. She liked this version of you that had changed. She loved how carefully you looked after her and her daughter, but her past experiences, they made her afraid to open her heart easily. Consequently, all you received was a long silence. And then, your voice rang out again, sounding noticeably disappointed. It doesn't matter if you won't say it. I'm downstairs right now. Come find me. With that, the video call was abruptly cut off. Shin Yuchu finally snapped out of her daze, remembering the tone you had just used. Her heart suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain, as if it were being pricked by needles. Had she disappointed you? Feeling stunned, she scrambled up from the bed. She only wanted to see you quickly, and her footsteps hurried toward the door. Lu Yuan got into the car, but we see that his emotions didn't fluctuate much. He simply stared out the window in a heavy, contemplative silence. However, Shen Yuchu didn't start the engine. Instead, she turned to stare intently at his profile. She took several deep breaths before finally speaking. Lu Yuan, I'm so sorry. He turned to meet her slightly reddened eyes, feeling a bitter smile forming deep in his heart. After all, what did he truly have to lose? He spoke in a low, quiet voice. You don't have to apologize. I'm not really the Lu Yuan you think I am, so don't feel guilty. To his surprise, Shen Yuchu stared back firmly, insisting that he was indeed the man she knew. Her unwavering response left him stunned. He clenched his trembling fist and finally voiced the fear in his heart. But I'm afraid that one day, I won't be needed anymore. Shen Yuchu suddenly cut him off, and with pain in her eyes, she tightly gripped his trembling hand. She leaned gently against him and declared, word for word, you are Wan Lan, aren't you? You are also my husband, and no matter what happens, we will never leave you. The most important thing was simply having him by their side, and so, she embraced him. Hearing those soft, kind words, he instantly found the answer he was looking for and held her close. He suddenly smiled, knowing that from now on, nothing could shake his resolve, his Dao Exine, after this confession. A moment later, Shen Yuchu shyly pulled away from his embrace. He could only manage a silly grin, and she looked at him charmingly before letting out a little giggle. As the car moved smoothly forward, we see that the state of mind for both had changed drastically. Meanwhile, inside the Tianmei entertainment apartment, someone was muttering that this was simply impossible. How could Lu Fan not be a fan? That gigolo has Lioli acting like she's completely lost her mind. With a single sweep, she clears all the cosmetics off the table, and even amidst the shrill sound of shattering glass, she isn't satisfied. She steps forward and stomps on them with all her might, right alongside a legal notice sent by Fan Exine Entertainment. We see that she has been unmasked. The person who posted the message immediately ratted her out as the mastermind once things went south. And now, the company has already ordered her to take an indefinite leave of absence. She knows she is finished, while Sister Een watches from not far away with a joy she can barely hide. It turns out Lu Fan really is a fan, a secret he had kept hidden far too well, it seems. Sister Een can't help but let out a quiet, secret sigh of amazement. Who would have thought that the gigolo no one looked at 2 years ago would now be dominating the music scene? Deep down, she has to admit that Shun Yochu's eye for talent is truly exceptional. Lioli, however, refuses to accept it, demanding that Sister Een hand over her phone immediately. She is panting heavily, her eyes bloodshot with a mix of rage and desperation. But Sister Een only gives her a cold, dismissive look before speaking with a sharp, biting attitude. She asks her what she's complaining about, and if she honestly thinks she can sing any better than him. She points out that Lioli isn't as good-looking as he is, and even when it comes to finding a man, she's clearly outmatched. Sister Yin's words continue to stab at Lioli's heart like cold, sharpened knives. In response, Lioli snaps her head around to face her with sudden, violent intensity. She glares at her fixedly, but we see that Sister Een isn't intimidated in the slightest. She asks if she's wrong, noting that once Lioli is locked away, her contract will naturally reach its end. The truth is, the company had decided to abandon her a long time ago. Why? Lioli asks, her teeth clenched in a tight, bitter line. The truth is, what the company needs are golden geese that actually lay eggs. Sister Een looks at her and, with brutal honesty, tells her she no longer has any value. She suggests that once Lioli leaves, she might find a new path, but then Lioli flashes a strange, unsettling smile. Sister Een, lend me your phone. Are you sick? The other woman replies, clearly taken aback. Sister Een is startled for no apparent reason, wondering what else she could possibly be planning. In her desperation, Lioli's smile becomes almost dazzling and deeply concerning. She wonders why Shin Yuchu has to surpass her in everything, especially being an orphan like her. Since she now knows Lu Fan's true identity, she believes she finally has an ace up her sleeve. If she can't touch Shin Yuchu, she'll settle for making sure Lu Fan is completely discredited. She wants to ensure no one finds peace, while Sister Een watches her, convinced she's lost her mind. She knows Lioli has snapped, and she desperately wants to tell her that Shin Yuchu was never even competing with her. To be perfectly honest, the girl's character is a million times better than Lioli's could ever be. But she keeps quiet. Any further provocation might cause Lioli to lose control entirely. And so, with a heavy sense of resignation, Sister Een hands over the phone. Fine, here's the phone. But remember, none of this has anything to do with me. I know you're afraid. Lioli laughs, taking the device and dialing a number under Sister Yin's watchful gaze. Shin Shui, it's Lioli. Meanwhile, we return to the apartment, where the atmosphere in the dining room feels a bit different. We see Bang Wan eating happily, while Sister Yin watches over the meal with a warm, maternal smile. But Shin Yuchu keeps her head down, focusing on her rice while stealing secret glances every now and then. We see the two of them together, and Shin Yuchu is clearly flustered. Her face is flushed, and even her neck has turned a deep shade of red. She looks as though she wishes she could bury her head in her bowl, while Lu Fan just smiles foolishly, personally wrapping buns and feeding her with his chopsticks. Deep down, Shen Yuchu feels as though she might actually die of embarrassment right then and there. To be honest, this man has been acting quite strange ever since they got out of the car. But for Lu Fan, this feels perfectly natural. After all, she has already admitted that he is her husband. He wonders what could possibly be wrong with feeding her, though she eventually insists on doing it herself. Finally, Shen Yuchu can't help but lift her head, looking at him with a gaze full of shy reproach. The sheer playfulness in her eyes leaves him completely stunned for a moment. It turns out that being looked at like that by a girl is a rather wonderful feeling. Love is sweet, isn't it? Only then does he stop feeding his wife and turns his attention to feeding little Bangwan. Eventually, the atmosphere returns to normal and the playful tension begins to fade. He settles onto the sofa and begins to contemplate the song choice for the upcoming competition. Winning easily in the round of 16 doesn't guarantee that the round of 8 will be just as simple. The remaining contestants are formidable and none of them are ranked lower than 7th. In the end, the most important thing is vocal ability, as the competition relies on original songs and on-the-spot improvisation. It isn't easy for anyone to produce a high-quality song in just 3 days, not even for him. Even Lu Fan has begun to worry about which song to choose to ensure his victory. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu isn't idle either. She sits beside him, perfecting the song she has been thinking about this whole time. But that particular song is still missing a key melody, a final piece of the puzzle. Shen Yuchu frowns, feeling as though that elusive melody is like a cat that simply refuses to be caught. She is so anxious that she has ruffled her hair until it looks like a messy bird's nest. Even late into the night, she hasn't been able to capture that elusive spark of inspiration. However, the next morning, Shen Yuchu has just woken up when a major event involving Lu Fan sets the trending searches ablaze again. At first, she didn't give it much importance. After all, trending searches about him haven't stopped for days now. But when she saw the title of the post, her eyes narrowed instantly. Deep down, her heart was completely filled with panic. Meanwhile, an endless army of onlookers also spotted this trending search. They were already used to seeing Lu Fan's name every single day, so they clicked without thinking. But this time, when they saw the content, their jaws dropped. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Abusive husband. This title was an absolute bombshell. The netizens were confused at first, but then they burst into laughter. What kind of joke was this? Yesterday, he was a man obsessed with his wife. Today, he becomes an abusive husband. Naturally, they couldn't wait to open the video in the post. They wanted to see who was behind the search and who was talking such nonsense. As it turns out, when the video appeared, we see two men with very serious expressions. They were Chun Shui and Yi Tian, members of Lu Fan's former boy band. At that moment, Chun Shui spoke up, introducing himself as a former friend from before the video was recorded. Why did he say before? Because, as he put it, he wouldn't stoop to associating with people like him. He tells the camera that he knows they won't believe it, but insists that Lu Fan is an abusive husband. He claims to have a phone recording as proof, explaining that at first, Lu Fan begged him to let him return. He says he happened to record it, but in the end, he didn't let him come back, which was probably for the best. Chun Shui declares that since he is brave enough to show his face, he has no fear of a direct confrontation. As soon as those words were spoken, the netizens fell into an instant, heavy silence. We see that Yinzi had flatly refused to report anything, which only added to the confusion. This revelation made the audience realize they were starting to feel a bit hesitant about who to believe. Immediately after, Yi Tian also stepped forward, raising his phone and waving it for everyone to see. He offers to testify that everything Chun Shui just said is the absolute truth, and so he suggests that everyone listen to the recording from back then. After speaking, he clicked play directly, and we wait for the evidence to unfold. The netizens leaned in toward their screens, straining their ears until they finally heard Lu Fan's voice. The audio plays from the phone, asking if Brother Chen thinks he can still return to the company. Chun Shui's faint voice responds, asking why he's worried since he already married a popular star. In the next second, Lu Fan's voice rings out again with a frivolous tone, claiming that women are just like clothes. He says the career is what matters, asking if Shen Yuchu can give him the chance to make a comeback. In the recording, he laughs and says a sentence that makes the entire internet explode. I won't hide it from you. He claims to be a man of his word, saying that if she doesn't give it to him, a beating will do. He adds that women need to be tamed. The recording ends there, but the internet's collective rage is just beginning. The comments are filled with disgust, with everyone wondering if this man is even human. He only knows how to intimidate his own wife, and soon, not only did the female netizens transform into goddesses of war to criticize him, but even the men were rightfully outraged. Immediately after, in the video, Chun Shui continued to twist the knife with a look of pure anger, asking the audience if they had all heard that correctly. This, he points out, is the man everyone claimed was so crazy about his wife, which, as we can see, was a complete fabrication. Chun Shui then swears that he wants absolutely nothing to do with such an abusive husband. The video ended abruptly, but by then, the comment section had already completely collapsed under the weight of the scandal. Many felt they had been truly blind for ever admiring a person of that character. The recording was enough to make anyone feel sick. It's hard to imagine being so vile as to destroy one's own reputation like that. For many watching, their hearts were shattered in an instant. Countless people began calling for him to come out and speak for himself. At that moment, we see him staring at his phone in silence, listening to that very same recording. That familiar sense of disgust returned to him, settling heavily in his chest. He rushed to the bathroom and began to vomit, unable to stomach the sound of his own past. It seemed that, in a single flash, he had returned to the depressed stranger he used to be. Those facts are the truth. They really happened, and deep down, he knows he cannot refute them. He realized Shin Yuchu must have suffered even more. Meanwhile, his phone rang wildly, but he didn't even glance at it. For the first time, he chose to escape, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt as if that could somehow make him feel better. What truly saddened him weren't the insults from the internet, but the dark memories that came flooding back to his heart. He thought of the suffering that Shin Yuchu and Bangwan had been forced to endure because of him. It was as if those painful scenes were being projected right in front of his eyes once again. He realized then that he had never truly forgiven himself, no matter how much he tried to make amends at every waking moment. He couldn't change the facts of the past, either. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Shin Yuchu was anxiously dialing his phone over and over after seeing the post. She was deeply worried. After all, no one knew the man he had become better than she did. She had been watching his changes, seeing how he redeemed himself bit by bit, and she understood everything. The wounds of the past no longer mattered to her, but she knew that the man he was today would never be able to forgive his former self. Beside her, Sister Yun and Zhao Chuchu were filled with a shared sense of anguish. They were incredibly worried, yet they simply didn't know what to do to help. The phone still wouldn't connect. It was as if he had completely evaporated from the world. In that moment, Shin Yuchu's heart twisted with a sharp, sudden pain. Little Bangwan, resting in her arms, looked up and asked, "Mommy, are you calling Daddy? Mommy, why don't you go find him?" Those simple words from Bangwan were exactly what Shin Yuchu needed to hear. She couldn't sit still a moment longer. She stood up hurriedly and stumbled toward the door. She was going to find him. Before long, we see Shin Yuchu running, breathless, until she reaches his room. She bit her lip nervously and gave the door a gentle, tentative knock. There was no answer, but she didn't hesitate. She knocked again and again, refusing to give up. She was determined to get him out today. Inside, wrapped in his quilt, he was finally stirred by the persistent sound. He dragged his heavy body to the door and opened it, only to be met by Shin Yuchu's red, tearful eyes. Even though it had only been a day since he'd seen her, he couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eye. He just stood there in the doorway, completely lost as to what he should do next. He assumed she must have seen the post as well. Was she remembering everything from their past all over again? He closed the door in silence, looking for all the world like a prisoner about to face the gallows. What could he possibly be thinking? His voice was hoarse and his heart raced with panic, now that everyone knew the truth. He wondered what he should do, perhaps a divorce? But just at that moment, things took an unexpected turn. Shin Yuchu saw the look in his eyes and grew angry instantly, coldly dragging him toward the bed. She grabbed his arm and bit down with all her might, sending a sharp, jolting pain through his entire body. He woke up to the reality of the moment instantly. His instinct was to pull his hand away, but he forced himself to stay still. He decided to let her vent her feelings, thinking she might feel better, until finally Shin Yuchu let go. Looking up to see his gentle gaze, she could no longer hold back her tears, asking him if he was simply a fool. She had served him a lifetime of devotion, and now she pulled up his sleeve to reveal a row of red marks on his arm. The deep teeth marks, tinged with traces of blood, were quite a shocking sight, but that was that. "Now we are even," Shin Yuchu said with a trembling voice, as she threw herself into his arms. She told him that since he was now a victim of domestic violence too, they were square, and he must never be sad again. In that moment, he was completely stunned. Having his sweet wife in his arms felt almost too good to be true. He touched her head in disbelief, realizing it was real. His mood shifted from hell to paradise in a single heartbeat. He smiled from ear to ear because Shin Yuchu said they were even, something he had longed for since arriving in this world. He had always been so cautious, always feeling as though he owed a debt, and now finally someone was telling him the truth. They were even. It was a wonderful thought, and his tears finally began to subside. He wasn't just saving them, he was saving himself as well, though in this moment, they both looked like fools. As they held each other sobbing, Shin Yuchu eventually murmured from his arms, softly telling him he must never do that again. She told him that she and Bangwan would worry about him, and he nodded vigorously, his voice still thick and raspy. He promised he wouldn't, though Shin Yuchu looked up, noting that he always was a smooth talker. With her face flushed and her eyes slightly reddened, she gazed at him through a veil of tears, when suddenly it seemed as though an idea had struck her. An emotion difficult to hide lingered in that tearful gaze. She wiped her eyes, certain now that she had finally found that elusive melody. When he asked what melody she meant, he couldn't help but pat her small head, much like one might affectionately pet a loyal dog. To be honest, she explained it was the song she had been composing, and that quite suddenly, inspiration had finally found her. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled away from his arms. He watched her go, scratching his head with a hint of lingering regret. She pulled the sheet music from her backpack and handed it over, mentioning she had originally intended to finish the song that night. Shun Yuchu nodded, her face still a deep crimson, as she settled herself cross-legged at the head of the bed. She quickly began to compose, humming a soft tune while the tip of her pen flew across the page in a sudden burst of creativity. In an instant, a complete song leapt onto the paper, and she looked up with pure joy, her eyes fixed intently on him. It was finally finished, and she softly asked if he would like to take a look at what she had created. He nodded gently, telling her he would much rather hear her sing it, which only made Shun Yuchu's face turn an even deeper shade of red. She whispered shyly that the song didn't actually have any lyrics just yet. He smiled and urged her on, saying that humming would be just fine, until she finally gave a timid, reluctant nod. Without any accompaniment at all, the room was filled only by the sound of her soft, delicate humming. But the very moment that particular melody reached his ears, everything seemed to change. He froze right where he stood, his eyes wide with absolute shock. He had definitely heard this melody before. It was a song from his original world, an impossibility he could hardly believe, and so he continued to listen with bated breath. The moment she finished humming, he suddenly interrupted her, asking her to wait for just a second. He quickly grabbed a pen and began scribbling something onto the paper, leaving Shun Yuchu watching him in complete bewilderment. But as she leaned in to see what he was writing, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in her eyes. On the paper, written in bold letters, was the word courage, which, as it turned out, was the title and the lyrics. He had only heard her hum the tune once, yet he was already writing the lyrics while Shun Yuchu leaned in to watch. She was instantly and pleasantly surprised. These words were exactly what she had been dreaming of. They were even better than she had imagined, and with a flushed face, her gaze drifted from the page to his serious profile. In that moment, quite unexpectedly, she couldn't help but kiss his cheek softly, causing his hand to tremble violently. The ink smeared instantly, and he felt as though he had been struck by a literal bolt of lightning, and that damp, soft sensation lingering on his cheek. It felt as clear as a physical mark, and he lowered his head to stare at the lyrics on the paper. Deep down, his heart had already exploded with pure joy. This was the courage Shun Yuchu had been seeking, though the moment she finished listening, she panicked instantly. She lowered her head, looking as though she wished she could find a hole in the floor to crawl into. Fortunately, he didn't overreact, otherwise, she surely would have fled in shame, and he knew her shyness all too well. And so, he did his best to suppress the wild beating of his own heart. He continued writing the lyrics until, finally, he feigned indifference and handed the paper over to her. He asked if she could sing the whole thing for him this time, and when she finished, he nodded with a smile, finding it truly beautiful. He assured her the next match was a guaranteed win, all thanks to his excellent lyrics. But he added that if it weren't for the melody composed by his dear wife, he never could have come up with a song like this, one so soft and sweet to the heart. However, before he could fully enjoy this beautiful moment together, an annoying phone ringtone abruptly shattered the romantic atmosphere of the room. He picks up the phone, and we see the caller ID clearly displaying Minister Lee's name on the screen. He raises an eyebrow, realizing that Lucilla has likely seen the recent online posts as well. As soon as he answers, he maintains a polite tone, casually asking her what's going on. On the other end of the line, Lucilla is clearly stunned by his calm demeanor. She asks cautiously about the negative comments that have begun surfacing all over the internet. She wonders if he plans to clarify them, while he glances at Shun Yuchu, who is pretending to study the melody draft. However, her wandering eyes give her away. He winks at her playfully, and her face turns red instantly. She nervously looks away, and a moment later, he calmly drops a bombshell over the phone. He tells her there is no need to clarify anything, because every word of it is true. There is an immediate, deathly silence on the other side of the line. After a long pause, Lucilla's incredulous voice finally returns, insisting that she simply cannot believe it. She begins to describe the version of him she holds in her mind, but he interrupts her directly. He tells Minister Lee that what is on the internet is the truth, and that one must be punished for doing bad things. As for the comments, he says they can say what they want, all while his gaze remains fixed on Shun Yuchu. His expression is incomparably soft. It is enough for him that the people he cares about understand him. The phone goes silent once more before Lucilla speaks with clear disappointment, saying she understands. She hangs up, and as soon as he puts the phone down, Shun Yuchu remarks softly that he was far too cold. She tells him that isn't good, leaving him standing there full of questions. Was he really cold? Shun Yuchu adds another sentence, her eyes darkening slightly, suggesting that sister you must like him. He scratches his head in confusion, wondering if Lucilla could actually have feelings for him. At that moment, he feels a massive headache coming on. He only considers her a normal friend, but he wonders how Shun Yuchu could possibly know otherwise. Shun Yuchu raises her head abruptly and stares at him, her voice sounding incomparably firm. She simply says she is sorry, but she trusts her own instincts. He scratches his head, wearing an expression of complete sincerity. He tells her she's mistaken, reminding her that he is a man with a wife and children. It would be very rude, he argues, to have feelings for someone else. Love, in his view, must be serious and exclusive. Seeing his sincere gaze, Shin Yuchu nods softly. And yet, a sudden sense of urgency begins to rise in her heart. Just because he doesn't like someone else doesn't mean that someone else doesn't like him. To her, that sister you seems far more impressive than he realizes. He looks at her with doubt, carefully playing back their conversation from a moment ago. Suddenly, he understands. With a smile in his eyes, he gives her arm a playful little nudge. He teases that she's jealous, and Shin Yuchu instantly becomes flustered, her face turning bright red. She denies it in a low, quiet voice, which, to be honest, isn't very convincing. Her overreaction says it all. Case closed, she is definitely jealous. The smile at the corner of his lips grows even more intense as he watches her. He observes her silent acting, but the more Shin Yuchu tries to play it cool, the more nervous she gets. Embarrassed and a little angry, she finally finds she can no longer endure his gaze. She tosses the melody draft onto the bed, her hands looking white and delicate against the sheets. Yes, I'm jealous, he admits. How could I not be, when such a beauty likes you? And what is this great beauty he speaks of? We see his smile growing wider by the second. In the next moment, he suddenly leans in close to her, his voice full of playful suggestion. He asks if he should give her a seal of approval. Perhaps then she won't be so jealous anymore. He brings his face very close to hers, until she can feel his breath against her skin. Shin Yuchu's heart begins to beat like a drum, racing faster and faster with every passing second. It feels, in that frantic moment, as if it might leap right out of her throat. Then, under his steady gaze, she slowly begins to close her eyes. Her small lips purse slightly, waiting for what comes next. As time seems to tremble around them, he closes his eyes as well and slowly moves closer. Later on, we learn that Shin Yuchu is set to participate in the top 8 competition for her new song. At this very moment, she is busy practicing her music over at Fanzine Entertainment. We return to the apartment, where only the nanny, Aunt Yun, is home with the young daughter, Bangwon. To be honest, Aunt Yun's feelings toward him remain quite complex. She is grateful for his recent changes and help, yet she cannot forget the pain he caused Shin Yuchu in the past. However, seeing his genuine love for his wife and daughter now, she feels a sense of relief and lets him know it. Even so, Aunt Yun's current stance remains very firm and protective. She feels a deep sadness as the insults against him continue online. Netizens have even formed groups, hoping Shin Yuchu will finally divorce him. And yet, Shin Yuchu's Weibo suddenly updates with a new pinned post that catches everyone off guard. It simply says that in this life, she has met a good person whose character is perfectly suited to her own. She describes him as a gentleman who corrects his mistakes and one whom everyone should support. Her heart is set, she says, 2 phrases that cause the internet to erupt as users speculate if Shin Yuchu is being controlled. A little later, we see him taking Bangwon to Fanzine Entertainment, where he happens to run into Chen Qian, another contestant. Chen Qian is a huge fan of Shin Yuchu, and after meeting him in person, she finds him surprisingly kind and approachable. She even asks him for an autograph before he finally makes his way to the recording studio. Watching Shin Yuchu sing with such focus through the glass, his eyes are filled with a quiet, deep tenderness. It is an instant success, and Shin Yuchu is immensely surprised and touched to see his love on display. With a mix of shyness and sweetness, she calls out to him as her husband. The second round of the new song competition arrives exactly as scheduled. Amidst unprecedented excitement, he arrives discreetly at the venue with Bangwon, wearing a mask to stay hidden. Shin Yuchu's opponent is Bai, the clear favorite from Sensei Entertainment. Before the music even starts, the audience loudly questions Shin Yuchu, asking if she really posted that Weibo message herself. They wonder if she was coerced, but Shin Yuchu looks out with firm resolve, finding him in the crowd and announcing it loudly. She declares that she loves him, she loves Lu Fan, and says he is a truly good man. Some feelings are simply predestined. Then, the big screen reveals the song title, Courage, with lyrics by Lu Fan. With music composed by Shin Yuchu, the prelude begins to play, and she starts to sing with all her heart. The lyrics are powerful, striking a chord directly in the hearts of everyone listening. This bold, unabashed confession suddenly wins over the entire audience and the netizens watching at home. It turns out this wasn't a moment for criticism, but a public display of affection, a crush revealed on the spot. Public opinion shifts drastically, and soon, everyone is offering their blessings to this couple who clearly adore one another. Finally, Shin Yuchu advanced to the semifinals with an overwhelming number of votes. After the competition, Fanzine Entertainment took the opportunity to clarify that Lu Fan had never committed domestic violence and that the two truly loved each other. That night, we see him taking Shin Yuchu by the hand as they strolled through the streets together. They walked through the snack street and watched a movie, looking for all the world like any other couple in love. Inside the theater, he couldn't help but steal a kiss from Shin Yuchu, which, naturally, left her feeling quite embarrassed. Even though there were still a few small misunderstandings and minor disputes between them, their feelings for one another were warming up quite rapidly. After their brief time together, he accompanied Shin Yuchu back out to the street. And then, he took Bangwon back to Xiancheng, while Shin Yuchu stayed in Modu to prepare for the coming battle. Back in Xianxing, we find him busy searching for a kindergarten for little Bangwan. Although he had missed the registration deadline, thanks to the popularity of the little Princess Bangwan, he successfully enrolled her in Xianhua Kindergarten. At the same time, however, a conspiracy was quietly brewing back in Modu. A former executive of Fanzine Entertainment, now a film critic, joined forces with mentors Wan Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao to seek revenge. They intended to rig the next match so that Xin Yuchu would lose her spot to Qin Qian. He even brought in the so-called godfather of music, Wu Mian, to write a special song for Qin Qian. In the third round of the competition, the 4-against-2 battle, Xin Yuchu found herself facing off against Qin Qian. The host, Chen Shui, deliberately provoked her by asking if her new song was once again written by Lu Fan. Xin Yuchu responded calmly, and for the competition, she brought a song titled Sea of Flowers. The beautiful prelude instantly drew the entire audience into the atmosphere of the music. Xin Yuchu's performance was deeply moving, feeling more like a solo concert, and the audience responded with thunderous applause. By comparison, Qin Qian's sweet song wasn't bad, but it paled significantly next to the Sea of Flowers. However, we see that a strange accident occurred during the voting process. Although Gao Yu cast his vote for Xin Yuchu, Shui chose to back Qin Qian with her premium votes. Then, Wan Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao also voted for Qin Qian, which, quite unfairly, put her in the lead. The entire audience was stunned as rumors of a fix began to swirl, but at that critical moment, Shui stood up. She interrupted the host, claiming there was a serious problem with the votes this time around. She told the crowd she wanted to apologize to Xin Yuchu and the audience for what she had done. She explained that she'd received word from a Fanzine Entertainment executive claiming both singers belonged to the same agency. He had asked her to use her premium vote for Qin Qian just to keep the scores close, or so he said. But now, that single vote had mistakenly allowed Qin Qian to advance over the favorite. Feeling the weight of her responsibility, she couldn't bear to see Xin Yuchu eliminated because of her mistake. And so, in a dramatic turn, she resigned from her position as a mentor for the competition. Qin Qian herself then announced she was withdrawing, admitting that Xin Yuchu's performance was far superior to her own. With the truth finally out in the open, the program director intervened, calling for a revote and expelling the corrupt mentors. In the end, justice was served, and Xin Yuchu successfully advanced to the next round. Not long after, the film critic who started the mess was promptly fired by Fanzine Entertainment. As for the mentors involved in the scheme, they found themselves completely discredited in the eyes of the public. Meanwhile, Wu Mian felt a deep resentment and decided to publicly provoke Lu Fan on Weibo. It seemed Qin Qian's fans were still eager for a rematch in the grand finale. This provocation from Wu Mian set the entire internet ablaze, and who could have expected anything less? The media outlets were already trumpeting the confrontation between the old guard and the new, and we see that you weren't about to be left behind. As everyone wondered which side to take, Sensi Entertainment seized the moment to invite Gumahin to write a song for their finalist. Her name was Miao Anjuan, and the keyword for the first round of the grand finale was tragic and terrifying. This was a golden opportunity for Gumahin, who specialized in that style, but for you, it was a brand new challenge. Xin Yuchu was quite worried about this, but you seemed perfectly confident as you set out to find the right inspiration. A little later, Miao Anjuan took the stage to perform Lamentation, a piece written specifically by Gumahin. The first half of the song described the suffering of cancer patients, while the second half shifted into pure, repressed music. Although it was undeniably dark, it was also very artistic, in its own gloomy way, of course. Gumahin felt extremely confident about the performance, and then it was finally Xin Yuchu's turn to take the stage. She appeared in a bright red wedding dress with a phoenix crown on her head, though her makeup was sad and pitiable. Her eyes looked empty as the song title Zhang Guanwan appeared and the music began to play. The hero and the people wove a mournful melody together, and when Xin Yuchu began to sing, her Chinese opera style stunned the entire audience. The lyrics described a ghostly wedding where not a single word mentioned sadness, yet every phrase revealed a deeper meaning. As the song progressed, the sound of the swana suddenly rang out, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. That deep, bone-chilling sadness and fear made the scalps of everyone in the audience tingle with goosebumps. Xin Yuchu had completely lost herself in the performance, pouring every ounce of emotion into the role. Afterward, netizens jokingly dubbed her the most beautiful ghost bride, as she took an overwhelming lead. She defeated the declining Miao Anjuan with a decisive mentor vote of 4-0. And so, she secured a massive victory with 88% of the total audience vote. For the first time, Gumahin had failed, and he remained there in total silence, having fulfilled his promise. He officially renounced his title as the godfather of music and offered a public apology, as he had promised, of course. A little later, we see you waiting for Xin Yuchu outside the venue, away from the flashing lights. Xin Yuchu explained that Zhao Chuchu had already left, and unfortunately, she didn't have the keys to the apartment. With a silent understanding, they headed to a hotel, where the atmosphere in the room felt both ambiguous and heavy with tension. When you stepped out of the shower, however, you discovered that Xin Yuchu was quietly crying. She finally revealed her true feelings, confessing that she felt unworthy of you and feared that the closer she got, the more she risked losing you. You gently took her face between your hands, looking into her eyes. You told her that you used to be insecure as well, and that it was she who had given you the true feeling of being in love. Deep down, you believed that everything happening was simply heaven's best arrangement. And it seems those words were exactly what she needed, as Shin Yuchu finally stopped her crying and managed to smile. They held each other tightly, and in that moment, we see that they finally understood each other's hearts completely. It was a moment where two hearts joined together without any reservations whatsoever. From now on, they will walk this path together. Whether facing the storm or basking in glory, they will face it as one.